This is a special edition of I-24 News. I'm Nicole Zedek live in Tel Aviv as we wait on the release of 3 hostages today. Or Levy, Ohad Ben-Ami, and Eli Sharabi are set to be released from Gaza after 491 days in terror captivity. We're closely monitoring the live images that are coming out of Gaza at this moment as Hamas is already staging in Deir al-Balach in central Gaza, this stage that they are set to once again parade the hostages on before they are handed over to the Red Cross and finally make their way back to Israeli territory. We'll be covering all of these events live as they are happening. And with me in studio to discuss it all, I am joined by our I-24 News Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran. Ariel, another 3 hostages to be released today, 3 men as well, and we're already seeing the preparations for this taking place. Let's start with what we're seeing right now. It's the early hours. We're talking about 8 a.m. here in Israel, and this is something that we've seen just as far as the last release. Also, the desire, it seems, from these terror groups to release these hostages earlier and earlier in this staged event once again in Gaza.
Yeah, good morning, Nicole. This is the 5th release of hostages in this round of the ceasefire deal. This is the first time we're seeing a release in central Gaza, in Deir al-Balach, the main city town in the area. What we're seeing, as Hamas always does, they are putting up a stage with the banner on the bottom, Nitzachon Mukhlat, total victory.
In Hebrew.
In Hebrew, yes. They didn't get that wrong with typos, but they did the back banner as they usually do, keeping to tradition. We are the flood, Nichna Tufan, obviously a reference to Tufan al-Aqsa, the name that Hamas gave the October 7th attacks and the ensuing war. Also, we are in the day after to show that Hamas and the day after is still there, is ruling the Gaza Strip. Another show of force. Now, this is taking place on Salahuddin Street. This is the main road in the Gaza Strip leading from south to north. This is also considered a symbol of the return of Gazans who were displaced from northern Gaza to the south and returning to the north. So obviously throughout these ceremonies, so to speak, we can talk about the symbolism that Hamas is trying to amplify once again, following the horrific scenes that we saw in the release a couple weeks ago of Arbel Yehud and Gadi Moses, of the hordes just suffocating, pretty much the hostages who are released now following threats from Israel. You can see a more orderly fashion. Obviously, this is also Hamas trying to show that their release ceremonies are more orderly than those by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And the last note, we see on the stage there's the table. So obviously that is the table for the redundant document signing with the Red Cross taking part in the humiliation of these Israeli hostages, as those documents that they're signing have no legal value. This is just playing along to Hamas's theatrics and at the expense of the Israeli hostages. So the expectation is that beginning 8:30, that's in 25 minutes, that is the time where this handover ceremony is supposed to begin. It will begin with the arrival of Hamas's shadow unit. That is the unit that is responsible for looking after managing all the issue of hostages. The hostages will probably be in those vehicles, and once the shadow unit, they spread out, that is the kickoff for the ceremony. We will then be receiving word that the Red Cross is going to make it to the area. That has not happened yet. That is usually the sign that we are close to the moment of handover, but obviously until the Red Cross is there, nothing can begin. So those are the two main things that we're waiting for: the arrival of the Red Cross convoy and the arrival of the Hamas's shadow unit that they will be holding the three Israeli hostages, Ohad Ben Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levi.
And these are the names also when we talk about what we've learned even from the past few groups that have been released already. You talk about this process and this symbolism and this ceremony that these terror groups continue to put on inside Gaza. Now, one of the holdups that we had as of yesterday, Hamas was supposed to release this list of the names, Ohad Ben Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levi, by 4 p.m. Israel time last night. That did not happen until hours later, leaving many of the family members, many of the Israeli society, wondering exactly what time this would end up happening today. Another violation from Hamas, yet so far this morning, despite that violation, Hamas then later did release this list of names, and so far everything does seem to be going smoothly, hopefully.
Yeah, look, we cannot forget, and we are reminded every opportunity that Israel is dealing with a terror organization, and every turn along the way, they find ways to inflict more psychological warfare, more pressure, more violations, whether it's in the tardiness of handing over the list of names or not releasing the hostages that they were supposed to release, as was the situation with Arbel Yehud. Once they do, the fashion in which this happens, every turn they find a way to breach the agreement. And these are one of those breaches, instead of giving it at 4, they gave it at 6:30 or 7. It's not one of those breaches, violations, that will derail the entire ceasefire agreement. But Israelis are unfortunately already accustomed to this, are emotionally ready for such conduct on the part of Hamas. And so the fact that the names were handed over, Israel said it's acceptable to them. That's with Hamas leading and calling the shots in each one of these events. This is pretty much the best you can hope for.
It's a reminder that, unfortunately, still, despite everything, Israel has to play by the rules of this terror organization if they're going to get these 3 men and the remaining hostages back. And so far we have seen 13 Israeli hostages released so far during phase 1, 13 of the 33, in addition to 5 Thai hostages as well that have been released. And so with these 3 men that are set to be released today, this is really the next, I don't want to say the next phase because that's phase 2, but still when we're talking about these humanitarian hostages that are to be released in phase 1. Now we're getting into these elderly men. We already saw the first group released just last Saturday, 1 week ago. But still, with these elderly men that have been released, we're hearing just more and more about the horrors that they've endured as well during their time in captivity.
Yeah, so we have now entered the releases of the fathers, the brothers, the grandfathers. This is the group that we're now talking about. So let's go each hostage and break down what happened to them on October 7th and to their loved ones. So Ohad Ben Ami is 56 from Kibbutz Be'eri. He was kidnapped from his home in the kibbutz. There's one of those famous pictures of him being dragged by Hamas gunmen in his underwear. At first it was believed that he may be a high-ranking military officer because he really had the look, but it was determined that he does not have any military background. So Ohad and his wife, Raz Ben Ami, they were both taken hostage. Raz, she was released in the November 23 ceasefire agreement as part of the elderly, or not elderly, but the older women who were released. Then their daughters campaigned very hard for the freedom of Ohad. Eli Sharabi, the man in the middle, He was kidnapped also from his home in Kibbutz Be'eri. In fact, his home, which is really on the first line of homes in Kibbutz Be'eri, I visited that area. Apparently, his neighbor, who we interviewed for a story, said that Hamas set up a command center in his home.
Wow.
And he could hear everything that was going on there. So Eli was kidnapped from his home in Kibbutz Be'eri. His wife Lian and their daughters Noya, who was 16, and Yahel, 13. All three of them were murdered in the safe room of their home. He and his brother Yossi were both taken captive together. That's why in all the pictures of the hostages, every hostage is alone except for the two of them. Their pictures always together. That is what their family chose to put up. Yossi has since been confirmed dead in Hamas captivity, and the terror group continues to hold his body. He is not expected to be released, Yossi, in this first phase. Eli, obviously, alive and above 50, so he is considered in the humanitarian phase. And Or Levi, 34, from Rishon LeZion in central Israel, he was taken hostage from the Nova music festival near Kibbutz Re'im. He and his wife Einav, as the terrorists stormed the party, they fled to a nearby shelter, a migunit in Hebrew, and later receiving the name the death shelter, because it was one of those areas where you have a lot of Israelis hiding in a small space and they can't really go anywhere. So Hamas found them and kept on throwing grenades into this death shelter. There was a soldier who was kept on throwing out these grenades, 6 or 7 of these grenades, managing to save many lives, but it was the 7th that killed him. And so Einav, she was killed, or was taken hostage, and they have a 3-year-old, and he's now 3. Almog, he was not even 2 back at the time, who has been staying with his grandparents since. Ol's brother, Michael, who I've interviewed multiple times, and he's been on the channel. He posted yesterday on social media the words, Mogi, Daddy's coming home, and sharing that when Almog, the young toddler son, heard the news that his father was coming home, because he knew that his mother there's no chance that she was coming back but when he heard that Ol was coming home, he jumped on the bed yelling, Daddy's coming home. And these are really the stories that we are reminded, once again, obviously for the families, they keep on campaigning every day. But these hostages, not only they're being released, some are being united with their loved ones, others are not. We don't know if Eli knows about his wife, his daughters, and about his brother, who are all killed. And Ohad Ben Ami, on the other hand, he will be reunited with his family. So you really have this wide array of different situations, of tragedies, combined with a sense of joy and just reunification of some of the families. Not all will, and some of the reunifications are partial, like in the case of Or Levi, who 3-year-old Almog will get back his father, but his mother, she was killed.
It is such a reminder of the fact that these are civilians that were ripped out of their community, but also for the Israeli public. For the past 16 months, they have been somehow coping with this reality, learning from this reality. But for those hostages, for 16 months, they've been in captivity, and they don't know the reality necessarily, the full picture of what it's been like here on the ground. And so that is such a good reminder for our viewers of exactly what these men will be coming back to. On the one hand, there is all of this joy and all of this love that they will be surrounded by, but this is still following the reality of what it's like inside Israel right now. Meanwhile, just a reminder to our viewers, you are taking a look at some of those live images images from inside Gaza right now, Deir al-Balah, as the Hamas terror group is setting up the stage. The stage is already set to see the release of 3 more hostages today. Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, as we were just hearing about their stories from our correspondent Ariel Osaran. Now, these are the images inside Gaza right now, but let's go live to some images inside Tel Aviv. Our I-24 News correspondent Joe Brown is live at Hostages Square this morning. Joe, Hostages Square throughout the course of this war, and especially during phase 1 of this ceasefire so far, we have seen many people coming to the square so far to see some of these live releases happening. I know it's early in the morning right there, but tell us what the atmosphere is like in Tel Aviv this morning.
Well, right now here at Hostages Square, there isn't really anybody here. The square is largely filled with journalists. One reason for this is quite simply because it's a bit cold right now. There's been a storm that's been battering the coastal area of Israel over the last couple of days. So it's quite difficult for a lot of people to muster up the strength and willpower to wake up on a Saturday morning and to come down here. But I also believe that perhaps one of the reasons why we've seen a decreasing number of people attending these events at Hostages Square throughout the various releases compared to the very first one on that Sunday when Emily Damari, Romy Gonen and Ron Steinbrecher were freed. On that day you saw thousands of people crammed here at Hostages Square, but I feel that over the last couple of weeks, especially when it reached the climax of the release of Gadi Moses and Abel Yehud, of the number of Gazans who were in the streets lining up to mark their release from captivity, it kind of hit home for a lot of Israelis what they were actually watching. I know that we've been showing images from Deir al-Balah all morning, but it's important to put it into context. These are Hamas propaganda videos in action. They are live propaganda shows. They put on this extravagance and this pomp to show to the world that they are still alive and thriving. And it's important for us to view this. Yes, we are seeing this as a sign of life for those 3 male hostages who are getting released today, but it's important to realize that this is still showing Hamas what they want to portray to us. And I feel like that feeling has been felt a lot more throughout Tel Aviv and throughout Israel over the last couple of weeks. I'm sure that over the course of this morning, as the 3 hostages get released, there will be more people who line up in Hostages Square, and they have muted celebrations. I think it's probably the best way to word it. The understanding that, yes, they are coming back home, but understanding the fact that they have been suffering for over 490 days in the worst possible conditions, and they are being paraded for one final humiliation in front of the Israeli public. But there will still be some people coming here later, and they will be marking this event. They will be celebrating, but they will also have a bit of a lump in their throat as they understand the gravity of what has been happening.
These mixed emotions, these bittersweet emotions, as we do anxiously wait to see, as you mentioned, that sign of life, hopefully from these hostages any moment and any hour now, as we are still looking at these images from the stage. But meanwhile, Joe, we've already been learning, you've been at the hospital throughout this week with some of the past released hostages, specifically these 3 men that we saw released just 1 week ago. They've all been released from the hospital at this point. So what are we learning as far as from some of the hostages that we've already seen released during phase 1 of this deal?
Well, there really does seem to be a pattern in the testimonies from their release. Almost all of them have lost a considerable amount of weight. They say that they were starved, that they were isolated, that they were kept in the dark. Several of the hostages, including Keith Siegel, said that the time in which they were let out of the car was the first time that they saw sunlight since October the 7th. And a lot of them have even come back with a relatively proficient knowledge of Arabic because their captors didn't speak Hebrew. Some of them didn't even speak English. So they had to learn Arabic in order to survive realistically. But one thing that was interesting about my time at the hospital, and something that will stay with me for a long time, was the statement from the family of Yarden Bibas. This was from his sister and his sister-in-law. That's the sister of his wife Shiri, who is still in captivity, along with their two very young children, Kfir and Ariel. They said that throughout the time that he was released, the only thing that Yarden was asking for was the whereabouts of his family, to which they had to say, we don't know. They only know what has been released in the media and what Hamas has said. Hamas has said that they were killed in an IDF airstrike. But Israel cannot verify that. And there's an interesting similarity between Yarden and, unfortunately, the fate of Eli Sharabi, who will be released today. For a good few weeks, the Israeli government and the Israeli public were under the impression that he was kidnapped alongside members of his family, his wife Lian and his two children, his two daughters, Noya and Yahel. But a couple of weeks after October the 7th, their charred bodies were found in an embrace. And there's quite a dark similarity between him and Yarden. There's a very strong possibility that he won't know what has happened to his family. And also there'll be mixed emotions for not only him and his family, but also the family of his wife Lian. She was born in Bristol in England, and I'm sure that members of her family will be watching these images from Gaza, praying for Eli's release and praying that he will come back safe and healthy, and helping him deal with the trauma of not only spending 491 days in Hamas captivity, but also coming out and realizing that his family has all been killed.
It is such a difficult day as we continue to see exactly what does unfold throughout the course, with these family members anxiously waiting to see exactly the condition of their loved ones as well. Joe Brown will be coming to you throughout today for more updates from Hostages Square. Thank you so much for your coverage on the ground. Now, coming back here in studio to our I-24 News Middle East correspondent Ariel Osarian. Ariel, we're still taking a look at these live images. They're still setting the stage, adding more of these Palestinian flags, more of these Hamas flags in Deir al-Balach, as we're waiting on the release of these three men that Hamas will be releasing, hopefully in the next coming hours or even coming minutes. Meanwhile, for these three that are set to be released, we're seeing dozens of Palestinian prisoners also to be released. What do we know about this next batch of prisoners that will be released, and exactly where they might be released to?
Right. So, yeah, we can see before our eyes that the preparations are still underway. El Mayadeen reporting that the ceremony, the handover event, is pushed to 10 a.m. local time, so in an hour and a half after the initially scheduled timing. Obviously, that could change, but nothing will begin before the Red Cross convoy arrives, and that is what we have our eyes set on. Now, as for the cost, the heavy cost for the release of these hostages, Israel will release 183 Palestinian prisoners, of them 72 categorized as security prisoners, 18 sentenced to life in prison for responsibility, either direct or indirect, to the killing of Israelis, civilians, and soldiers, so 18 life sentences, 54 prisoners with prolonged sentences, and in addition to that, 111 Gazans who were apprehended following October 7th with suspicion of involvement in terror or needed to be interrogated for intelligence purposes. So 183 are to be released. This is also to the West Bank, also to East Jerusalem, also to Gaza. And of those 183, 7 are expected to be deported out of the West Bank and Israel. It is still unclear who will take them, but until now, all those who have been deported, their first stop has been Cairo, has been Egypt. Dozens of deported prisoners still remain there. We know that 15 have been transferred to Turkey from East Jerusalem. Turkey has agreed formally to host 15 of these prisoners. Yesterday, there was a Hamas delegation in Pakistan. Last week, Hamas said that Pakistan had agreed to host 15 of these prisoners. Pakistan, in response, denied that, or said that there still hasn't been high-level discussions regarding the approval of the hosting of these prisoners. But yesterday, a high-level Hamas delegation headed by the representative in Iran met with the leader of the Assembly of Islamic Scholars, a Pakistani lawmaker, but also an Islamist organization leader. So meeting with him, I wouldn't be surprised if the issue of hosting some of the prisoners was raised in that meeting, despite not being in the statement by Hamas.
Now, Ariel, this is in phase one of the deal, and we're talking about dozens of deported terrorists so far currently in Egypt, as you said, but this struggle of getting these other countries who initially said they would be willing to at least entertain that idea. So far, we've only seen Turkey, as you just mentioned. This is phase one. We still see many of these terrorists, pretty much they say, kept in these hotels inside Cairo. In phase two of this deal, this could become even more complicated as more and more of these high-level Palestinian security prisoners are set to be released. Israel does not want them in their borders, but if none of these other countries step up to take them in, how could that complicate as far as the releases that we could be seeing?
Yeah, so specifically regarding the dozens of released prisoners in Cairo, there were reports that they were barred from leaving the hotel, but a senior Egyptian diplomat tells me that they're free to go wherever they want. That is not accurate. Those were leaks by Hamas, I guess, trying to pressure, because they do need to receive their documentation in Cairo, and to my understanding, that hasn't happened yet, but they are free to leave and walk around inside Cairo. That is important to clarify. Now, what could the delay in host countries stepping up, what effect could it have on the deal? I don't think it will, because it has nothing to do with Israel. This is tension between Hamas and Egypt, Qatar, and other countries who aren't sides to the deal. Yes, Egypt and Qatar are mediators, but they're not sides to the deal. So Hamas can, in theory, use this as leverage, but it would be highly irregular, since this isn't considered a violation, and it can't even be painted as a violation by Israel. So for Hamas to leverage this issue and using the implementation of the ceasefire agreement to get what they want, I don't see that happening. It could indeed cause, and probably is causing tensions, direct tensions between Hamas and these different countries. That is why we're seeing such leaks by Hamas accusing Egypt of not allowing them to walk around, but obviously that has been denied. So I don't think we should be concerned as to this directly having an impact on the release of hostages and negotiations moving forward, but it is an issue that is definitely disturbing for Hamas, and they are in discussions with various countries, specifically with the mediators, to try and see how this issue can be resolved.
This is an interesting note to talk about this tension between Hamas and some of these other neighboring Arab states. I want to talk about another interesting note when we're talking about any of these Gazans leaving the Gaza Strip. I'm not talking about the Palestinian prisoners here, but we're talking about actual Gazans. The idea that Trump has been floating throughout the course of this week, talking about the relocation of some of these Gazans voluntarily if they do want to leave the Gaza Strip. This is also where we're seeing some of this tension between not only Gazans, but some of these Arab countries that so far have also refused to let them in. As far as I know, you throughout the course of this week have been speaking to some of your sources inside Gaza. What have you been hearing from them as far as their willingness, if this isn't even an idea that many people are calling shocking, unrealistic, but what do the Gazans themselves have to say?
Right. So obviously we don't know too many details of this plan since it was drawn up in broad strokes by President Trump. So there's the question, is this voluntary transfer or is this forced transfer? Now, if it's the latter, that appears to be unviable, and also it is considered against international law. So if it's not forceful, let's put that scenario aside. If it's voluntary transfer, just enabling anyone who wants to leave the Gaza Strip to do so, Gazans I'm speaking with, they tell me that if they were allowed to leave the Gaza Strip, which if we're looking at active war zones, right now there's a ceasefire, but of all the war zones of currently engaged, Gaza is the only place where refugees were not allowed to leave the war zone. I mean, you have the 10-year-long civil war in Syria. You had a massive refugee influx in neighboring countries and has had an effect on the region. You didn't have that in Gaza because there's two countries that share a border. Israel is not going to open its borders, and Egypt refused to open its borders. So that is the situation. So if they were allowed to leave the Gaza Strip, they tell me that they would do so willingly. However, it depends on which countries would receive them. And I found this very interesting. They tell me if we could go to Europe, Canada, Australia, or America, they would certainly go there, far away from the destroyed Gaza that is not fit for living. This is what they've been telling me in recent days. If it's the options that are currently on the table, such as Egypt, Jordan, Somalia, and Morocco, then no. Those options are bad, and they will not leave to go there. And I asked further, I said, is the refusal to the notion of displacing them or them leaving the Gaza Strip, or is it simply the destinations that is the source of their refusal? And they said it's the destinations. They said, quote, reconstruction will take a long time and it will be a political card that will be misused. People will not be able to endure forever in a destroyed place, and they will not migrate to places where there is no stability, prosperity, and development. Now, the comments that I've been receiving on this report is basically highlighting I would say the double standards that are put forth by various Arab countries that have said that they want to do everything they can to support the Palestinian cause, saying it is the most important issue besides their own domestic problems. But ultimately, and I think this is what President Trump is trying to do with this plan, which its viability seems very unclear. And also, U.S. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz said to the cameras just a day later that this is a tactic intended to pressure Arab leaders to come up with new, fresh solutions to a problem, a cyclical problem of for more than a decade and a half. Hamas attacks Israel. Israel retaliates, destroying the Gaza Strip. Arab countries throw billions of dollars in reconstruction of Gaza. Hamas takes that money to rebuild its military capabilities. This has been going on in a cyclical manner since 2008. Every 2-3 years there has been a flare-up, one of these cycles of fighting. So what President Trump is trying to do is put a mirror to the leaders of Arab countries, saying that this issue cannot continue. This dynamic cannot go on. We need to change the discourse, shift the paradigm. And so it's a proposal like this, not necessarily intended to be implemented as is. Also yesterday he poured cold water on it, saying, oh, there's no rush in implementing this plan. But you see that it has set a spark, you could say, in the region. Others could say that it has led to a counter effect of yesterday. There were reports of Arab countries planning to recognize the legitimacy of Palestinian armed resistance, which would be an escalation on the other part. But so we're seeing that the Arab leaders are trying to kind of zero in on what this means, this plan, and how they can bring their own proposal that will obviously prevent or avoid them from having to receive Palestinians. But as for the Gazans themselves, many of them want out, but it's not just to go out at any cost, but it also is a matter of where, and I found that very interesting.
A very interesting report that not many other outlets have been covering when they have been covering this specific story. Ariel Osran, thank you for that report. Stay with us here. Just a reminder to our viewers, you're taking a live look at these images inside the Gaza Strip. Hamas setting the stage and still finishing these final preparations to see the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy. Hamas now confirming that is going to happen at 10 a.m. Israel time. So that's in about an hour and a half, despite some earlier reports that it could be happening right about now. We are still looking at these preparations, and as Ariel continues to stay until we see the Red Cross arriving to this area, that is when we know that things will really start to begin kicking off. But right now we have our eyes set on 10 a.m. In the meantime, let's go live now back to our I-24 news correspondent Joe Brown at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Joe, we are still waiting for this release to happen today, but once we do see this start to kick off, let's walk our viewers through the process of what happens with these hostages. They're handed over to the Red Cross, then they make their way into the IDF hand, and then what? What should we expect as far as them arriving to the hospital and kind of the rest of the layout from today?
Well, the first thing that happens is after they cross from the hands of the Hamas terrorists into the Red Cross, they'll be transported by the Red Cross into southern Israel. There they will be at an army base where they will meet some members of their extended family. Some members of their family, such as their parents or their siblings, and then they will undergo some initial checks. After that, they will decide whether to go to, as planned, some of the hospitals in central Israel, such as Sheba Medical Center and Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv. If they are deemed to be in a serious condition, then they will be sent to Soroka Hospital in Beersheba, as that is considerably closer. But they will arrive via an army helicopter, which will be seen throughout Tel Aviv, and even here in Hostages Square, where some people are now starting to arrive. They're braving the cold. You will see some of the helicopters flying overhead. People will be waving at them. The hostages will be, well, the freed hostages will be looking down and seeing them, and then they will be taken into the hospital. And at all hospitals, it is imperative to keep the privacy of those freed captives. Some of them might not have even seen daylight or even another person in 491 days. This is what we saw with Arbel Yehud, which is why in her case you didn't see as many of the reuniting videos of her with her family. But when they're at the hospital, then they will meet their extended family. Then they will have those videos that the IDF publishes, the ones that the Israeli public loves to see because they've been waiting for 16 months now to see this, and it's some truly heartwarming images, but it's important once again to realize that these are civilians, people who did not ask for the limelight, and they are being broadcast in some of their most tender and hard moments. They're being broadcast in front of the world. So whilst we have kind of developed almost like a parasocial relationship with some of the hostages through the interviews that their families have given on TV over the last 16 months. We've seen their pictures on posters, but these are not celebrities. These are normal, everyday civilians who just so happen to be in the worst possible place at the worst possible time. Their last times in Israel, they were dealing with some of the worst trauma that they will have witnessed and that anybody will have ever witnessed. And in the cases of two of these hostages, Eli Sharabi and Or Levy, they lost very close family members. Or Levy lost his partner, Einav, and Eli Sharabi lost his wife wife and his two teenage daughters, which he might not even know about. And on top of that, his brother, Yossi, was taken into captivity and killed by a supposed IDF airstrike. So they will all have to readjust to this new reality in which they are reluctant celebrities, but they are also having to deal with trauma and the readjustment back into their old lives.
It is an incredibly delicate situation as we do wait and see as they are reunited with their family members and they learn about the reality that has happened here in Israel over the past 16 months at this point. Now, Joe, you mentioned that in Hostages Square we might see more and more people throughout the day coming there, watching as some of those helicopters bring the released hostages to these hospitals, and those hostages looking down below, seeing the support that they receive from the Israeli society. And this is something that we've heard from some of the released hostages already, thanking Israel for being so united around this cause. How have we heard from some of these released hostages already about the hope and the support that they have had from a united front in seeing about their release?
We've heard from some hostages, such as Ofer Calderon, Keith Siegel, and Yarden Bibas, who were released last week, as well as from Romy Gonen in the first week, that they have had some access to the outside world through television. This is often through Al Jazeera, but sometimes they get to see Israeli broadcasts. And through these broadcasts, they're able to understand the fights that their families and their friends have undertaken over the last 16 months. Yarden Bibas released a statement last night in which he said that he understood that when Israel is in times of need, the population comes together and unites. And bear in mind that he was abducted on October the 7th in the height of the judicial reform protest when Israeli society was fractured. So seeing that unification of the Israeli people behind the hostages has given them some sort of hope whilst they are in captivity. And not only that, they've also been able to, through these broadcasts, understand what's happened to the fate of some of their family members. Gadi Moses learnt through media broadcasts that his partner, Efrat Katz, was killed on October the 7th. And Keith Siegel and Ofer Calderon both thought that their children, their sons, were killed on October the 7th. And they found out that they weren't murdered and that they had survived through radio and TV broadcasts in which they were calling for their father's release. So they've seen what's been going on. They're probably aware that this space, which is a public space, it's outside the Tel Aviv Art Museum, a popular tourist attraction, has been transformed into a 24/7 art exhibition and commemoration for the hostages. Over 250 of them were taken on October the 7th. As of right now, 79 are still in captivity, and hopefully, all going well, by the end of the day, 76 will remain in captivity. And all of them who have been released say that they want the fight to carry on. They say that they will not rest and they will not feel some form of closure until every hostage is returned into Israeli territory, whether that be to reunite with their families or for those who were killed in captivity to receive a proper burial, in most cases a Jewish religious burial in Israel.
It's true. All of those released hostages really have been some of the most vocal about the plight of the remaining hostages, since no one knows better about the hell that they have been enduring than those themselves. Joe Brown with that live update from Hostages Square. We'll be coming back to you for more updates throughout the course of this morning. Thank you for your coverage on the ground. That's still with me in studio, our I-24 News Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran. Ariel, we're still looking at these live images out of the Gaza Strip right now, Deir al-Balach, as we are preparing to see the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, likely in the next hour and a half or so, according to Hamas, as they are still setting the final preparations here. But something that we have been noting compared to some of the past releases, we're not necessarily seeing the same large crowds inside the Gaza Strip right now. Is this because of the location? Is this because of the different messaging from Hamas? What should we be making out of this?
Well, first, Hamas is saying that there are 200 fighters in their Al-Qassam brigades, the military wing, but really you don't see that many civilians. I agree. These images are different than what we've grown accustomed to see in recent weeks. This could also be the cause for the delay. We shouldn't exclude that from the various possibilities. I don't know how to give an immediate explanation to this. Areas like Jabalia are less populated than Dir el-Balach. Dir el-Balach was crammed with Gazans when the north was unavailable. Now that the routes have been opened and way over 500,000 Gazans have returned north, it could be that Dir el-Balach, the central camp, so to speak, because we're talking about 4 camps, El-Maghazi, Nuseirat, Dir el-Balach, and El-Burej. El-Burej yesterday was where there was the funeral of Marwan Isa, the deputy commander of the Qassam Brigades, the military wing, and there were many civilians there, more than we're seeing now. So I do find that interesting. It could be a combination of the weather, the early morning hour, and just simply the fact that Dir el-Balach isn't as populated as it has been in recent months. But I do think it's notable and very interesting that we're not seeing the same large crowds here in this event today in central Gaza as opposed to what we've seen in recent weeks.
And hopefully it will also amount to possibly a smoother handover, as we won't see these large mobs swarming some of those Red Cross vehicles as we have seen in some of the previous releases. And so even though we mentioned earlier just the symbolism and the messaging and the propaganda that Hamas continues to paint, but on the one hand they're stating that we can control this crowd and our civilians, unlike the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But on the other hand, hopefully this works better with the plight of the hostages that are set to be released as well. Now, as we are talking about Ohad Ben-Abi, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, the 3 men who are set to be released from captivity today, hopefully within the next hour, hour and a half, as we continue to bring you these live images. Let's get a better look at exactly who these men are and what they have been going through for the past 16 months now.
On October the 7th, the Sharabi family was decimated by the Hamas onslaught. After entering their kibbutz Be'eri home and killing their dog, Eli Sharabi was taken into Gaza. His British-born wife Liane and his 2 teenage daughters Noya and Yahel were assumed to have been abducted too, but their charred bodies were identified shortly after. Eli was kidnapped alongside his brother Yossi, who was killed in captivity by a likely IDF airstrike after saving his family from terrorists. Eli met his Bristol-born wife Liane while she was volunteering on the kibbutz as a teenager, and the family would often visit the UK over Christmas, with Eli travelling up north to watch his beloved Manchester United play soccer. Whilst Eli's family awaits his return, they fear how to tell him about what has happened to his family.
First and foremost, I will let my 76-year-old mother embrace Eli after we've already lost 4 members of our family. When Eli returns, he will have to face the devastating truth that his wife and daughters were murdered on October 7th in their home. He will also have to learn that his brother Yossi, who was held captive right beside him, did not survive captivity either.
56-year-old Ohad Ben-Ami has spent his last 2 birthdays in captivity. He was taken in his underwear alongside his wife Raz from their home in kibbutz Be'eri.
This place became the place where my dad was taken from, where my mom was taken from. I'm standing here now in these clothes, barefoot, because my dad was kidnapped from our home when he was in boxers and barefoot in his underwear. Because as you see here, it's a normal houses. We are in our kibbutz, our place. And he was in bed in the morning, and they just came into my home and took him.
Raz was released as part of the November 2023 hostage release deal. Ever since then, she and her daughters, who lived on Be'eri and nearby Nahal Oz, have been urging for Ohad's release.
Ohad is a man of great love, laughter, and joy. We miss him every day. Every day I spend without him feels like an eternity. Every day I can't express my life to him. It's a day without my forever Valentine.
The wine connoisseur Ohad also had German citizenship. His family says he had a wicked, cynical sense of humour and enjoys swimming and yoga.
My love, I hope you can hear me. I hope you can feel me. I'm here waiting for you.
Or Levy was hiding in a bomb shelter with his wife Einav near the Nova Festival on October the 7th. At 7:39 a.m, Or's mother texted him asking how they were doing, to which he responded, "Mum, you don't want to know." It was there that Or was taken hostage, and Einav's body was found several days later, murdered by terrorists who stormed southern Israel. The young couple left behind a son, Almog, who was only 2 years old at the time. Now 3 years old, he is being raised by his grandparents and asks when his parents are coming home. 16 months later, they can finally say Almog's father is returning.
Wow, I can't even start to describe the emotions, the excitement, how happy we are that it's finally close to be over. And yeah, now we are waiting to hug him, waiting to see Almog hugging his father again.
Or and Einav met in high school and later married. Friends and family described them as a couple with a shared love for travel and festivals. They arrived at the Nova party just 9 minutes before the rocket barrages began.
I want the world to remember and to understand that this is not political in any way. This is a humanitarian story. This is about a 3-year-old boy who lost his mother and is finally getting his father back. But it's about a lot more kids that miss their dads, and a lot more wives who miss their husbands, and mothers and fathers who need their sons. And it's not about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's about human beings that need to come back home to their loved ones.
These are the 3 men that we are expected to see released from captivity today in the coming hours, as you're still taking a look at these live images out of Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Hamas preparing the stage to parade these hostages before they are handed over to the Red Cross and finally make their way back to Israeli territory after 491 days in the Gaza Strip in captivity. Well, joining us now in studio as well, we are joined by Yaakov Lapin, host of the Lapin Assessment on Patreon, and military and strategic affairs analyst for the Miriam Institute, as well as the Jewish News Syndicate. Yaakov, thanks for being with us, as always, on another momentous day as we are still waiting for the release today. Now, we've been talking already about the symbolism, the propaganda that Hamas is still painting today, along with this sign that they're zooming in on right now inside the Gaza Strip. Once again, the message of victory Hamas is trying to paint, but is it working? This is the 5th release, and we're seeing fewer and fewer civilians come to a release like this. Do you think that their message is working among the Gazans themselves?
It's very hard to know. I think that, first of all, it's very interesting what we're seeing right now on screen. We are the next day. They've written that out in English and in Hebrew. And I think that that's a direct response to everything we've been hearing from the Trump administration about what the next day could hold in the Gaza Strip. Here's Hamas's answer. They're saying, forget about it. We're the next day. We're going nowhere. And they're saying that both to the international community and to Gazans themselves. And I think that they are now going to be focusing on that message, on rejecting the idea that Gazans will be leaving Gaza, that they themselves will not be ruling the Gaza Strip. That's Israel's position, the latter demand, that whatever happens next, Hamas cannot be the power broker or the main terrorist military element in the Gaza Strip. They're saying right now on that poster, both of those demands are not going to happen. Now, as to whether this is going to make an impression on Gazans or not, look, I think that if you're looking at it from the perspective of the average Gazan, there are 2 things going on here at the same time. I think they're realizing the full scope of the destruction that Hamas has brought on their head.
Especially as they start to return to some of these places in the north, or places that they had not been to for the past 15, 16 months.
That's right. I mean, I think that a lot of them have come up to northern Gaza from the center and the south, only to discover that they have absolutely nothing to return to. It's just going to be street after street of ruins and destroyed buildings. And it seems, according to multiple reports, that a lot of them have headed back. They've headed back to the Al-Mawasi humanitarian area, where they have access to, much better tents, medical services, food, et cetera, et cetera. I think the shock from their perception is only now beginning to seep in regarding the level, the scope of destruction that Hamas has brought on their head because of this attack on the 7th of October and the whole jihadist ideology. Now, how that's going to affect their relationship with Hamas is unknown. We've seen polls a couple of weeks ago saying that less than 50% now backed the idea of the 7th of October being something that they would support. And that is much, much lower than the rate of Palestinians supporting the 7th of October in the West Bank. So that could give us an indication. But at the end of the day, I think none of this really matters so long as it's Hamas that has the monopoly of arms in the Gaza Strip. When they see, thousands of gunmen, even if they're badly trained, I think, and when they see executions, and Hamas has been very brutally executing Gazans that it suspects of collaborating with Israel, when they see that happening, it doesn't matter what they think. The rule of the gun is going to be the rule of political power in the Gaza Strip. And as long as that's the situation, they will have, even those who may even dare think about a post-Hamas future, I think will have no incentive or the courage to confront Hamas. They don't have the means. And only if Israel goes back into the fighting at some stage and destroys the remaining capabilities of Hamas, then the day after, all this talk of the day after will start to become relevant. Until that happens, it's only going to be talk.
Okay, well, we're going to talk more about the day after, phase 2 of this deal, and exactly who might be a viable option to rule the Gaza Strip in just a moment. We are going out for a quick break here on I-24 News, but once again, you're watching these live images inside Deir al-Balah right now as we are still waiting on the release of 3 hostages, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, set to be released after 491 days in captivity. We are going out for a 3-minute break right here on I-24 News, but don't go anywhere. We'll continue to bring you the latest live as it's happening. Stay with us.
The 7th of October set in motion a chain of events. Today, Israel's enemies are severely weakened, but not defeated, and the balance of power is shifting. This region never rests. And for its own survival, Israel needs to keep its finger on the pulse. If you want to better understand, if you want to hear voices you won't hear elsewhere, then tune in daily to Middle East Now on I-24 News. Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing I-24 News' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the I-24 News app today.
Welcome back to this special edition of I-24 News. You're taking a look at these live images out of the Gaza Strip right now as we are still waiting on the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, set to be released from Hamas captivity after 491 days in the Gaza Strip. These live images as Hamas continues to quite literally set the stage for their release. These three men on your screen right now after 16 months. Their families anxiously waiting for their return. We will be bringing you all of the latest live as it is happening, as always. And with me in studio to discuss it all, our I-24 News Middle East correspondent Ariel Osran, as well as Yaakov Lapin, host of the Lapin Assessment on Patreon. Gentlemen, thanks for being with us as we continue to monitor these latest developments happening out of the Gaza Strip right now. Before we went out for a break, we were talking about the day after in Gaza. We're still in phase one of this deal. 13 out of the 33 hostages have been released so far. We're expecting 3 more today, and we've also seen 5 Thai hostages released. The negotiations for phase 2, they have begun already, but still the question is, the main dilemma being exactly who's going to govern the Gaza Strip. How can we get to phase 2 if the United States, if Israel, if these mediators state that Hamas cannot be in power, yet these images that we see on our screen right now show that Hamas is still in power?
So I think that what Hamas is going to try and push for in stage 2 is some sort of Lebanese model in which an artificial government of technocrats, the Palestinian Authority, backed by the international community, will have some sort of, I would call it, fake rule in the Gaza Strip, while on the ground, like we had in Lebanon up until this war, the organization that's running the show, de facto, the shadow state, was Hezbollah, and I think Hamas would try to push for the same thing happening in Gaza, where it retains the power, it begins rebuilding its capabilities, and it does so under this fig leaf of some technocratic Palestinian Authority government. I think Israel is going to reject that very, very clearly, and rightly so, because that will basically create the conditions for a new threat to arise on southern Israel, and I think it would be going right back to what they call the conceptia, the pre-October 7th misconception that held that Israel could allow Hamas to rebuild or build up monstrous offensive capabilities, and that it could deal with them when the day comes. And we're hearing that today again. Unfortunately, I'm amazed to hear certain people saying, "Yeah, we'll be able to deal with this when the day comes." And I think this sort of attempt to kick the can down the road would be very negative for Israeli security. So before we can even talk about who politically is going to rule the Gaza Strip, Israel has got to answer the question of what is it going to do about the remaining military capabilities of Hamas, because otherwise, whatever political arrangement is placed will just be a fig leaf for Hamas's rebuilding efforts.
And so what do their military capabilities stand at right now? We know that we've been fighting a 15-month war before this ceasefire began.
Right.
We had seen many of the main leaders eliminated, all of these tunnel networks blown up, many of the smuggling routes hopefully closed off. And so where do they stand militarily?
I think that they're severely, severely weakened, and all of these shows that we're seeing every week are designed to hide that. They have obviously survived the war so far, but in many ways they're a shadow of their former self. And if we want to dive into the stats, we're talking about an estimated 20,000 Hamas armed operatives, terror operatives that have been killed. I think that number also includes Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that have been killed since the start of the war. This is the vast majority of the terror army that took part in the 7th of October. That force is no longer here. And we have, I would say, at least another 10,000 who have been seriously injured. So all of those enemy combatants taken off the battlefield. And what we have now, and especially in the past sort of 3, 4, 5 months, is Hamas going into areas where the IDF had operated in and then left, and basically offering on a very sort of basic payroll young Gazans to join. Zero training, no training whatsoever, no ability to train because they're in the middle of a war, and they just thrust an AK-47, an RPG launcher, or remote control explosives into their arms, and they'll say attack the IDF on sight. That's what you do. Move from place to place. You have pre-positioned arms. Use them. Then leave them where they are and pretend to be a civilian. That's what the IDF has been up against, this kind of guerrilla asymmetric warfare. It's a threat to the IDF, but in terms of their ability to invade southern Israel, to flood Israeli cities with rockets, that ability is almost non-existent today. So that's where we are today. But again, their hope is to rebuild, to bounce back. That's their entire strategy. That's why they're holding on to these hostages and doing this drip feed approach. They want to play this out for as long as possible, and then they'll feel the time is on their side, and they'll be able to rebuild. And this is what Israel is determined not to allow.
Not only Israel determined not to allow, but it seems like these mediators, the United States doesn't want to see Hamas in power either. The United States, also U.S. President Donald Trump, says he doesn't necessarily want to see the Palestinian Authority in power inside the Gaza Strip either. That's why he's touting this new idea that maybe the United States should be in control of the Gaza Strip. We're joined now, we have on the phone our I-24 News correspondent Balir Sladin joining us as well. Balir, this idea that the United States could take control of the Gaza Strip, perhaps, it's an idea that has sent shockwaves throughout the week here, not only in the Middle East, but even in the United States as well. How viable is this then that the United States could offer some sort of a solution if Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, and some of these Arab states are not willing to step up and cannot step up? Can't the United States actually fill this governance void in Gaza?
Well, the only issue about this idea now is that we don't actually know all the details about it, and we are hearing from Trump every day something different. I mean, if on the first day we were hearing that the American or some American troops will be present in Gaza, the day after we understood that this wouldn't be necessary according to Trump, and yesterday he said that we're not in rush to actually take over Gaza or to implement the plan that he talked about in terms of taking over Gaza. So we don't know the exact details about it. But in general, I would say that the issue here is not only how exactly the Gazans will be facilitated out of Gaza or who will take those Gazans. The issue also whether the Gazans themselves would be actually accepting to leave the Gaza Strip. Now, we know, and also from our colleague Ariel Osseran, that the Gazans, some of them at least, would be willing to leave the Gaza Strip, but depends on where exactly they will be sent. They are interested in going to Europe and to to the United States and some Western countries. But currently, we're talking about Arab countries. We're talking about Egypt. We're talking about Jordan. Someone also talked about Morocco and Oman and Algeria. I think that the people in Gaza wouldn't be motivated to actually leave to these countries, and that's part of the problem after all. Now, we also have one more factor, which is something that we cannot neglect, which is Hamas itself, that still holds hostages and will be also still be able to hold hostages even the second phase and the third phase of the deal, which we don't know exactly how long that will take. The reconstruction of Gaza, the third phase of the deal, it could take years. And if Hamas is interested in actually reconstructing Gaza, they will condition releasing hostages to reconstructing Gaza. Well, that means that many hostages will be in Hamas's hands for years, which means that they will be able also to dictate how things will go in the Middle East, how things will go in the Gaza Strip. And by the way, we've seen today, and there's signs saying that we are the day after, which means that this is a clear message to Netanyahu, to Trump, to the Americans, and to the Israelis, that you cannot actually think about the day after or plan anything in regards to Gaza without our consent, without our approval, because we're still holding hostages. And apparently, as long as they will be able to hold hostages, that means that they will dictate the way that this whole region, not only the Gaza Strip, will actually be going.
Balir, stay with us one moment, but here in studio I see Yaakov Lapin now nodding his head as you're speaking as well. I just want to get your insight and your analysis onto what Balir is stating right now.
I think that's absolutely accurate in terms of what Hamas's game plan, what their strategy is. They're going to try and leverage and drip feed the remainder of this hostage deal, stage 2 particularly, in order to try and ensure some sort of immunity insurance policy for themselves to retake the Gaza Strip. That's clearly their only available route. That's the only thing they have left to do. So I completely agree with his analysis that that's what they're going to try and do. The big unknown is what Israel and the United States are going to do in response to that. And I think that, if you listened to Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments in the White House a few days ago, I was trying to read between the lines, and what I found there was very, very firm determination not to let Hamas use subsequent stages of this arrangement to achieve its goal of retaking Gaza and achieving some sort of degree of immunity. It seems to me that Prime Minister Netanyahu is extremely determined not to let that happen. He talks about the need to eliminate Hamas, to make sure that they don't rule Gaza again. The only way to do that is to go back into the fighting at some stage. We don't know when. We have no idea when this is going to happen. And also, there's a balancing rope here because obviously Israel does not want to give away too many of its cards either. We still are trying to get as many hostages out of the Gaza Strip as possible. So everybody's trying to walk down this fine rope where they're announcing what their intentions are for the future without causing the current arrangement, which has been working more or less according to plan, without collapsing that because it serves both Israel and Hamas interests. So this is a very, very complex situation in which impossibly contrasting visions for the future are being laid out without so far crumbling or destroying the scenes that we're seeing every week now in the Gaza Strip.
Well, and meanwhile, this just an update to our viewers, taking a look at these live images on our screen. We have an update as far as Al Arabiya reporting that this handover is going to be happening in the coming moments and that the Red Cross is making their way to this area in Deir al-Balah as well. And so this could mean that we are finally seeing this movement as far as the 3 hostages set to be released, hopefully very shortly here in central Gaza. We're still going to be bringing you these live images, but I want to come back to our correspondent Balir Sladin, still joining us on the phone as well. We talked about Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's been in the United States all this week, and he's set to return tonight. He's actually not here for this 5th release of the hostages, but he will be coming back to Israel this evening. While he's been in the United States, meeting with many of these key players, has this had a positive impact from what we're hearing on phase 2 of the negotiations, at least from Israel's perspective?
Well, phase 2 negotiations, although Witkoff and Netanyahu formally declared that they started back in Monday, the 16th day of this deal, we're yet to actually see any Israeli delegation going to Cairo or to Qatar. So the negotiations themselves actually did not start yet, although many things are happening, of course, in the background. And I assume that the Trump's statement, at least, or the proposed plan, is part of the negotiations, and in order to keep more cards in Israel's or in the Israeli-American hands in this case. And we're yet to see any delegation going to Qatar or to Cairo. Of course, Hamas also planning on demanding their maximum demands in these in this next phase, which is, of course, the release of all the symbols of the Palestinian struggle, as they call it, Marwan al-Barghouthi and Ahmad Saadat and all the others that Israel did not approve their release in the first phase of the deal. They will exchange, or the demand their exchange in their release in exchange for the Israeli soldiers specifically. So they know that if Israel agreed back in the early in 2011 to release more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners in exchange for one soldier, now they will demand something similar. Their goal, as it's stated by Hamas's officials in the previous month, is actually to reach a point where no Palestinian prisoner in the Israeli jail at all. They call it whitening the Israeli jails, the Israeli security jails, from any Palestinian prisoners. That's their goal. And if Israel would actually declare the end of the war and pull out entirely from the Gaza Strip, withdraw all of its sources from the Gaza Strip, and give up on any leverage on Hamas, I think that Israel will have no choice other than to actually agree to any number that Hamas sets. And by the way, this means that those hostages that were freed in military operations, we're talking about 7 of them during this war, including the one in June 2024. It means nothing. It means a lot, of course, to them and to their families that they came back earlier than what could have been their time. But of course, this will change. This is changing. This is not changing anything, because after all, Hamas will be able to demand any number in exchange of any Israeli hostages, and that's exactly their plan now. Unless, of course, we are not exposed yet to the Israeli side's strategy here, which is also something that we are yet to have more information about. We know that the new negotiation team is changing. Ron Dermer, the Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs, is now taking the lead instead of the head of the Mossad, Didi Barnea, and also the head of the Shabak, the Shin Bet, is also taking either actually being removed entirely or taking a different and a less of important role, which means that Netanyahu is also planning on changing the dynamic. We add to that the fact that Witkoff is the diplomacy that we have heard a couple of weeks ago. He will be present in the region, making his way from Doha to Jerusalem to Tel Aviv and to Cairo. He himself wants to take a bigger role, and the Americans in general, in these negotiations, which means that the dynamics will change as well. The issue here is that we don't have a lot of time, and I think I just couldn't imagine or can't imagine that after a year of negotiations, or more than even a year of negotiations for the current deal, for the first phase of the deal, we could only reach that after this long time. Now, in less than a month, actually, we will be able to reach a new deal with a number of Palestinian prisoners to make experiences.
Valer Sladin, our I-24 News correspondent, with that update. Thank you so much. Now, coming back here, still in studio, our I-24 News Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osran. Ariel, we're seeing these reports that there is movement happening, this hostage release handover possibly imminent. What updates can you give us?
Yeah, Hamas saying that this release of the hostages, the 3 hostages, will occur soon. La Arabia citing Hamas and also saying that the convoy of the Red Cross is on its way to central Gaza's Deir el-Balach to receive the 3 hostages. I think this is a good opportunity before, as we're preparing to see the release of Ohad, Eli, and O, to get a reminder as to their stories, the backdrop on which they were taken hostage on October 7th, because for them, they spent 491 days in captivity, but the clock stopped for them and their families on October 7th. So we're seeing the dynamic emerging in these hostage releases is that we're kind of going full circle, returning, reminding ourselves of the stories of the kidnappings of these hostages, going kind of back in time and remembering what occurred on that horrific day. So Ohad Ben Ami, 56 years old, from Kibbutz Be'eri, he was kidnapped from his home alongside his wife Raz Ben Ami. She was released in the first hostage release deal back in November of 23. Ohad and Raz's daughters, and also once Raz was released, campaigned very hard for the release of Ohad, who images show him being dragged out in his underwear from his home in Kibbutz Be'eri. Now, Eli Sharabi, it is believed that Ohad and Eli Sharabi were held captive together in Gaza. This is according to the family. So Eli Sharabi also lived in Kibbutz Be'eri, in fact, for many years. Ohad and Eli worked together in the accounting department for the kibbutz. So Eli was taken captive with his brother Yossi from his home in Be'eri. In fact, Eli Sharabi's home was taken over by Hamas and served as a local command center. This is according according to a neighbor who survived by hiding 5 hours in the bushes nearby the house, and he described to me how he could see dozens of Hamas terrorists running in and out of the home, which is really on the first line, on the western edge of the kibbutz. So Eli Sharabi's wife, Liane, and their daughters, Noya, who's 16, and Yahel, who was 13, the three of them were murdered in their house in kibbutz Be'eri. It is not clear if Eli even knows the fate of his wife and daughters, let alone his brother, his brother Yossi, who was taken captive with him, but has since been confirmed dead in Hamas captivity. And 34-year-old Or Levi, who is from Rishon LeZion in central Israel, he was taken captive from the Nova Music Festival near Kibbutz Re'im, which is very close to Kibbutz Be'eri, where Ohad and Eli were taken captive. Or and his wife Einav, they arrived at the party just a few minutes before the whole thing began unfolding on that 6:30 fateful October 7th. They fled to one of the shelters. Einav was killed. They have and Or was taken captive. They have a 3-year-old son, Almog, who was notified that Einav, the mother, is killed, but that Or, his father, is returning.
It's the heartbreaking stories that it's a good reminder of exactly the stop on the clock that these families have been going through. Ariel just gave us a good update as far as exactly who these men are that are set to be released. But let's take a look and show you some of the visuals and what their family members have had to say as well.
On October the 7th, the Sharabi family was decimated by the Hamas onslaught. After entering their kibbutz Be'eri home and killing their dog, Eli Sharabi was taken into Gaza. His British-born wife Liane and his 2 teenage daughters Noya and Yahel were assumed to have been abducted too, but their charred bodies were identified shortly after. Eli was kidnapped alongside his brother Yossi, who was killed in captivity by a likely IDF airstrike after saving his family from terrorists. Eli met his Bristol-born wife Liane while she was volunteering on the kibbutz as a teenager, and the family would often visit the UK over Christmas, with Eli travelling up north to watch his beloved Manchester United play soccer. Whilst Eli's family awaits his return, they fear how to tell him about what has happened to his family.
First and foremost, I will let my 76-year-old mother embrace Eli after we've already lost 4 members of our family. When Eli returns, he will have to face the devastating truth that his wife and daughters were murdered on October 7th in their home. He will also have to learn that his brother Yossi, who was held captive right beside him, did not survive captivity either.
56-year-old Ohad Ben-Ami has spent his last 2 birthdays in captivity. He was taken in his underwear alongside his wife Raz from their home in Kibbutz Be'eri.
This place became the place where my dad was taken from, where my mom was taken from. I'm standing here now in these clothes, barefoot, because my dad was kidnapped from our home when he was in boxers and barefoot in his underwear. Because as you see here, it's a normal houses. We are in our kibbutz, our place. And he was in bed in the morning, and they just came into my home and took him.
Raz was released as part of the November 2023 hostage release deal. Ever since then, she and her daughters, who lived on Be'eri and nearby Nahal Oz, have been urging for Ohad's release.
Ohad is a man of great love, laughter, and joy. We miss him every day. Every day I spend without him feels like an eternity. Every day I can't express my life to him. It's a day without my forever Valentine.
The wine connoisseur Ohad also had German citizenship. His family says he had a wicked, cynical sense of humour and enjoys swimming and yoga.
My love, I hope you can hear me. I hope you can feel me. I'm here waiting for you.
Or Levy was hiding in a bomb shelter with his wife Einav near the Nova Festival on October the 7th. At 7:39 a.m, Or's mother texted him asking how they were doing, to which he responded, "Mum, you don't want to know." It was there that Or was taken hostage, and Einav's body was found several days later, murdered by terrorists who stormed southern Israel. The young couple left behind a son, Almog, who was only 2 years old at the time. Now 3 years old, he is being raised by his grandparents and asks when his parents are coming home. 16 months later, they can finally say Almog's father is returning.
Wow, I can't even start to describe the emotions, the excitement, how happy we are that it's finally close to be over. And yeah, now we are waiting to hug him, waiting to see Almog hugging his father again.
Or and Einav met in high school and later married. Friends and family described them as a couple with a shared love for travel and festivals. They arrived at the Nova party just 9 minutes before the rocket barrages began.
I want the world to remember and to understand that this is not political in any way. This is a humanitarian story. This is about a 3-year-old boy who lost his mother and is finally getting his father back. But it's about a lot more kids that miss their dads, and a lot more wives who miss their husbands, and mothers and fathers who need their sons. And it's not about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's about human beings that need to come back home to their loved ones.
Those are the 3 men set to be released after 491 days in captivity. Take a live look at these images from Hostages Square right now as Israeli society is waiting on their release as well. All of these momentous occasions do come with bittersweet emotions as well. As you just learned, not all of these men are coming back to a full reunion of their family. And it does come with this complicated mixture of emotions, but we will continue to bring you all of the latest live as it's happening. You're taking a look at those images out of Gaza as well. We are going out for a quick break here on I-24 News for just 3 minutes. We'll be right back bringing you all of the latest as we're set to see the release of Or Levy, Eli Sharabi, and Ohad Ben-Ami. Stay with us here on I-24 News.
Shalom. ¿Qué me trae por aquí? La necesidad impostergable de 600 millones de hispanoparlantes que ahora necesitan escuchar el mensaje judío e israelí en tiempos difíciles. ¿Cómo lograrlo? Cuento con ustedes para continuar llevando a lo más alto del mundo mediático una inquebrantable diplomacia pública al servicio de la verdad sin concesión alguna.
do you get your news? How do you know what sources to trust? And to paint a clear picture of the entire story, you need a breakdown of the constant stream of events, top stories, expert analysts, and the best journalists bringing you real voices on the ground. We're breaking it all down on The Rundown. Get the facts, stay informed, and be a voice of reason for the Middle East. Welcome back to this special edition of I-24 News. You're taking a look at these live images out of Deir al-Balach in central Gaza. Quite literally a stage set as the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy is imminent. Already reports that the Red Cross is heading to this area to see about the initial part of the handover as we're waiting to see these 3 hostages released today. We will continue to show you these live images as it is set to happen. Hamas confirming that it is going to happen soon, possibly even in the next 30 minutes now. In the meanwhile, as you're taking a look at these images out of Gaza, Hamas continuing to show this display of their military strength inside the Gaza Strip, it's important to talk about exactly where their military strength still lies. We're joined now by Yehuda Kfir, a civil engineer and researcher in the field of underground warfare, something that Hamas has certainly been showing over the course of this war since October 7th, 2023. Yehuda, thank you so much for joining us on I-24 News this morning.
Thank you.
Now,
also, good morning.
Let's begin with the capabilities of Hamas, because they have been waging this war all underground and that's what has made this war so difficult, as the IDF has not only been fighting against Hamas above ground and underground, but also Hamas holding these hostages underground. So over the course of the 15 months that the IDF has been operating, what do we know about how this tunnel network still stands today?
We know that there is still a lot of tunnels that undetected and that the military cannot reach Hamas and his headquarters and his fighters underground. And of course, you mentioned that there are a lot of kidnapped Israelis that is in the tunnels, going in and out of the tunnels to hiding places in the civilians' population. So it's very hard to the military to attack the tunnels while the kidnappers are still there. And of course that Hamas is using this ceasefire to dig more and to establish his capabilities in this underground terrain. And of course that Israel have to do more to get to this underground world and tunnels in Hamas territories.
Yet Israel had already done so much. They'd blown up miles of these tunnel networks, people describing it as the New York subway system all underneath Gaza, a territory that is quite small. Also, just to remind our viewers, but the extent of these tunnels, even after all of the demolition that Israel had done inside Gaza, you're stating that still these tunnel networks remain and Hamas is able to use them throughout the Gaza Strip?
Of course, there is a lot of tunnels that the Israeli military success to eliminate, but you have to remind that there's a lot of tunnels, something like 800 kilometers of tunnels in a very complex underground area. So it's very hard to get to the tunnels and to attack them and to eliminate them. It's not so easy, and of course we have to remember that this is maybe the first time in military history that there is a lot of use in the underground warfare, and it's a new kind of warfare for especially Western army like the Israeli army. And of course, that we have to radically change the way that the Israeli army is functioning through the subterranean area, so it can have success in controlling the tunnels and all that is in the tunnels. And it's very hard because there is not enough technology to do it and to do it right. And it will be the challenge of the future conflict, how to how to control the subterranean area in a way that can really affect the outcome of the war. Also in Gaza, of course, and also in Lebanon. And this is a real challenge. And I think that the Israeli army is the first to try to take over the underground war in a war, and it's not an easy task.
Well, so what lessons has the Israeli army then learned over this underground warfare that if the ceasefire does go, or the ceasefire does collapse, they have to go back into this fighting? What lessons have they learned to then continue with the fighting on the underground level?
First of all, we learned that the underground war is not only for Hamas terrorists. In Han Yunis, for example, the military take advantage of the tunnels, and soldier gets in the tunnels to fight underground and also on the ground together to get the most successful operation and to defeat the Hamas. And it was very successful. And now the army learned this new tactic. Not only the Israeli army, also other armies are looking to see this first time underground maneuver. And of course, there's a lot to do in order to make the Israeli tunnel attacks. So in the future, the subterranean will be a space that both Israeli and Hamas will fight to get the upper hand in controlling this subterranean space.
Okay, Yehuda Kafir, thank you so much for that analysis on exactly the underground network and the subterranean level, as you mentioned, one of the most complicated symbols of this war to date. Yehuda Kafir, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, back here in studio, a reminder to our viewers, these live images right now inside the Gaza Strip, there at Balach, as we are waiting still on the release of Ohad Ben-Ami or Levi and Eli Sharabi, hopefully in the coming minutes. Ariel Osaran, we're seeing still reports that this could be imminent, the Red Cross on their way. Where does this release stand right now?
Right. So according to reports, the Red Cross convoy is making its way to Dir el-Balach on Salah ad-Din Street to receive the hostages. They're still on their way, but if we're trying to complete the picture of the preparation, so the IDF saying that the Air Force has completed its preparations to receive back the hostages and to bring them to hospitals in Israel, to the helicopters that are going to take them from the initial reception point in Re'im to hospitals in the Tel Aviv area. They have already taken off and are making their way to Re'im, so you can see that things are being put in motion, obviously, until the Red Cross vehicles arrive at the site of this handover event, nothing can begin because we know that the Red Cross has to sign this meaningless document that Hamas makes it sign, playing along with this humiliation ceremony because there is no legal value to this document signing ceremony. It's just Hamas playing along with the continued humiliation and torment of the hostages, which in and of itself is against international law. And if you look at the Red Cross, one of the oldest and perhaps most important humanitarian human rights organizations, the fact that they play along with it is a sign of disdain moving forward in terms of its legacy. But the Red Cross convoy making its way to Deir el-Balach, making this handover imminent. We are seeing that there are more people now filling the ranks around the Al-Qassam Brigade's fighters in Deir el-Balach. I think this is, to my assessment, this would be one of the reasons why Hamas postponed this ceremony. They wanted to see more people showing support to this event. Obviously, when their message is, we are the day after the war, we represent Gaza and Gazans. So if there aren't that many civilians to show that support, then the point cannot be driven home. But this is now we're seeing more and more about. Last time we discussed this specific issue was about 45 minutes ago. Since we're seeing about doubling the amount. Again, not the crowds, the thousands that we've seen in previous release in previous handovers, but significantly larger crowd than was the case at 8:30, which was just over an hour ago, the scheduled expected time of this handover.
So it could be one of the possible reasons for that delay as well. Now, meanwhile, these images that we're seeing inside Gaza, we're seeing more of the Israeli civilians start to come to Hostages Square as well, as the Israeli civilians are anxiously waiting to see the release of these 3 hostages set to be released truly in the imminent and coming moments. These are, look at those live images from Hostages Square. You can see many more people gathering there as well. So we want to go live now. Our I-24 news correspondent Joe Brown is live at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Joe, we are seeing quite many more people coming to the square now. Let's talk about the atmosphere that it's like there this morning.
Well, even though there are a lot more people here than when you came to me last, the atmosphere is still muted, to say the least. This is because although this is a celebration of the return of those 3 hostages, this is also a feeling of sadness for the state that they have come back in and the state that they will see once they arrive. Eli Sharabi, one of the hostages who's getting released today, might not even know that his family was killed on October the 7th. Their bodies were identified a couple of weeks after the event. It took them so long because they were charred. They were in an embrace together, his wife and 2 daughters. His brother Yossi was taken alongside him, and he was killed in captivity as well from a likely IDF airstrike. And Or Levi will come back to the reality that he will have to raise his young son Almog without his mother, Einav, who was killed at the Nova Festival on October the 7th. But one thing that I found interesting, just having a walk around Hostages Square and listening to the people, I'm hearing a lot more international languages, in fact, than Hebrew. Hostages Square has become almost like a pilgrimage site for the people who've been able to come to Israel over the last 16 months. It's become quite hard because of the war, the cost to come to Israel, the insurance to get here, And you're hearing a lot more foreign people who are here to mark this return on this important day. And whilst we're talking about the international people, it's also worth noting that of the 79 hostages in captivity, not all of them are Israeli. This includes Pinta Natapong, who is a Thai worker who is believed to be alive. 5 other Thai workers were released a couple of weeks ago, but he was not included as part of that deal, and they believe that he is alive alongside a Nepali citizen, Bipin Joshi, as well as the body of a Tanzanian citizen, Joshua Molel, and 2 other Thai workers who will only be released in the final phase of the ceasefire deal unless another deal comes along with the work of the Thai or Tanzanian government separate from this. But also probably watching from home right now are the Brisley family in Bristol. Leanne Brisley moved to Kibbutz Be'eri when she was 19 years old, where she met Eli Sharabi. She married him and had 2 daughters, both of whom had British citizenship. All 3 of them, as I mentioned, were killed on October the 7th. So they will be watching with mixed emotions the relief of seeing Eli back, but also bringing them back to those painful days when they did not know the whereabouts of their family, and then finally the ending of it where they found out that they were killed. So this brings them all back to that day, and this brings the people who are gathering here at Hostages Square to commemorate and also to, in a certain way, celebrate.
Joe, you mentioned those 5 Thai hostages. We've seen 13 Israelis released so far out of the 33 set to be released in phase 1, as well as those 5 Thai hostages as well. You've been at the hospital throughout the course of this week and last with some of those family members, with some of the hospital administrative workers who have been working on their healing process. What can you tell us about the road to recovery for some of these already released hostages?
Well, I was at the Shamir Medical Center when the 5 Thai workers were released, and this was a place that took in 23 Thai workers and 1 Filipino worker when they were released in November 2023. And they said that they made some mistakes back then. They didn't understand the scale, the fact that they wanted to be together rather than have privacy, because throughout their time in captivity they were held in isolation. So they gathered a team of Thai-speaking people, including doctors, nurses, psychologists, who were all able to help in their road to recovery. Over the last week, the family members of those Thai hostages were able to fly over and meet the released captives. And as for the 13 Israeli hostages who were released as part of the framework of phase 1 of the current ceasefire deal, their families were waiting for them to start off with at the IDF bases in southern Israel, predominantly the one at Re'im, and then they were taken from the army bases via a helicopter to the hospital, where they have been there for, in some cases, only a week before they were released, in some cases 2 weeks before they were released, and there are still some captives who are in hospital right now. This is all working on a case-by-case basis, depending on the condition that they were subjected to. In some cases, they were held in the dark for such a long period of time that they've lost all of their muscle mass, they're vitamin deficient. So the hospital is keeping an eye on them. But even once they're discharged from hospital, they are still staying within the grasp of the medical facility. They are having regular checkups. They are speaking to psychologists daily. And this is all part of the road to recovery. In some cases, it'll be a lot more straightforward. Say, for example, Ohad Ben-Ami, who's getting released today. His wife, Raz, was released in November 2023, and she's been fighting for his release since then. And he'll be reunited with his family. As for Eli Sharabi, he will have to deal with the life without his family. This is similar to the case of Yarden Bibas, who was released last week. He has no idea the status of his family, so that will elongate the process of recovery. But each case is individual, but they will last for considerable amount of time.
It is a long road to recovery indeed. Our correspondent Joe Brown live at Hostages Square will be coming to you for more updates throughout the course of the day. Thank you for your coverage on the ground. Now, coming back here in studio as we are still waiting on the release of these 3 men, hopefully set to be released very soon, as we do know that the Red Cross is on their way to this handover site in Deir al-Balah. Meanwhile, the Palestinian prisoners that are set to be released as well today, we were talking about their profiles a little bit earlier in this broadcast, but there's also a report that some of these prisoners, Hebrew media was citing that the IDF or some of the Israeli prison service is actually showing them a video of the destruction inside Gaza. Now, this is all reported, but what would be the purpose of showing some of these released prisoners about exactly what has happened inside Gaza?
Possibly to try and somehow dent their motivation to return to terrorism. We have seen many of the prisoners that have been released already in November of 2023 during the first hostage deal that Israel reached with Hamas return to terrorism. Many of them have been arrested. Some have already been killed in counterterrorism operations in the West Bank. So I think that this could be an attempt by the Israeli authorities to say, this is where your terrorism leads. It leads to destruction. Know that as you go out and have a second chance. And look, apparently, according to Palestinian reports, over 100 of the security prisoners that are going to be released right now have been arrested since the 7th of October. So there's a kind of loop going on here. And Israel certainly, in recent months, conducted many security operations, enabling it to at least ensure that some of the prisoners that it's going to release are ones that it very recently took into its custody. And that gives it a bargaining chip, I think, in these kinds of arrangements. But we also have, I think the number is 18 terrorists who have been sentenced to life in prison for, a long time ago for very, very serious mass murder attacks. And they're going to be back out. And we know, from past experience that most of these terrorists are going to go back and conduct terrorist attacks. And we don't need to go further back than the Shalit deal of 2011, which I think needs to be recalled, resulted in the release of Yehya Sinwar, the engineer of the 7th of October, the architect, I should say. So there is a kind of loop here, a very dangerous loop that Israeli authorities are going to have to start to think about systematically, because the idea of incentivizing the worst of our enemies to keep taking hostages is going to be very dangerous for our long-term security. So some sort of planning, and there has already been commissions set up, proposals made. Of course, once the hostages, it's very easy to talk about proposals when there are no names and faces. Once the hostages become real human beings, it becomes much harder to implement that kind of thinking. So this is a huge challenge, I think, for our long-term security.
Ariel, I want to bring you into the conversation now.
Yeah, let's just give a brief overview regarding the Palestinian prisoners who are going to be released today. We're talking about a total of 183 Palestinian prisoners, 72 of them categorized as security prisoners, as Yaakov mentioned, 18 sentenced to life, 54 with prolonged sentences, and then 111 Gazans who were apprehended following October 7th. Not all of them directly linked to terror activity. Many suspected in having knowledge of various useful intelligence. Now, of these, so that's 111 Gazans. The 72, they're from the West Bank, East Jerusalem, Gaza. They will be distributed to all those places. And of the 183, 7 are going to be deported, exiled abroad. We don't know where their last stop will be, but the first stop for all of these deported prisoners is Cairo, and so Egyptian authorities are preparing to receive them as well.
This still begs the question, the Palestinian prisoners that have been arrested since October 7th, if you deport them, they're further away, can't cause as much damage, but then you also cannot keep tabs on them and cannot rearrest them.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they can be targeted abroad, and they have been in the past. When Israel makes a decision to go after these threats from a longer range than it is able to do that, it obviously takes more resources. But at the end of the day, what we see is that usually terrorists that are exiled, deported, what they tend to do is to coalesce around these sort of command centers. and they try to orchestrate terrorism from abroad. And so we've got Hamas basically orchestration, remote control, terrorism command posts in Turkey. We had them in Lebanon before this war. And basically, what they try to do is to act as a sort of backup resource where they can find and recruit terrorists online, give them money, give them instructions, and give them missions. So that is its own kind of threat. It requires a different degree of vigilance and certainly doesn't solve the security problem, but it does make them somewhat less of an immediate threat.
Certainly seems to be the case.
Just one last note regarding the prisoners. Following recent releases of Israeli hostages, Israel, the way this takes place is that Israel's waiting with the completion of the release of the hostages to commence with the release of the Palestinian prisoners, learning from past
So we'll continue to see exactly what does happen in the coming hours. Yaakov Lapin and Ariel Osaran, thank you for being with us during this hour. We're going out for a quick break here on I-24 News, but don't go anywhere as we continue to bring you the live updates as far as the release of Eli Sharabi, Or Levy, and Ohad Ben-Ami. Stay with us on I-24 News.
בחמאס להראות את המקום שעדיין עומד על תילו.
כן, מילה על קיבוץ בארי, שמענו את דוידה באמת שני חטופים שחוזרים לקהילה שבמשך שנה ו4 חודשים עושה הכל כדי לנסות ולשקם את עצמה אחרי הטרגדיה הנוראית שקרה ב7 באוקטובר. למעשה עוד 7 חטופים אחרי היום שנותרים בקיבוץ בארי, טל שוהם שאשתו עדי ושני ילדיו.
Welcome back to this special edition of I-24 News. We are waiting on the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy. You are taking a look at these live images from Deir al-Balach in central Gaza right now as Hamas is setting the stage. We've seen them preparing for the past hour and a half now for this release. We do have the reports. The Red Cross is on their way right now to this location. As we are anxiously waiting to see these 3 men released after 491 days in captivity. To discuss all of the updates live with me in studio, we are joined by our I-24 News Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osaran, as well. Ariel, we have been covering these events for the past 2 hours now. We are waiting for this exact moment, hopefully to happen soon. As far as the updates on the ground, what do we know about the timeline that we should be expecting right now? It's 10 a.m. Israel time.
Right, Nicole. So we're about an hour and a half after the initially expected moment of the beginning of this handover to the Red Cross. Now, there hasn't been an official reason as to why this was postponed. My assessment is that there weren't enough civilians around the Hamas terrorists in central Gaza's Deir al-Balach to portray the images of victory that they're trying to promote. What we're seeing now on the screen are the Israeli helicopters that are going to take Eli, Or, and Ohad from the initial reception point in Re'im, that is just on the other side of the border inside Israel, to the hospitals in central Israel. So this shows that as the Red Cross convoy makes its way to Deir al-Balach, you have the Israeli Air Force, the helicopters making their way to Re'im, showing that there is some motion. There are preparations are in their final stages. The images that we're seeing now from Deir al-Balach, if we can return there, we are seeing a little bit more Gazan civilians there kind of amassing behind the Hamas terrorists. So it indicates that Hamas is more pleased now with the amount of people who have showed up. But this isn't even close to the thousands that we've seen in previous releases, which I think is indeed interesting. And so we have to, nothing will begin until the Red Cross arrives and has this sham ceremony of signing completely meaningless documents, playing into Hamas's propaganda and continuous torment and humiliation of Israeli hostages after 491 days in captivity, everything they've had to endure, the Red Cross continuing to play along with these images that Hamas is trying to portray. They've set up a stage, as they do in each of the events, with the banner "Total Victory." That is a play off what Prime Minister Netanyahu has been saying is the main goal of this war, saying that we are the day after, indicating that Hamas isn't going anywhere, trying to kind of give its answer to U.S. President Trump's plan to take over the Gaza Strip, empty it of its population, but also to remove Hamas from power. So Hamas saying loud and clear, as it is doing in all these events, trying to show that it is still fully in command. And look, we have to give it to them. As far as the reality is on the ground, Hamas is in full control over the Gaza Strip, except a few points where Israeli military forces remain. Gazans I'm speaking with say Hamas is everywhere, really everywhere. And you see this in videos coming out of the Gaza Strip with the deployment of Hamas police in the streets. You see this in the various Hamas heavy machinery that is clearing the rubble. Partially, obviously, they'll need a bolstering of Egyptian heavy machinery to get the reconstruction work underway. But Hamas is in control of the Gaza Strip, with or without these banners. I will also note that the banner has a fist with 6 fingers, indicating the how false and fake everything, all these images that they are trying to portray. Gaza was destroyed, but they're trying to show this as a victory. So really, Hamas going all in, as we've seen in recent weeks, in this propaganda element, the optics. This is what they do best. And unfortunately for these 3 hostages, they're going to have to succumb this this ceremony that unfortunately also the Red Cross is playing into.
You said Hamas is everywhere, and not only are you hearing that from your sources inside Gaza, but I think these releases are a good indication of that as well. We've seen releases in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. We've seen releases in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. Now, today, this is the first release that we're seeing in the central part of the Gaza Strip, Deir al-Balah. What is the symbolism behind this taking place now in this area? It's also right next to the Salah al-Din Road, which has been opened up for the transportation of Gazans' vehicles from the southern part of the Gaza Strip to the northern part of the Gaza Strip. So even when it comes to the location chosen, nothing goes without a plan and without some sort of symbolism.
Yeah, the symbolism is in every decision that Hamas makes. The fact that it is now also in central Gaza's Deir al-Balah, it was in the north, it was in the south, as you're saying, putting it in, having this event in central Gaza, showing that they are everywhere, positioning the stage on Salah ad-Din Road, the main road leading north to south in the Gaza Strip, the same road that is being used by Gazans to return to the north, a symbol of the victory and the achievements in their eyes that Hamas has brought to the population of Gaza through this ceasefire agreement with Israel. And the last ceremony was out in the rubble of the house of Yahya Sinwar, and the other point in northern Gaza, Gaza City's port, to kind of also show that stands and remains in the hands of Hamas. So now we have in central Gaza now. Central Gaza is comprised of 4 camps: El Burej, El Maghazi, Nuseirat, and Deir al-Balah. Yesterday in the El Burej camp, there was the funeral procession of the former deputy commander of Hamas's military wing, Marwan Issa, the deputy of Mohammed Def, who was also eliminated by Israel. Marwan Issa was killed in an Israeli airstrike back in March of 24, but Hamas only officially confirmed his elimination last month alongside Mohammed Def. So there was a ceremony in El Burej there. According to my view, there were more people in that funeral procession than are currently now in Dir el-Balach for the ceremony. But you can see that the frame that the director of this video, the scene that we're seeing, really cuts off exactly at the end of where the line of civilians is going, really going all out. All these media outlets trying to play into Hamas's narrative that the masses are there to support them. So if we were to take one or two clicks, zoom out, you would see that that's where it stops. So really, this time we're not seeing the same large numbers turning out to witness this handover event, which could indicate something as to Hamas's current popularity, at least in central Gaza.
And we are getting an update right now that the Red Cross is arriving. We're still looking at these live images from Deir al-Balach. We have not seen the trucks ourselves. These are the reports coming out of the Gaza Strip. The Red Cross set to arrive there. It seems at any moment now. You can see the cameras are rolling. As Ariel said, the crowd has been gathered. All in this staging and propaganda event, as we are still waiting on the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy to be released right there in Deir al-Balach. And so this is all setting off once the Red Cross does arrive there. The next procession of events, we were showing you some of those images from the helicopters in Israel as well, those final preparations on Israeli territory for their release. They're in for a long road to recovery once everything does get underway, but once the Red Cross is there, that does indicate that these final moments are moving. Meanwhile, in Israel, they're preparing to see these three men released as well. We've seen some crowds start to gather at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. That's where our I-24 News correspondent Joe Brown has been since this morning. Joe, the crowds have been arriving. It is a very anxious time for many of the Israeli society as they wait to see these three men released. What are you hearing and what are you seeing on the streets of Tel Aviv today? Our correspondent Joe Brown, can you hear us?
Well, there's now been a lot more people who have arrived here at Tel Aviv's Hostages Square. Before, earlier today, there were only a couple of people. This was when we were under the impression that it was only going to start at 8:30 a.m. But now that the deal is underway, now that the Red Cross is just about to receive those three hostages, there's now a good couple hundred people here at Tel Aviv's Hostages Square. But it's important to put this into a context, which is that these images that we have been showing all day from Deir al-Balach in Gaza, this is Hamas propaganda. Usually when we get a Hamas propaganda video of one of the hostages proving a sign of life, we only tend to see just a screenshot of it. But now that we are here, we are broadcasting it to everybody who is kind of huddled around the big screen waiting for a sign of life. So whilst it is important to understand that, yes, we are going to see signs of life of Ohad Ben-Ami, of Or Levy, and of Eli Sharabi, we need to note that this is what Hamas wants. They want our eyeballs to be on them. They want us to see that they are still thriving. Granted, there are considerably less people in the streets of Deir al-Balach than there were previously, but Hamas is still showing a sign of strength. But if you compare that to the scenes here at Tel Aviv's Hostages Square, it's a lot more toned down, it's a lot more muted, and the hostages are going to be released to a crowd that might be cheering a tiny bit, but it won't be the kind of big celebrations that you will see when the Palestinian prisoners are released into the West Bank, most likely later today. This is because they understand the gravity of the situation here. These are Israeli civilians. These are not celebrities. Whilst we've seen their faces for the last 16 months, whilst we've heard from their families testimonies about every area of their personality, for example, about how Ohad Ben-Ami and Eli Sharabi worked together in the accountancy department at Kibbutz Be'eri. These people are still civilians who did not want this level of spotlight. They are now reluctant celebrities. So whilst we watch this and whilst we see these images of them returning, we do have to bear in mind that they need a level of privacy. This will be given to them by the hospital. They will shelter them from the public eye. They'll be taken to the children's wing of the hospital in order to maximize their privacy. But it's important to remember once again that these people are simply just human beings.
Certainly the case, a difficult road to recovery as we are waiting for their return. Joe Brown at Hostages Square, thank you for that update on the ground. We're still looking at these live images from Deir al-Balach in central Gaza right now. The Red Cross reportedly on their way to this pickup point as we are still waiting on the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy. Could be happening any moment now. We're continuing to take a look. We have not seen the Red Cross specifically arrive to this area now, but we're closely monitoring these images as it's all happening. Joining me in studio now, we also have our I-24 News correspondent, Balir Sladin. Balir, thank you for being with us right now as everything is still unfolding. A lot to continue to develop and to get a little bit more insight, specifically as we're talking about the phase one of this deal. These are going to be 3 out of the 33 that are to be released. We've seen 13 released so far, in addition to the 5 Thai hostages. All the while, there's still some mixed analysis over the next phase of this deal. It seems like phase one, though, Hamas is, from the reports that we're seeing, committed to completing, at least as it stands right now.
Yes, Hamas, of course, their ultimate goal is to actually finish this first phase and move to the second phase, where Israel will be declaring the end of the war and pulling out entirely of Gaza. That's exactly what they want. But now we're not only talking about some concern regarding the second phase of the deal. By the way, Prime Minister Netanyahu repeatedly has said that this is a complex thing and this is something that needs to be dealt with, and we're dealing with monsters, as he said. Something similar also we've heard from President Trump that said that I cannot guarantee for you that we're going for this second phase or even this ceasefire will continue. And the delegation that we talked about also earlier is supposed to go visit either Qatar or Cairo. But from what I'm hearing, a delegation headed by a new head of negotiations by the name we can't say his full name. He's a Shabak agent. Is going to Cairo, in the coming days, and the main concern for this delegation is actually dealing with the first phase of the deal, not the second one, which means that also there is some concern for the first phase of the deal, whether we're actually going to complete it or not, because of the violations that we see either from Hamas or from what Hamas accuses Israel of actually violating. Currently, we're talking about Hamas's accusations to Israel that they are withholding the heavy equipment from entering Gaza, specifically the caravans. That's something that they are demanding, and they are saying that Israel is not letting these caravans get into the Gaza Strip, specifically not to the north of the Gaza Strip, where everything is almost everything is destroyed there. That's something that they want. That they are saying that because of it, actually, they delayed their handing over of the list yesterday. We seen that the list was handed only at 7 p.m., which was supposed to be actually at 3 p.m. So that's a part of the tactics that Hamas uses against Israel in the negotiations that are between the negotiations, let's call it. And that's exactly what we are concerning right now, that the first phase of the deal needs also some more pressure from Israel, from the mediators, in order to complete this phase as well.
And is that pressure being put not only by Israel, the United States, but the other mediators that have more influence over Hamas? Because you mentioned these violations that we've seen from Hamas, and every handover we've seen more minor violations that are not enough to derail the phase one of the ceasefire, but enough to definitely cause a little bit of panic sometimes, especially in Israeli society, as they're anxiously waiting, as you mentioned, to even see the list of who is expected to be released. But the United States, Israel, they want to see phase one of this deal go through. And these Arab mediators, Egypt and Qatar, what type of pressure can they put on Hamas to make sure that they follow through with at least phase one of the ceasefire?
Yeah, that's exactly it. That when Israel left the Netzarim corridor, by the way, Israel needs to leave the Netzarim corridor tomorrow completely. That's a thing that also we need to mention, that by tomorrow, the Gaza Strip will no longer be split, actually. So until today, we're still talking about some presence of the Israeli military in the Netzarim corridor. That's one leverage that Israel has already gave up on the seventh day of the deal. So this is a major thing. But of course, the pressure that they can use now against Hamas is that if you do not actually complete this phase of the deal, then we will not go to the second phase of the deal, and then Israel will resume fighting. That's the only thing that Israel has in its hands to pressure Hamas. We heard also President Trump that things will turn violent, as he said, if Hamas doesn't hand over the rest of the hostages. So the fact that Israel can, at least until now, still resume fighting is something that is, of course, putting pressure on Hamas. And again, in the second phase of the deal with Israel, if we go to the second phase of the deal, we'll no longer have also this specific thing.
So this threat possibly of U.S. troops on the ground, when Trump has been talking about this day after his big plans for relocating some of the Gazans in the Gaza Strip, he says voluntarily, if there are some other countries that are willing to take them, the United States then taking control. He says for that aspect, there's no need for troops on the ground. But you mentioned something else, the fact that if Hamas does violate this ceasefire, if Israel needs to go back in there, he's not completely taking out of the question the fact that there could be some military help from the United States. This is something that we did not see with the Biden administration.
Yes, we did not see, and it's astonishing, actually, because everybody thought that the Trump administration would be more isolationist in terms of how to deal with the Middle East, and not only the Middle East, in the world in general. And we see Trump getting into office in the first week telling us that he's willing to take over Gaza. He talked about even ownership of Gaza. That's, of course, something that was astonishing to the whole world. And talking about the presence of the military, the American army, in the Gaza Strip, or at least in Israel, helping the Israelis. I think that President Trump will not have any problem to help in terms of sending aid, weapons, and ammunition, and everything, and even, of course, sending generals here in order to also help Israel with its tactic against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. But I doubt that we would see any Navy SEAL inside the Gaza Strip. That's something that probably will not happen. That doesn't resonate. I'm not here as a political analysis for the American society, and you know much better than me, but that will not actually be seen as a good thing in the Republican Party. Those who voted for Trump, those who did not also vote for Trump, seeing, of course, the American army in the Gaza Strip. That's something that Trump will hesitate to do, I guess. And we've heard him 2 days ago saying that it's not necessary that the American military will be there, and only that Israel would actually hand over Gaza after it concludes the fighting in Gaza, which means that Israel, and that's, I guess it should have been obvious for everyone that only Israel would be willing to fight Hamas in the Gaza Strip. No one else will be an alternative for Hamas, or someone that will actually fight Hamas, or even able to fight Hamas after all.
Just a reminder to our viewers, we're still taking a look at these live images from Deir al-Balah in the Gaza Strip. We have new confirmation that the Red Cross is on their way to this location right now. They're on their way to come for the pickup and the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, the three hostages who Hamas is releasing. It seems in any moment now, once the Red Cross does arrive to this area, that certainly kicks off the process, and that's when everything really does start to speed up. We've been watching the initial preparations of this, the crowds gathering, Hamas quite literally building a stage in central Gaza to see this propaganda show, all because before even these hostages are handed over, they make the Red Cross come up, sign a piece of paperwork with absolutely no legal standing, all part of the show once again. and we'll likely be watching that as it continues to unfold. We could be seeing these images of the Red Cross arriving to this location any minute now, so we'll continue to monitor those. But there's something you mentioned, the Netzarim corridor, where troops, it seems as of tomorrow, you said,
completely,
as far as Israeli troops, there are still some other assurances, this international mechanism that is monitoring the movement of Gazans, specifically checking the vehicles that are crossing on the Salah al-Din road, which, just a reminder to our viewers, this is also where this handover is taking place right now along the Salah al-Din road, which all goes into the symbolism, once again, of the reopening of this road. Hamas wanted to do this in central Gaza, showing the movement. But if there are these international mechanisms there, is this enough assurances for Israel that Hamas will not start to regroup, that there won't be the transfer of large caches of weapons, at least above ground?
Well, I have to say that it's a bit weird, this whole thing about the Netzarim corridor and the monitoring or the inspection that we see in the Salah ad-Din road, or in the also the road on the beach in Gaza. Because after all, in the second phase or third phase, we're not sure what the terms will be, but Israel will completely get out of Gaza, and it will be, of course, a possibility for Hamas to move any ammunition that they want. So what is special about this specific phase of these specific 42 days that Hamas cannot actually transfer their weapons to the north of the Gaza Strip, if after all they will be able to transfer them after these 42 days?
I believe these are the images of the Red Cross convoy arriving right now. You can see this still crowd of Gazans surrounding those cars, this convoy, as it's making its way to the stage in Deir al-Balah. This is a critical moment as the Red Cross is arriving. These images, though, Bali, are still, even though we are seeing this crowd of people around these trucks, this is not necessarily comparable to some of the past releases where we saw chaos in the streets of Gaza during some of these releases, although it does seem to be getting a little bit more chaotic as more and more people are coming, even right now as we're monitoring these images. The Red Cross says that they have no say and no control over how this handover happens.
Yes, they don't have a say not only in this about how this handover is happening. They, even for more than a year and 4 months, didn't see those hostages. That's something that is basic in international law. But of course, we're dealing here not with a state, rather with an organization that does not adhere to international law. By the way, we're talking about these images right now, and we see that buildings are more or less normal in this part of the Gaza Strip. I wasn't here. I don't know if you have talked about the fact that this is happening in Deir al-Balah, the central camps of the Gaza Strip. That's a place where the Israeli army did not actually operate in. Any ground incursion in, maybe only in the parts of just a little bit outside of these camps in Mawasi and Deir al-Balah, but inside the camp they did not operate, and that tells us a lot about the infrastructure there, that it's still operating, still active, still everything more or less normal. That's why we're seeing these images now with all of these people and all of these buildings more or less normal, and Hamas is back in their uniform in these places now that the ceasefire is going. Now, what we see right now, and this is a difference between releasing the hostages from the center of the Gaza Strip, where most of the Gazans are, again, specifically in this part. And, for example, what we've seen last week in El Shat camp, which is in the north of the Gaza Strip, more close to the Erez crossing in the north of the Gaza Strip with the border with Israel. It's there, much less people. The whole operation was much quicker, much faster, and of course more secure for the hostages. After all, that's something that at least when they handed over Arbil did not work out for them, and it was chaotic, as you have said. Now we see that they have learned the lesson somehow, or at least we see that the combatants that belong to the Hamas's military wing, Izzuddin al-Qassam, are now stopping the other
lining around.
Yes,
the crowd,
lining around,
sure
exactly.
The crowd stays behind them.
Exactly, and many people will be behind them. We're still talking also about early hours of this morning, and they are still waiting for more and more people apparently to come. By the way, there is a stage and there is a loudspeaker there, and it's interesting to see what exactly we are going to see in the handover. Maybe they will let the hostages speak, say something. They've tried to do that. This is cynical, of course, and this is something that they try to do, and that's the organization that Israel is dealing with, an organization that cares a lot about these symbols, cares a lot about these slogans, about these all the flags and everything that is that we are seeing in this quote-unquote ceremony is very important for them. And I guess if the hostages are handed over, they will try to do something with them in order to show that for more than a year we cared about your hostages. That's exactly the message that they want to say. But of course, again, the hostages is their card, is the most important thing for them, and that's why they are caring for them.
So that's the message that Hamas has been trying to get across during some of these releases, the fact that, look, we've cared for them, even though there's these reports that it's only days before that they started refeeding and renourishing some of these hostages after the hell that they endured for more than 450, now 490 days in captivity. That message isn't getting across because some people say that the message that they're trying to portray here, it's not actually working, because despite all of this parade that they're showing, and as we're looking right now, this Red Cross convoy arriving through the crowd of people, you see, as we mentioned, those Hamas fighters lining the crowd, this Red Cross to this staging area. That means that the handover and the release is likely imminent, because once the Red Cross does arrive to this area in Deir al-Balah in central Israel, they will likely then get on the stage, sign the propaganda paperwork, all part of the show and the symbolism that Hamas continues to put on. And then hopefully we will soon see the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy. Those are the three men that we are still waiting to see the release. But you're looking at these live images from the Gaza Strip with the Red Cross arriving right now. The images, though, Baliar, is it working as far as gaining more support and more confidence among the Gazan civilians, not only the Palestinians inside Gaza, but I'll say inside the West Bank as well?
Yes, a lot. I mean, this whole issue about the prisoners in the Palestinian society, I would say, is very important for them. They see them as saints. They see them as the most important thing, and the fact that they are caring for the Israeli hostages, and they want to say that if we compare that to what the Israelis are doing to our prisoners, then we are the good ones here, and the Israelis are the bad ones here, are the evil or the violent, the people that actually they always want to emphasize that they care about the Israeli prisoners, as they call them, but Israel does not care about the Palestinian prisoners. Of course, there is no comparison here between someone who was kidnapped from his bed, children, women, and of course elderly, and someone who is in jail, arrested after carrying out an attack and killing people, and was jailed after a military court or a civil court has given his sentence. So it's different, but in the world and in the Palestinian society, they always repeat that. I would say that here we are the ones that follow the international law, and Israel does not. Some would even say we follow also the Islamic law, and Israel, because they don't care about the prisoners, then they are the bad ones here. So that's also something that they want to emphasize. That's part of this whole propaganda that Hamas always wants to show the world, and it's working for them in many places. I would say not only in the West Bank, but also in the West in general. Many societies, and we've seen the protests in the universities all around the US and Europe, and that's somewhere also that Hamas's propaganda also is heard very, very well.
You mentioned just the civilians that these terror groups are releasing, and that's something important to note the difference here. On the one hand, Israel is releasing Palestinian prisoners in release for these civilians. This is a good time to just remind our viewers of the three men who are being released today. Eli Sharabi, he's 52 years old. He was kidnapped from his home in Kibbutz Be'eri. His wife and his daughters, they were murdered in their safe room. His brother Yossi Sharabi, he was taken captive. He was killed in captivity. Hamas is still holding his body. And right now it's unclear if Eli knows the fate of his family. So he will be coming back today. Obviously, his extended family, his siblings, ready to welcome him. But it's these bittersweet and conflicted emotions as it's unclear the reality that he will be coming back to after 16 months in Hamas captivity. Ohad Ben-Ami, 56 years old, also kidnapped from his house in Kibbutz Be'eri, an image of him being taken out in his underwear, just truly showing how these Hamas terrorists came in and rampaged these communities in southern Israel. He was kidnapped along with his wife, Laz Ben-Ami, who was released in the November 2023 deal after about 50 days in Hamas captivity. His wife, Raz, has been a vocal advocate for not only the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, but the release of all of the remaining hostages. That's something that we have seen time and time again. The released hostages being some of the most vocal advocates for the hostages still in captivity, as no one knows better about what they have endured than those hostages themselves. Meanwhile, also Or Levy, 34 years old, he was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival near Kibbutz Raim. His wife, who he was with, his wife Einab, she was killed there. They have a 3-year-old son, 2 years old, when they were kidnapped and killed. His 3-year-old son, Almog, he's been living with his grandparents ever since. And now we saw on some videos on social media that the family posted of that little 3-year-old boy, Almog, finally learning that his father was coming home. He was jumping on the bed saying, "Dad is coming home." And so already the difficult, complex reality that these 3 men are returning to, reuniting with some family members, others have been killed, taken since October 7th. And so as Israeli society has been coping for the past 16 months, learning about this new reality, it's a fresh wake-up call for these hostages that have been living in these tunnels inside hell for the past 16 months. So those are the 3 men.
Nicole, Eli, for example, his family had some relation with the family of the female soldier, Daniela Gilboa, and they hid this connection between them, this relation between the families, that he even knows her because they were afraid that Hamas will actually use this against him or against her. That's something that has been mentioned. And Ohad Ben-Ami, as well as Eli Sharabi, the first ones from the Be'eri community that are being released in this cycle of the deal, this deal in general. They are key people, as I understand, in the Be'eri community. They were working in the accounting department for the kibbutz. And now the kibbutz is getting back their hostages. And by the way, 30 hostages were kidnapped from Be'eri. Most of them were returned in the first deal back in November 2023. And now we are saying that 2 more are being released. And after their release, of Ohad and Eli, 7 more of this community will stay in Hamas's captivity, will be in Hamas's captivity. Some of them will be released in this phase. Others are supposed to be released in the second phase if we go for the second phase of the deal. So the Be'eri community suffered a lot. More than 100 people were killed. 30 others, as I said, were kidnapped to the Gaza Strip, which means that it's one of the kibbutzes that suffered mostly in this attack on October 7th. Still many questions to be asked, of course, about why the Israeli military did not get inside the kibbutz in time. Why did they wait outside of the kibbutz? Many incidents inside the kibbutz as well. Lots of questions that this community is asking the military to give answers to, asking also the political level. So, of course, that's something that needs to be highlighted in the coming months. And
16 months later, and all of these questions around the October 7th massacre and the failures of that day do remain. Once again, just a reminder, these live images from Deir al-Balach, the Red Cross has arrived to this staging area as Hamas is set to release Eli Sharabi, Or Levy, and Ohad Ben-Ami. any minute now as we continue to watch. We still haven't seen much movement from the Red Cross since they have arrived. No one leaving those vehicles quite yet, but we're watching these images closely. I want to bring someone else into the conversation as well. We are joined by Professor Kobi Michael, Senior Research Fellow at the INSS and Mitzkap Institute, as well as the former Deputy Director General for the Israeli Ministry of Strategic Affairs. Kobi, thank you for being with us as we're closely monitoring these images. Hopefully these 3 men set to be released at any minute now. But it does come with the complex reality of what is happening on the ground in Gaza. Hamas still putting on this large show of force. And as we talk about moving into phase 2 of this deal, Hamas is still the main, not only military, but governing power as well. And so as far as the reality to change that, these negotiations for phase 2, how likely are they, and what type of chance is there for actually removing Hamas as it stands right now from the Gaza Strip?
Good morning, Shabbat Shalom. I think that there is no any other option to remove Hamas from its position as the sovereign power in the Gaza Strip, but by using military force. I don't see Hamas give up on its position and control over the Gaza Strip because, as we talked several times before, Hamas perceives the control over the Gaza Strip as the most essential, the most significant strategic asset that they hold in their hands. And they are looking for the end state, and the end state in their eyes is to gain full control over the entire Palestinian system, the Palestinian Authority, and the PLO. And they know that without controlling this asset, they will not be able to do that. And therefore, I don't see them volunteering to dismantle themselves. On the other hand, I think that everybody understands, including President Trump, that nothing can happen in the Gaza Strip with regard to reconstruction or any positive change as long as Hamas is there. And therefore, I think that the only option that remains is using military force. And I assume that we will reach to this phase after some extension of the first phase of the agreement, because I see a very low probability to reach to the second phase. The gaps between both sides, Israel and Hamas, are unbridgeable.
You talk about reconstruction in the Gaza Strip. Is there any type of pressure that some of these outside countries can put on Hamas? You're saying that they won't leave without military pressure, but funding. The Gaza Strip cannot begin to rebuild or reconstruct without any funding. If the United States refuses to give any funding, if Hamas is still there, if some of these Arab nations such as the UAE, such as Qatar, refuse to give funding to actually rebuild Gaza, will that put any pressure on Hamas?
There is a very, I would say, low probability option that Hamas will be ready to exile itself from the Gaza Strip because of the pressures that will be put on them by the Arab countries and maybe a domestic pressure. The most significant player in this regard is Qatar, even more than Egypt, but Egypt also has a leverage over Hamas because Egypt can decide that they are closing Rafah crossing, and then Hamas and the Gaza Strip actually has no exit to the wall. But again, as I said before, I think that Hamas is very determined, and Hamas understands that if they will be willing to exile themselves from the Gaza Strip, it means that they lost this asset and they will not be able to return to the Gaza Strip. But who knows? Maybe the American President Trump, will be able to pressure the Egyptians, the Qatarians, and some others to pressure Hamas, and maybe something will change. I'm a bit skeptic about that, and I think that the higher probability is that the war will be resumed, and Hamas will not give up on its asset.
If the war does resume, what does that mean for the remaining hostages? Hamas continuing. We've already seen this trickle effect that Hamas is trying to keep, because these are their only bargaining cards. And so if the war does resume, what does that mean for those who are still kept in Hamas captivity?
It means a bigger danger and a bigger risk with regard to the left hostages. But on the other hand, we have to understand that Hamas will not release all the hostages. Hamas understands that by holding the hostages, they keep the ultimate insurance policy for their survival. And even if we will reach the second phase, we will not be able to realize the second phase in its entire, because the end of second phase is the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, which means the dismantling of Hamas. And Hamas will not be ready to do that, and Israel will not accept Hamas as a governmental and military entity in the Gaza Strip, which means that at this point, Hamas will still hold some hostages and will not release them. So this is a very, very tragic situation. But I assume that if the war will be resumed, some of the hostages might be rescued by the IDF. But I think that this time the war will be much shorter, and this time the war will be backed, fully backed by the American administration, as President Trump even said. And the end of the war will be a sort of a temporary military administration in the Gaza Strip that will enable or facilitate the conditions for the reconstruction process of the Gaza Strip.
Difficult days ahead indeed. Professor Kobi Michael, thank you for giving your analysis onto the current situation inside Gaza.
Thank you very much. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Now, once again, these live images from Deir al-Balah, you're taking a look at the International Red Cross, which has just arrived at this staging scene, and we are expected to see the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy at any minute now. As we continue to monitor the images coming out, it seems like the Red Cross has arrived in formation. Possibly we could be seeing some more movement here. You see this large crowd that has been gathered inside this central area in the Gaza Strip. However, more of a staged and hopefully less chaotic handover, as we have seen in past groups of releases, as we do see these Hamas fighters flanking the area and hopefully monitoring some sort of control over the crowd as we wait to see what does happen here on the stage that you're looking at in Deir al-Balah. Meanwhile, this is just the beginning of the journey for these three men that are set to be released. So still with me in studio, our I-24 News correspondent, Balir Sladin. Balir, once they are handed over to the hands of the Red Cross, what happens next? What is the journey, and what have we learned about, as far as, especially from the past releases that we've seen?
Yes, so after the signing of whatever they want to sign on the stage that Hamas does, then they will be handed over to the Red Cross. The Israeli authorities will be informed from the Red Cross officially that your hostages is in our hands, and then they will make their way to one of the points in the Gaza Strip that they meet with the IDF soldiers that are inside the Gaza Strip. As I understand, this is happening in Deir al-Balah, so the closest is actually Netzarim. So again, to Re'im, where we have been in the past releases, and they will be handed at some point to the soldiers that are inside the Gaza Strip. We remember that the Israeli IDF is still in the Netzarim corridor, and also in the perimeter that is 700 to 1 kilometer inside of the Gaza Strip, all around the Gaza Strip, and that's something that will stay with us until the end of this first phase of the deal, at least, of course. And they will be handed to the soldiers there. After that, they will move to the military compound in Re'im, where everything is waiting for them, prepared for them, and they will be, of course, undergo medical assessments, initial medical assessments by the very professional medical teams there inside that military compound. And, of course, the most important thing, they will be meeting with some at least of their family members, the most closed ones, and then they will be flown to the closest hospital or to hospital that has been preparing to meet them, to receive them, of course, and they will be meeting with their extended family as well. So, of course, this is a very fragile process. Everything can change at any moment. It depends on their situation and their condition, whether they are in good medical condition or not. The psychological also aspect of this whole thing is very, very important for the hostages. We've seen last week Yarden Bibas. We were used to hostages that are released with a smile on their face. Yarden Bibas, different, of course, situation. He still does not know the fate of his wife, his 2 children, and of course he was in a very difficult psychological and emotional state. So this is also a part of this whole thing, the support that they get from the team, from the psychologist, from the social psychologist as well in the military compound, and then later on in the hospital is very, very important for the hostages as well.
It's such a difficult and long road to recovery. Meanwhile, you mentioned some of the other hostages that are still set to be released, the remaining Bibas families. We're talking about Shiri Bibas and her 2 little redheaded baby boys, Ariel and Kfir. This is the complex reality when we talk about the continued phases of this release. As far as phase 1 and phase 2, we're still talking phase 1, humanitarian hostages at least. Who are the ones that we're still waiting to see released in phase 1?
Yes, so just one word about the Bibas family. To my understanding, over the past week, Israel has demanded from Hamas to release the Bibas family in this coming phase, in this coming release, or at least to make it faster or earlier than the supposed end of the 42nd day, where 11 hostages will be released, including the bodies of 8 hostages that we assume, at least, that unfortunately the Bibas family is among them. And Hamas is conditioning that with the heavy equipments, with the caravans. They are saying to Israel, get us the caravans, get us the heavy equipment, and we will give you the Bibas family. As we see, they did not agree on that, and the Bibas family is not released today. So I guess if things didn't work out in the coming week, then it's only on the 42nd day that we will see them back. Unfortunately, as we assume, in coffins. Of course, very, very devastating for a family that has been very famous since the beginning of
and
this.
So it looks like possibly the car carrying the hostages has arrived as well. We could be seeing more movement here in Der Balach if this is the car that is carrying those 3 men, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy. We've seen the Red Cross, those vehicles in formation that have arrived to this staging area. We're waiting to see more movement from any of these vehicles as well, but the fact that another car did just pull up could be a significant point in this release. These are critical moments that are unfolding inside Gaza right now as we are.
I have no idea why it's taken too much time for Hamas.
We've continued to see throughout the morning. It has been delayed. Initially, this was all supposed to happen around 8:30 this morning. To our viewers, it's now 10:50 Israel time. So we have seen quite a delay. But over this delay, we've seen also a larger crowd amassing as well. So it could all be in line with the imaging. That is the whole point of a staged release and a show like this.
Yes, but they had their excuses in the first, at the beginning of this deal, where they were saying that the war just stopped, and we need some time to arrange the hostages and to arrange everything. Now we're almost a month into this deal, and they're still taking their time in the release of the hostages. Apparently, in this car that we see right now, at least some of the hostages are inside of it. Again, the first step is getting them on stage, sign the whatever papers that Hamas wanted them to sign, and of course with the Red Cross as well. And only then maybe we will see some move that they order them to do. either wave to the crowd or give a speech as they wish that the previous hostages, when they were released, had to do, but they did not do it. We understood also that they have, or they wanted actually the female soldiers before when they were released on the second week to say something, give a speech. And that did not happen. They did not agree to that. When they got out of the car, they said that we will not say anything. They just waved and, of course, signed the victory sign, and that's it. And Hamas will still try to get the most out of this whole process of releasing hostages. For them, this is our victory. We, after more than a year of fighting, we reached a point where we forced, quote unquote, Israel to give us what we want, and now we are giving Israel what it wants, which is the hostages. So this is part of this whole image that they want to portray to the world, to the Palestinians in general.
Seeing everyone right now pulling out their phones, trying to film that vehicle that is likely carrying those 3 hostages. We're seeing some movement now on that car. All of these live images out of Deir al-Balah right now. We're waiting on the release of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy. We cannot see inside the vehicle, but you see some of these larger images, and especially as the camera does give more of this overhead view, you see the tighter close-up shots try and make it seem like a large crowd has amassed there in central Gaza. This is more of the reality on the ground. However, when we take a little bit of a look outside, that although Hamas has tried to amass this crowd for yet another staging, we have not seen the same large masses as we have seen in some of the previous releases as well.
Just to mention, I think that's what I'm getting, that in this car that we're looking at, the hostages are not inside of it. So apparently this is not the car that we're waiting for, but we see right now 3 more or even more cars right are getting inside. So apparently the first one that we were talking about, that was not the car that is carrying the hostages. So this is, of course, a truck that Hamas uses, infamous truck, Toyota truck, that, of course, they have used also on October 7th. And behind it, we see a bigger car, some sort of a minivan, as I understand. So apparently, maybe the hostages are inside this minivan.
It's more of this show as well.
I just need to say that in every release, we should all be also concerning that the release could be also a release of a body of a hostage, although that Hamas, of course, agreed that the bodies of the hostages were released all at once at the end of the first phase. But again, Hamas is not adhering to anything, no international law, and of course, they know that Israel cannot do anything about it. So
dealing with the terror group right now.
This will always be a possibility. This is cynical. This is psychological warfare, and this is something that they can do. Hopefully, not this time, because the families of these 3 hostages are waiting for them, and they understand that they are actually alive because they are released just right now, early in this phase of the deal. So anyone that is inside this car is supposed to be alive. That's what we're hoping for. But again, we cannot trust Hamas until we see the hostages on their feet, getting with that stage. We cannot be sure about it.
We'll wait to see exactly, as hopefully we do see these 3 men emerge from these vehicles at any minute now. But you've seen this convoy of trucks just arriving here at Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. These Hamas fighters in the back of the pickup truck. Images that bring to mind exactly what we saw inside southern Israel on October 7th, 2023, 16 months ago, when these 3 men were ripped out of their communities and kidnapped to Gaza, where they've been held in captivity ever since. You're seeing right now someone taken to the stage there that has been set up, once again, one of these propaganda signs in both Hebrew, Arabic, and English, some typos on that sign as well as a fist with 6 fingers below. You can't see as our stripe is covering it, but it also has a sign that says, a final victory as well. And they said that we are the day after.
We are the day after. I'm not sure whether they wrote that right in English because I couldn't see from far away. But yeah, that's exactly what they are. Yeah. That's exactly what they are writing in Arabic, and they've missed a letter in Hebrew. But yeah, that's the message. Now we see that this Hamas militant is giving a speech. Apparently, they're not sure who he is. In the best release, we've seen that the top commander of the Al-Shati camp was actually the one that handed over the hostages. This time could be also someone that is more important in the military wing.
And this all just goes to show this staging that we have been talking about here in the I-24 News studio, but the fact that they are manufacturing even a huge banner like this as they continue to try and delay something like this release, the release of the name, all due to humanitarian aid delays, yet here they are able to produce a banner and an entire staging show such as this. It does show the hypocrisy from this terror organization as well. Now, we did talk a little bit about the humanitarian aid, and it wasn't only those large trucks that Hamas was, and the bulldozers that Hamas wants to see enter the Gaza Strip. There's supposed to be about 600 trucks at least enter the Gaza Strip per day, especially over the past week as we've seen the harsh weather conditions inside Gaza, more tense, more different humanitarian needs as far as the conditions for these Gazans to be able to live in the rubble cities that they are returning to in the north. That's also been something that the terror group has been asking for as well.
Yes, they have all the reasons why to ask for it. And I see what Gazans say. And we talk to Gazans, and they, at least some of them, those who are not aligned with Hamas, they would tell you that Hamas is marketing something that is exactly the opposite.
We have the Red Cross coming up to the stage, this signing ceremony, some sort of a document that Hamas has been giving to all of the Red Cross delivery drivers as they continue to take part in this ceremony as well. Once again, no legal standing to any of these documents that Hamas is making the Red Cross sign, and the Red Cross still participating in this. The Red Cross.
This is the Hamas. Apparently, an important figure. We will try to find out who he is. But he just got out of the vehicle that we talked about, the first vehicle. And apparently this is someone who is more important in the military wing of Hamas, in Azzeddin al-Qassam. We will try to find out. So according to some Arab media, he is a commander of the security unit in Hamas. This is, we don't have his name at least now, but apparently he's someone that is known, and he's waving to the people there. Just to go back and talk about the what we were talking about earlier, the release of the hostages that we were talking about, that Hamas wants always to show that we're still there, we're on our feet, and we are part of the day after. Here's the sign in English. The war's next day. That's what they're saying.
Typo in that banner for sure. The staging ceremony with the cameras all rolling, the handshakes between the Hamas terror group and the International Red Cross. That is what you're watching right now, as they are on a stage that has been built inside central Gaza, all for this ceremony, for the handover. Although I will say the positive note is that once these documents, with no legal standing or whatsoever, once they are signed, that does mean that the handover is likely imminent and about to happen at any moment now. Hopefully, these three men, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, will be handed over to the Red Cross at any minute now. But this... once again, seeing the staging ceremony, although this still a much more organized And so far, we can say that it is running more smoothly than some of the past releases that we have seen that have been full of chaos, with either Hamas or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad unable to control the crowds that amass to watch this handover happening as well. So this is what's happening. And Belair, specifically when it comes to the role of the Red Cross, they have said that they have no control over exactly how this handover does take place, but especially inside Israel, they have received much condemnation for their lack of role, as this is the first time that these hostages, after 491 days, will be seeing the Red Cross, which is supposed to help with some sort of a humanitarian assistance to these hostages. That has not been the case.
Yes, and again, we're talking about an organization that does not adhere to international law, and they have nothing to do about it. I mean, that's their role that they're playing, because Hamas let them playing this role that we're seeing right now. Unless Hamas agrees to that, they will not be there. And of course, Hamas is preventing them from seeing the hostages, not because they don't want to, not because they are not capable of. They just don't have the permission from Hamas, and of course, that's something that they cannot. They have no way to actually deal with. And by the way, for the entirety of this time, the Red Cross has tried to.
This is the hostages approaching the stage right now.
This is Ohad Ben Ami. This is Ohad Ben Ami. That is right. Oh my God, he is.
He's walking up on the stage.
He is being carried.
He's being held by two Hamas operatives right now.
He lost a lot of weight.
He lost a lot of weight. We can see his very.
We didn't get the picture properly. Some issues with the connection, but yes, this is Ohad Ben Ami, 54 years old, that was kidnapped from Beirut.
This images from inside.
Family. Yes.
Look at those family members cheering as they do see their loved one for the first time. Here he is up on the stage.
Yes. This is Ohad Ben Ami again. We see another hostage there. Wow, he lost a lot of weight. This other hostage, we have all three hostages.
We have all three. Ohad Ben Ami, Levi, and Eli
Sharabi, and also Ohad Ben Ami. So I'm happy that I was wrong.
You can see Levi. It looks like tears in his eyes almost.
Yes. Much worse condition than the condition of the hostages in the previous cycles of release. Much worse condition. I assume that Ohad Ben Ami was being carried not because they were afraid that he's gonna ran away, but because they're afraid that he could collapse. Actually, devastating indeed. We don't know exactly what is written there, but they always give them this some sort of a certificate for the hostages, a certificate of release. That's what they are calling it. And we see that they are taking their pictures with them. And by the way, this is the unit that is responsible for the security of the hostages. It's called the El Dhil unit. The shadow, if I want to translate that to... here we have...
And they're making...
Yes, giving a speech.
They're making Ohad Ben Ami speak right now to the crowd. We're not hearing exactly what he is stating right now.
Maybe in the coming few minutes we will have more information about what he's saying, because we cannot hear while we're here in the studio the broadcasting from the source. But he's saying something. This is the first time that any Israeli hostage is actually agreeing to.
And we could briefly hear for a moment there. He is speaking in Hebrew. It sounds like addressing the crowd, if I did hear correctly. So,
yeah. They're talking about the second phase of the deal, and he's demanding the Israeli government to. I can't hear properly, but he's talking in Hebrew, and he is demanding the Israeli government to continue with this deal. That's to my understanding.
So we're continuing to see this interaction on stage between
Apparently
Ohad
all
Ben
three
Ami.
will actually be talking in Hebrew.
And so this is the first time, even though we had heard reports that the previous released hostages were set to demanded to give some sort of statements. We had not seen that yet. This is the first time that we were seeing these three released hostages paraded on stage and forced to give statements in front of this crowd of Hamas terrorists, other terror factions, as well as the Gazan citizens there in Deir al-Balach as well. As we've already been talking about the condition of these hostages, it is positive to see them standing alive, but you can see they have been what looks like through hell for 491 days. This is the beginning. They're still being paraded here.
That's a long statement. We need to know also what he's talking about.
We will hopefully be able to bring our viewers exactly what has been stated here on the stage once we do see more of the transcript from what he's stating.
He's saying that the Hamas's military wing kept me secure. They secured me from the airstrikes that the Israeli Air Force has carried in the Gaza Strip. So more or less the things that we hear, also the videos that were released during this war.
Now this is Eli Sharabi. You can't even hear what he's saying as he's being met with these cheers from the Gazan.
Okay, they're saying that that the Israeli government failed on October 7th and failed during the 14 months. I hope that the Israeli government will continue to the second phase and the third phase of the deal in order to bring back all the hostages and stop the war and stop the war that kills innocent people. How do you feel? I am very happy that I'm coming back to my friends and family. And I hope that all of my other friends will come back as well, be returned. What would you say to your government? This is a failed government, and we just got bored of you. So again, he is ordering him to actually say thank you to Izzeddin Qassam, the military wing of Hamas.
These staged scenes once again. That was Eli Sharabi.
I mean, this is very, very, very cynical. Again, thanking Izzeddin Qassam that they brought me food and water, and they cared about me, and they secured me from the airstrikes. This war should end, and only in a deal. Only in a deal.
You could hear the chants there coming from the Hamas
Again, this is
fighters.
for Hamas is a victory image, and that's exactly what they're portraying there.
And
that's part of this whole psychological warfare that they're waging, also against the Israeli public, but also in order to secure their popularity in the Palestinian
making them wave to the crowd right now also.
Yes, they're telling them wave to the crowd. Ohad Ben Ami is not a good condition. I'm not a medical professional, absolutely not. Hopefully I'm wrong, but he does not look in a good condition.
No, and this is what many had feared. Right now, I want to say the bright side is we're looking at these three men that even after this final act of psychological torture being paraded there on the streets of central Gaza, on a stage in central Gaza, being forced to thank their captors that kidnapped them from their communities 491 days ago, this last act, being forced to stand up on a stage and thank the captors. Well, now, on the bright side, after all of this, they are finally being handed over to the International Red Cross, where they will then make their way back home to Israeli territory after 16 months in hell. The final act of that torture, hopefully, as they are making their way into these Red Cross vehicles. But it is difficult to watch them stand up there on stage. The condition of these three men as well. This is what many had feared. As we continue to see more of these releases, the way that these men are treated by the Hamas terrorists, even from what we had heard from some of the previous released hostages, not only in the November 2023 deal, after 50 days in Hamas captivity, how some of the different hostages were treated and what they saw, how some of these men were treated. Well, now we will be learning more about how these men have been treated inside Hamas captivity, and that these are jarring images as we do see them being released.
We have a statement from the Forum for the Families of the Hostages. They're saying that the very difficult pictures from the release of Ohad, Eli, and Or, the pictures are a proof that the hostages do not have time, and we have to get them out of there. And we should continue until the last one of them. Right now, that's the Forum for the Families of the Hostages putting out this statement after seeing these pictures that for the first time, at least, we see hostages that are clearly not in a good medical condition. Hopefully, this will pass by the time that they get into the hospital and get all the medical attention that they need. But at least until now, apparently they were in very difficult situation.
And it's images like this that also ignite the Israeli public when they see these images, looking at exactly how these men, these hostages have been treated. It does spark a flame inside the Israeli public to continue to demand for phase 2 of this deal to be reached, and so they can see about the release of all of the hostages. Meanwhile, as we see these three men make their way into these vehicles of the International Red Cross, you see those cars taking off from this staging center right now, hopefully making their way to then the hands of the IDF, where they will then be transported back to Israeli territory and get the much-needed medical treatment that they need, as well as reuniting with their families. After 491 days, one can only imagine those emotional reunions. But we want to get an update from the hospital now. Our I-24 News correspondent Robert Swift is live at Sheba Medical Center to speak to us about the preparations that the hospital has been taking to receive these three men. Robert, thanks for joining us. What updates do you have?
That's right. So once again, Sheba Medical Center is standing by to receive the hostages. Two of the men who are in the process of being released now will be sent here. First, Or Levy and also Eli Sharabi. Now, the hospital here has been receiving hostages since the beginning of this part of the ceasefire. And it is well practiced in doing that. Now, previously we've seen that the hospital has been very aware of the fact that, as well as the physical health of the hostages coming in, the psychological health is also paramount. Now, with the footage that we're seeing from Gaza currently, it does appear that the three men look particularly malnourished. They look like they haven't seen any light in some time, and I assess that the medical staff in the hospital where we're standing now, they will be watching this footage and acting accordingly, preparing to receive the hostages based on the condition that they can see that they are in at the moment.
All right, Robert Swift with that update. Meanwhile, we have learned more about exactly what some of these other hostages have endured in captivity. We'll likely be learning more from these three men as well. But as far as
we have a confirmation just from the IDF and the Shabak, Shin Bet, Israeli intelligence, that according to the information that we have from the Red Cross, the three hostages are in their hands and they are making their way right now to the place where the IDF soldiers are inside the Gaza Strip.
So that positive update indeed. These three hostages are in the hands of the Red Cross. They are making their way, hopefully, to the hands of the IDF and then back there to Israeli territory, where they will soon be, where our correspondent Robert Swift is right now. Robert, what are we learning as far as the released hostages already? Some of the hell that they endured in their time in captivity.
Yeah, that's right. I think, first of all, it's important to remember that each of these people coming back, they're an individual with their own circumstances. And we can see that in the events that have taken place here at Sheba over the last few days. Now, Ofer Calderon, who was received to Sheba a week ago, he was released from hospital yesterday. So his recovery does look like it's on a slightly faster pace. When he did arrive at the hospital, straight from captivity, he looked relatively well. That's not to diminish anything of the ordeal that he's been through, but he does seem to, the fact that he's been released at this stage is a positive development for him and his family. Then on the other hand, if we look at the case of Yaron Bibas, who still remains inside Sheba, the Hostages Forum family released a statement from him this morning. That was his first public statement since he was released from captivity, where he he thanked the Israeli public and he urged them to continue pushing for the release of additional hostages. He said that his life remains in darkness whilst his wife and two children are still unaccounted for and held inside Gaza. So with that, we do understand that there are different circumstances to different hostages. There are similarities between many of them in the conditions that they've been held in. Of course, from the hostages we're hearing repeated stories of lack of sunlight, lack of sufficient food, as well as other forms of mistreatment during their time held inside Gaza, for some of them for 15, 16 months.
Robert Swift live at Sheba Medical Center as the hospital is set to receive some of those released hostages. Thank you for that update. Meanwhile, these live images once again inside Gaza as we continue to look at this staging ceremony after Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy were handed over to the International Red Cross and now making their way to finally safe hands, the hands of the IDF, where they will then soon reunite with their families after 491 days in captivity. But it's all following this psychological and cynical ceremony that we all just witnessed as these three men were forced to take to the stage and thank their captors as well. Balir, when we look at these images, even compared to some of the past releases that we have seen, the Israeli public condemning and the Israeli negotiators condemning how these releases are conducted, are we likely to see any backlash as far as this ceremony that Hamas just put on?
Well, at least the handover this time was not chaotic as it had been with Arbel, with the release of Arbel. So in terms of Hamas's side, they will say that we have done our job as you have demanded us to do. But of course, this time, again, we see that the hostages are not in a good condition. And this, I have to say, puts pressure on Israel this time, because after all, the families of the hostages right now will say to the Israeli government that they don't have time it looks like that they are enduring a lot of difficulties in the Gaza Strip, and especially if we talk about those who are either injured, sick, or of course the elderly, they don't have time, and anything can worsen their condition in captivity. So these images apparently work in Hamas's favor, to my understanding, because after all, now they are doing their job, but the families are saying that it should be quicker, and that's why this puts the pressure on the Israeli government to not only not violate, according to Hamas's accusation, anything in the agreement, but also to continue to the second phase of the deal, because if not, they would say that the hostages that are left, that will be left in the Gaza Strip, will be in a great danger to either being killed in an airstrike, or of course, their condition worsen in case the fighting resumes.
Yes, definitely harrowing images to see all of this, as now there are 76 hostages still being held captive. We've just seen the release of 3 more. So that means 16 have been released of the 33 in phase 1, but all in all, still 76 being held inside the Gaza Strip right now. You're taking a look at these 2 contrasting images, those live images inside Gaza. Meanwhile, a helicopter, as Israel is still preparing to receive those 3 men after they were handed over to the International Red Cross. You see some of those soldiers putting up some of these barriers, and this is what we'll likely see as they are entering and exiting that helicopter, some barriers to give these men some privacy, something, a little bit of humanity from the Israeli public, something that they have not seen for 16 months in the hands of Hamas captivity, when they're thrown with cameras in their face, even in their last minutes there in Gaza. Well, they're welcomed back to Israel. They are shown with this humanity and this dignity and a little bit of privacy as well, to respect the condition as these final moments, as we're waiting to get more of an update as far as their medical condition, and really the emotional reunions that we hope to see as their family members do welcome them. But a reminder to our viewers just of the harsh reality that some of these men are returning to, while some of them will be reuniting with some family members. Eli Sharabi, his wife, his daughters, they were murdered in a safe room on October 7th when he was kidnapped. His brother, Yossi, was also taken captive. He was killed, and Hamas is still holding his body. Or Levy, we see some of these beautiful pictures of him and his wife. They were both at the Nova Music Festival in Raim on October 7th. He was taken hostage to Gaza, and his wife Einav was killed. However, their 3-year-old son Almog has been living with their grandparents ever since, and they will be reuniting finally with his son after 16 months. Meanwhile, Had Ben Ami, as we also saw, unfortunately looking very skinny, the medical condition very, very harsh for him, but he will be reuniting with his wife, Raz, who was also kidnapped from their home in Kibbutz Be'eri and released during the November 2023 deal. And so this is the reality that these 3 men are returning to. And so there is a bright side. They are alive. They are finally coming back home after 16 months in Hamas captivity, but it is a harsh reality that they are returning to, and the road to recovery is just now beginning. We are going to continue to bring you all of these latest updates live here on I-24 News. We are going out for a quick break, just 4 minutes, but we'll continue to show some of these live images as we do. And so stick with us here on I-24 as we continue to monitor the release of these hostages. Welcome back to this special edition of I-24 News. We're taking a look at this helicopter that is preparing to receive the 3 recently released hostages, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy. All have been just released from a staging ceremony inside central Gaza, Deir al-Balach, forced to speak to their captors and thank them as well after 491 days in captivity. This is what happened just moments ago inside central Gaza. Here you see Ohad Ben-Ami being handed over and almost held up by these 2 armed terrorists beside him, all of them also holding a paperwork, almost a certificate documenting their time in Hamas captivity. Seeing the condition of these 3 men as well. They are gout. They look unfortunately malnourished. However, they are alive. They are standing on their 2 feet. They are in the hands of the Red Cross, making their way finally to safe hands, the hands of the IDF, where they will then finally come back here to Israel, reunite with their family, and receive the much-needed medical treatment, the humanity, and the love that they have been missing for 16 months in captivity at this point. We'll be continuing to monitor their return here to Israel. And with me in studio to discuss it all, we have Sherry Fein-Grossman, member of Forum Devora, Women in Foreign Policy and National Security, as well as the former head of regional affairs for the Israel National Security Council. We have Daniel Sheck, director of diplomacy for the Hostage and Missing Families Forum, as well as the former Israeli ambassador to France. And we also have our I-24 News Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osaran. Thank you all for being with us as we continue to monitor these major developments happening. 3 men alive and coming back here to Israel. This is major. Daniel, I want to begin with you because with the family members of these hostages, you have been working with them for 491 days now. Seeing these men up on stage right now, what was your reaction after seeing them paraded through the streets of Gaza right now?
It's a difficult morning, I must say. Nevertheless, I'll start with the bottom line, which is a happy one. In an hour or so, these 3 men will be in safe hands. They will receive, as you so rightly said, the love that they had been missing. They will receive the best medical treatment available in the world. And hopefully within a few weeks or a couple of months, they will physically be back on their feet. However, and there's a big however this time, for the first time, I think the Israeli public and the world is seeing a manifestation of what we, the family members, have been saying for months now. The time is of the essence is not the right word. Time is a life and death issue. Try to imagine these 3 men in 3 months later in captivity. Keep in mind that the first pieces of information that we're getting from the freed hostages from a couple of weeks ago says very clearly that those who have the worst treatment are the soldiers, the young men who are not part of phase 1 of the deal. They are phase 2, the fate of which is still a big question. So keep these images in mind. I'm afraid that next week won't be an improvement, probably. We kept speculating, including in your studio, Nicole, that they kept the best-looking, quote-unquote, hostages for the beginning, and gradually we're going to see people in worse condition. I mean, when you have in mind the smiling faces that we saw on the posters of Ohad, Eli, and Or, and you see the reality of what they are now, it's really shocking. It's really shocking.
It's gut-wrenching to see these images, and as you are sure to know, these are civilians. These are men that were ripped out of their communities. Yes. These are not soldiers. And so these are men that their only crime was being in Israel during this October 7th massacre. Now, Sherry, we talk about the pressure that these images could be putting on the Israeli negotiators to make sure that phase 2 of this deal does go forward, that more of these hostages are released as soon as possible. Any pressure on Hamas then perhaps as well? When you take a look at some of these images, it's more and more difficult for them to also paint this image of look at how we kept these captives for the past 16 months. That's the messaging that they had been trying. That's not going to be working in the future.
Well, as we struggle with different target audiences that we address as Israelis, that we want the world to see how we're struggling in a terror organization, but at the same time be strong against, look strong against our enemies. This is a struggle Hamas is now facing with. This facade, this show he's putting on, is designed to terrorize the people of Israel and to terrorize anyone who wants to, I would say, contest his control over Gaza. That's clearly his audience, and I think the Western world and Western allies should, and Israel's friends, should see from these images exactly what they are: a terror organization that is very strong, that is thriving, that has a very strong foothold. And I'm not going to let these terrorists overweigh or influence the joy of Eli returning to his family. Eli's returning, his wife was murdered, his 2 daughters was murdered. Always getting back to Almog, who's 3.5 years old. And Ohad is returning to his wife and daughters, and we're not going to let them take that away from us. But look, there's a very clear catch-22 here. If Hamas is not left standing, we're not going to get the hostages back. This has always been the trouble. This has always been the problem. And the IDF hasn't fought in places where it thought there are hostages there. So it was very limited. In spite of what you see, he asked the civilians to go to a few safe havens, and we see these safe havens, like today, like in Deir al-Balach, keep standing because we couldn't fight where there are civilians, not theirs and not ours. And this is what we're facing. We have to stop, and I urge, we saw a big Western press conference this week, which is not in. I mean, it was disappointing for me that we're still not getting it. We're not getting it that we're in the Middle East, and that the people in Gaza are different. They have a different mindset. They have a different priority. If their priority was to live in peace in the Riviera, we wouldn't be in the situation we are. But there are hundreds of thousands of terrorists of Hamas and supporters from the citizens that their priorities is different. They don't want to live in a Riviera. They want the Jews out of their land, what they think is their land, denying it was land of Jews and Christians and others. And this is what we're facing. But I'm not going to let Hamas take this moment away from us. And this is going to be a happy moment when Almog gets his father back. And we all must keep that in mind. We must breathe deeply, like they do in the Middle East, and fight and do whatever it takes to get everybody back home.
Despite the difficult images that we've seen, there are images of hope right now as we are expecting these 3 men to return to Israeli territory. Ariel, do we have an update as far as exactly the timeline that we should be expecting right now?
So in the coming minutes, we should be receiving an update that the 3 released hostages, Ohad, Eli, and O, have been handed over by the Red Cross to Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip. But I think we should and we do need to emphasize the importance of what we saw. We cannot let Hamas off the hook. After 70 weeks in the hells of Gaza, these images are reminiscent of Holocaust survivors. This is not my words. This is what the Hostage Family Forum is saying, and it, coming after the worst atrocities that Jews suffered since the Holocaust, to be sent back to these images, clearly psychological warfare on the part of Hamas, trying to illustrate how much they're trying to push to pressure expedition of this ceasefire deal to keep it going. But you cannot ignore the images of starvation, malnourishment that these 3 must have undergone. And as opposed to previous releases where you could see that at least in like the day or two before, Hamas tried to improve the conditions so that they would look better. This was purposely done by Hamas for them to look this way, but they survived. They prevailed, and that is what is important here. And the Hostages Families Forum is saying the disturbing images from the release of Ohad, Eli, and Or serve as yet another stark and painful evidence that leaves no room for doubt. There is no time to waste for the hostages. We must get them all out, down to the very last hostage now. And I will add that another thing that we saw now this time that we didn't see before is the sadistic torment of having them, forcing them to speak on stage, thanking their Hamas captors. I will just note that Eli Sharabi mentioned his dead brother Yossi, who was killed in Hamas captivity, so at least we know he knows the fate of his brother. Whether he's been updated on the fact that his wife Lian and daughters Noya and Yahel were also murdered on October 7th, we are not yet aware at this point. And now we're getting an update that they have been handed over. Ohad, Eli, and Or are now in Israeli hands in the Gaza Strip. This is an update these past few seconds from the IDF.
Safe hands, finally, after 491 days in the hands of terror organizations. This is an emotional day for the Israeli public as they have been watching these images on your screen as well, and now waiting for these three men, now that they are in the hands of the IDF, to now make their way back here to Israel. You can see these live images of people lining the road near Kibbutz Re'im in southern Israel, hoping to see a glimpse and just show the support that the united Israelis, the society has been uniting around this one cause, the release of the hostages. We want to go live now to our I-24 News correspondent, Joe Brown, who is at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, another one of those symbols of this united front. But Joe, I'm assuming it has been a difficult morning there as well, as the people have been watching this release. What is the atmosphere there after seeing both Ohad, Eli, and Or being handed over to the Red Cross?
It's quite an uncomfortable atmosphere, I guess you could say, here when the big screen behind me was showing the Israeli news broadcast in which we saw the first sights of the three hostages who were freed. To start off with, nobody was really making much of a sound as the Red Cross vehicles approached. There was a couple of minor chants in both English and Hebrew saying, "Bring them home now." But most people, and there were probably around about 1,000 to 2,000 people here. Most people were silent. Once the Hamas terrorists appeared on the stage, it almost felt like a pantomime atmosphere, booing the bad guys. And then once the hostages came out, initially there was a round of applause and a minor celebration. And then they realized the state that they were in. These did not look like the same people who were abducted on October the 7th. There is a picture that's been widely circulated and is on a lot of the hostage posters of Ohad Ben Ami when he is getting abducted in his boxers. That does not look like the same man. That looks like half the man, both literally and metaphorically. And I think that's when it really hit home. For a lot of these releases, there's mainly a feeling of euphoria. There's an understanding that the hostages have been undergoing some of the most horrific conditions imaginable. But this time, right here, we saw it in action for probably the first time. Keith Siegel also didn't appear in a good condition, but these were men in their 50s who were, before this, largely healthy. And to see it, I think it really hit home for a lot of people what they were watching. And then once we saw the parading on the stage where the three hostages were speaking in Hebrew, criticizing the government, urging them to start the negotiations and to hurry up for the phase 2, this really made an impact on the people here, that this is nothing but a show. This is what Hamas wants. They wanted all of our eyeballs to be on here. They wanted the thousands of people who attend here at Hostages Square to see what was going on, to see them with their show of strength. As Shiri mentioned, this is not the same audience that they are playing to as we are. Whilst we might mock them for their six-finger AI slop that they have in the background, to the people of Gaza and to the Palestinians, they see this as a show of strength. But here in Israel, in Hostages Square, it was uncomfortable, it was sad. There is a sense of relief here, though, and if you believe in this kind of thing, one thing I thought was quite interesting, a bit of a pathetic fallacy. Throughout the last couple of days on the Israeli coast, a storm has been battering, heavy winds, heavy rain, and we saw it at the start of the day. It was bitterly cold, and as soon as the vehicles, the white vans that had the three hostages, approached the main square in Deir al-Balach, the sun started to come out. So on this Shabbat morning, make of it what you will. Is it a sign from God? Who knows? But mainly here, it's relief, it's sadness, and it feels like a violation in many ways.
A ray of light truly this morning, Joe Brown, bringing us the bright side of still some of the horrific images that you've seen, but you are correct that the Israeli public taking with this a little bit of strength to know that these three men are finally back home or on their way back home right now. Joe Brown with that update from Hostages Square. Thank you so much. Still coming back to our guests in studio as well. We talk about the public putting more pressure to see phase two. We talk about the scenes that we're even looking at right now inside at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, demanding more pressure from the Israeli government to make sure that phase two does come to fruition. But Daniel, we're also seeing this pressure possibly from the United States. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu coming back this evening after his big trip to the United States, meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump, meeting with many of the other big players when it comes to phase two of these negotiations. Is he going to be coming back within some of these reassurances to people in his coalition that might not want to see phase two actually be implemented?
It's difficult, if not impossible, to say, because coming out of Washington the messages coming out of Washington are very mixed. Mixed is an understatement. They're contradictory. On the one hand, you have the president saying, I don't really know if this deal will go till the end. We're dealing with complicated people. On the other hand, you have Steve Witkoff, his special envoy for this issue, saying we are determined to see this through until the last hostage. So we don't know what the message inside the Oval Office was during the meeting. It's been, for the Forum of Families, it's been the number one priority from day one of the agreement to say that this is not just one phase. There are three phases. All of them are important. All the hostages, alive or murdered, need to be included into this. I'd like to say that Joe Brown really described it beautifully, the atmosphere. You remember all the previous times there was something uplifting in the atmosphere on Hostage Square with the Tel Avivians coming to show their joy and support for the families, and suddenly there was dead silence. And you can just imagine there's a new test now for the families who have been tested so much, and that is to overcome their shock in the coming hours and to show a strong and optimistic face to the hostages, to reassure them. We're talking about three amazing families, really. I mean, if you give me a minute, I'd like to say a word about them.
Please.
All three of these hostages have families who have been in the forefront of the fight, heroic. Raz Ben-Ami and her daughters, Raz, who was herself a hostage and who had a very, very difficult time in captivity. She's not well, and her medical condition became much, much worse during her captivity. She was everywhere, and her daughters were everywhere. Sharon Shalabi, the third brother, one of the most amazing people I have met during these 16 months. He is proud, He is in love with the state of Israel, with his country, and he is just a relentless fighter. He's one of the leaders of the forum, has been from the beginning, from day one. An amazing personality, never lost faith, always felt that at least his brother Eli would come back at home, but he is so fearful of what awaits his brother Eli. It was mentioned here, he has lost his entire family. And Or Levi, he left a year-and-a-half-old baby, lost his wife. The child was alone he wasn't alone, but he had no parents. And Michael Levi, his brother, who is often the forefront of this family, took him in together with other family members. But Michael, too, he traveled the world and he spoke out. And they will come home and they will see that really the last thing that they can believe was what the Hamas people keep telling the hostages, that they are abandoned. They were never abandoned.
Ariel, you have some quick updates for us.
Yeah, the Prime Minister's office confirming that the families have been informed that Ohad and Eli have been handed over to Israeli forces, saying that the shocking images of their release will not go unanswered. Israel will give its position on that, and that the government and security agencies will accompany the family. Hamas also issuing a response, as Daniel was speaking, saying that the great scenes of the handover process and the messages of Hamas regarding the next day confirm that the resistance remains supreme and that the next day is a Palestinian issue and no further
it's the writing on the wall behind
it is literally the writing on the wall. We are the next day. That is the message that Hamas is trying to portray here. And in case some of the viewers didn't receive the message, here Hamas is saying this explicitly. Their goal today was to show they're not going anywhere. They're here to stay. And any talk about the day after in the Gaza Strip must include Hamas, which puts them in complete odds with Israel's declared goals, but also with the United States administration's declared goals that Hamas cannot be part of administering Gaza after the war. And so we are heading into a collision course between it's odd to say that after 16 months of war, but an even bigger collision course between Hamas and the Trump administration. Some could even call this a game of chicken to see who will blink first. But as far as we're seeing coming out from Hamas, they have no intention of backing down.
Shiri, when we talk about this,
I want everyone, and especially the viewers, especially Israelis, to take a deep breath. Eyes on the ball. The ball is to get all the hostages back. Great. And for that, we need a deep breath. We need to take it all in. We can't let them terrorize us. This is the most important thing. So there will be a time to wipe Hamas out of the face of the earth. We have to do it smartly, but we have to get our hostages back. If we don't get them, if we now focus on fighting them, we're not going to get them back. That's the price. So when everybody's upset and the blood is boiling, that won't help to get the hostages back. So eyes on the ball. That's one. I also want to reiterate what Daniel said about Sharon. I met Sharon in the Israeli studios really early on. I met a person who lost. He had two brothers, hostages. His wife-in-law, his sister-in-law, a British citizen, was murdered with her daughters, his nieces. And he's looking after the entire family. He has a quiet leadership. He talked to everyone, everyone in Knesset. He went to Qatar. He went to the UN.
I'm sorry to interrupt the IDF announcing now that Ohad and Eli have crossed into Israeli territory with IDF and Shin Bet forces. The three are back home after 491 days. Yeah,
And
sorry.
It's a little sigh of relief as you're talking about those deep breaths. This is a big moment for that deep breath.
I spent a little time with the Sha'abi brother's mother unfortunately, during the Shiva of Yossi. There were hundreds of people there, but we sat down with her and with Sharon for a little bit, and you see where it comes from. This woman who is completely in the backstage, she never was interviewed, and it's, as you rightly said, Sharon took the responsibility of representing the entire family, but you see the fortitude of this woman in really just imagine she lost a son, two granddaughters, a daughter-in-law, and she was at the time afraid for Eli. We didn't know what would be, and yet she was the way she held herself was so typical for this family. And really, Sharon, there are so many people I will never forget, but Sharon is
the
really
strength of these family
and
members.
And Raz.
Raz Ben-Ami.
I went to the Munich Security Conference last year, and she was just moving. She just came back from Gaza herself.
Right.
She was in every hall. I don't think she ate, slept. People don't understand what's going on in the halls of the Munich Security Conference. They're pretty much, you have coffee next to the foreign minister of Egypt or Qatar, and it's a very, very...
And she may be soft-spoken, and
they were just standing there everywhere. You couldn't miss them. They looked everyone in the eye, fighting to get her husband back. It's just a testament of Israelis and the spirit, and this is what's important, and this is what we have to remind ourselves when we're seeing this tough, horrible images, okay? And I want to speak right now a little bit about what you mentioned about the pressure and what's moving forward. I think the Trump administration made a brilliant move. People forget that there are two audiences that he has to keep in mind. One is the Israeli government, the other is the Arab world. With the Arab world, he really took to the sky the leverage and the enlarging the cake of negotiations, as we say. And I think it's just a starting point of negotiation. He's just saying, this is where we are, now come meet us. And now just dismantling Hamas from its arm seems like something small. Okay, so that's one thing through the Arab world, telling Saudi, telling UAE, telling Egypt, Jordan, if you don't want to displace everybody, it's not ethnic cleansing, it's displacement, and willingly. Nobody's going to be forced to get out. If you don't want to see that, come up with a solution. Nobody has a magic solution for Gaza. We've been dealing with Gaza for more than 70 years with no solution. So that is one thing. But the other thing is people forget that there's the Israeli government. And there is a fear, I think, in the White House by the collapse of the Israeli government, and that's bad for the negotiations on what comes the day after. It's bad for what's gonna happen stability-wise. It makes Israel as a negotiating partner unstable. And I want to tell you a story about the Abraham Accords, which I took part in, and this was published. Yusuf Ateba, the UAE ambassador to Washington, in March 2019, okay, end of March 2019, came to the American counterparts and said, we want normalization to stop the annexation of the West Bank. This is the solution we see. But he said, we don't want to intervene, look like we're intervening in Israel's internal affairs. We'll wait after there's election in Israel and the government is formed. The government wasn't formed only a year after. Okay, and that delayed the Abraham Accords, which were announced only in August 2020. So almost a year and a half after normalization was supposed to happen. So I think, and if that delay didn't happen, we would already have normalization with Saudi Arabia within Trump's first term. And I think the Trump team is very much aware of this point, doesn't want to waste time because unlike, Netanyahu's approach is always stalling. He always stalls, waiting for something to be better, and sometimes it's worse, like we've seen October 7th. But the Trump administration comes with a totally different approach, which we have to get there fast and not waste any more time. Danny was speaking about it. I believe more Stephen Witkoff and what he's doing than anything else. I believe that they are forced to keep Netanyahu's government in order to keep the momentum going, and the momentum is a key part. It was a key part of the Abraham Accords, and I think they understand. And every release of a hostage is a momentum that people the public, everybody wants to see. So I think, again, everybody takes a deep breath, eye at the ball, getting the hostages home, and we'll deal with Hamas when the time's right.
And focusing on the positive news that we are seeing today, despite these images, it is a positive day.
That's
Three
the bottom
men
line.
are
the bottom
coming
line
back
is that
home.
they are home.
Exactly. Daniel Sheck and Sherry Van Grossman, thank you for giving your analysis on this rapidly developing situation, but still painting it in the positive moment, because there are going to be many difficult moments ahead. So it is important to focus on the small good news as we can. Thank you both for joining us here on I-24. Now, meanwhile, we're still taking a look at these live images. This is Re'im in southern Israel, as we know that the three men, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, they are in the hands of the IDF. They are back in Israeli territory after 491 days. They are finally back home. And you see these people lining the roads here to welcome them home and show them the strength and the support from the Israeli public that has been fighting for their release for 16 months now. I want to get an update from the hospital now. Our I-24 News correspondent Robert Swift is at Sheba Medical Center in central Israel. Now, Robert, we're waiting as far as the medical center preparing to receive some of these men. We've already seen the images of them. They desperately need some of this medical treatment. And so the atmosphere there, how exactly is the medical center preparing to receive these men?
Indeed. So it has been understood that in the case of medical emergencies, if necessary, rather than transferring the hostages to this location here in Sheba, Soroka Medical Center in Beersheba, which is slightly closer to Gaza, that is a location that they can be transferred to if necessary. Now, we have not had an update on whether this is the case or not, or if the plan still stands and the two hostages will be coming here to Sheba. There is a little bit of speculation due to the condition of the three men as we see the images as to whether that would be the case. But as far as we understand it, they are still inbound to this location, that being Or Levy and Eli Sharabi, two of the hostages which are due to be returned to this location, Sheba Medical Center. Now, in the last 40 or so minutes, the Hostages Forum, the Hostages Families Forum has made a statement saying the disturbing images from the release of Ohad, Eli and Or serve as yet another stark and painful evidence that leaves no room for doubt. There's no time left to waste for the hostages. Now, we're seeing a lot of reaction to the images in the Israeli media. And this is reiterated in that statement from the hostages' families. A lot of reaction, pressure being applied to continue with the release of the next set of hostages in a week's time. At present, we haven't heard any too much reaction from the Israeli government with regards to the condition of the hostages. They have released a statement saying that their condition did not look good. However, in terms of concrete actions, we saw last week, in previous weeks, when the handover of hostages did not go to the way that the Israeli government felt was obligated upon Hamas. There were delays to the release of prisoners. Given the condition, the severe malnutrition of the three men who have just been handed over to Israeli to Israeli hands, it is possible that we will see some form of reaction from Israel. Israel's President Yitzhak Herzog has just released a statement saying that this is what a crime against humanity looks like. So some form of response is very much possible. In the meantime, here at Sheba Medical Center, the staff continue to be on standby to receive the hostages. As I say, no update yet as to whether there will be any change to that plan. So the medical staff will be standing by to receive them, to provide the necessary psychological and physical care when they arrive at this location.
And we know whichever hospital those men are transported to, they will be receiving some of the best medical attention with these staff that has been preparing for this exact moment as well. Robert Swift with that update from Sheba Medical Center. Thank you so much for your coverage on the ground. Now, as we are talking right now about these three men who are back here in Israeli territory, we're talking about Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy. Let's give our viewers a glimpse into exactly who these men are.
On October the 7th, the Sharabi family was decimated by the Hamas onslaught. After entering their kibbutz Be'eri home and killing their dog, Eli Sharabi was taken into Gaza. His British-born wife Leanne and his two teenage daughters Noya and Yahel were assumed to have been abducted too, but their charred bodies were identified shortly after. Eli was kidnapped alongside his brother Yossi, who was killed in captivity by a likely IDF airstrike after saving his family from terrorists. Eli met his Bristol-born wife Leanne while she was volunteering on the kibbutz as a teenager, and the family would often visit the UK over Christmas, with Eli travelling up north to watch his beloved Manchester United play soccer. Whilst Eli's family awaits his return, they fear how to tell him about what has happened to his family.
First and foremost, I will let my 76-year-old mother embrace Eli after we've already lost 4 members of our family. When Eli returns, he will have to face the devastating truth that his wife and daughters were murdered on October 7th in their home. He will also have to learn that his brother Yossi, who was held captive right beside him, did not survive captivity either.
56-year-old Ohad Ben-Ami has spent his last 2 birthdays in captivity. He was taken in his underwear alongside his wife Raz from their home in kibbutz Be'eri.
This place became the place where my dad was taken from, where my mom was taken from. I'm standing here now in these clothes, barefoot, because my dad was kidnapped from our home when he was in boxers and barefoot in his underwear. Because as you see here, it's a normal houses. We are in our kibbutz, our place. And he was in bed in the morning, and they just came into my home and took him.
Raz was released as part of the November 2023 hostage release deal. Ever since then, she and her daughters, who lived on Be'eri and nearby Nahal Oz, have been urging for Ohad's release.
Ohad is a man of great love, laughter, and joy. We miss him every day. Every day I spend without him feels like an eternity. Every day I can't express my life to him. It's a day without my forever Valentine.
The wine connoisseur Ohad also had German citizenship. His family says he had a wicked, cynical sense of humour and enjoys swimming and yoga.
My love, I hope you can hear me. I hope you can feel me. I'm here waiting for you.
Or Levy was hiding in a bomb shelter with his wife Einav near the Nova Festival on October the 7th. At 7:39 a.m, Or's mother texted him asking how they were doing, to which he responded, "Mum, you don't want to know." It was there that Or was taken hostage, and Einav's body was found several days later, murdered by terrorists who stormed southern Israel. The young couple left behind a son, Almog, who was only 2 years old at the time. Now 3 years old, he is being raised by his grandparents and asks when his parents are coming home. 16 months later, they can finally say Almog's father is returning.
Wow, it's, I can't even start to describe the emotions, the excitement, how happy we are that it's finally close to be over. And yeah, now we are waiting to hug him, waiting to see Almog hugging his father again.
Or and Einav met in high school and later married. Friends and family described them as a couple with a shared love for travel and festivals. They arrived at the Nova party just 9 minutes before the rocket barrages began.
I want the world to remember and to understand that this is not political in any way. This is a humanitarian story. This is about a 3-year-old boy who lost his mother and is finally getting his father back. But it's about a lot more kids that miss their dads, and a lot more wives who miss their husbands, and mothers and fathers who need their sons. And it's not about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's about human beings that need to come back home to their loved ones.
Those are the 3 men that are now finally back here in Israeli territory, a complex and harsh reality that they are returning home to, but they are returning home and they are alive. Although the difficult images that we have already seen of their condition will continue to monitor as they are making their way to some of these hospitals to receive the medical treatment that they desperately need as well. Once again, finally back here in Israel and soon to be reunited with their families as well. Joining us in studio to talk about these latest developments as it is still all rapidly unfolding, we're joined by Lieutenant Colonel in Reserves Doron Abital, former commander of the IDF Special Forces. We also have our I-24 News correspondent Balir Sladin, as well as our I-24 News Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran. Gentlemen, monumental moments continuing to unfold right now. We've already talked about just the condition of these men, the psychological warfare and the torture that they were continued to be subject to until the last moments of their release from Hamas captivity. The pressure, Doron, that this is being put on not only the Israeli public, which we discussed just in the past hour, but on Hamas as well. Is this working into their message that they're trying to show the world right now? Because as we see more of these hostage releases, it's likely that we're going to see many more people returning in condition like this.
I think what's important from our perspective is to see those sites and to understand the urgency of maybe, even if it's possible, to push forward the framework for the release, maybe work the timetable. The urgency is now very clear. We are in the midst of a winter that maybe would step in more forcefully than it was here until now. And those people in those conditions, can end also with death. I mean, we have to rethink after this junction.
Well, and is there likely to be any consequences? Because that's already what we're hearing from some of the Israeli leaders, that this will not go unanswered.
Yeah, I heard the Prime Minister. But I think when I think of consequences, I think about effective measures to try to seal this deal, put it on fast track. I think this is what should be on our mind, and then see what's the day after in Gaza. The fact that we postponed the decision and work out all sorts of scenarios, some of them more imaginary, some of them more concrete, this is problematic. This is a concrete thing in front of our eyes. Those hostages at an hour distance from our studio, some of them might see us in the different panels. They know that, we need to bring them back and to do it the fastest possible.
And this could certainly be a pressure to allow that to happen.
Yeah.
Ariel, what any updates are we having right now?
Right, so Hamas, we don't need to guess what Hamas's messaging is, because they issued a statement saying that the day after the war began, once the ceasefire agreement was signed. So basically, they're trying to promote the notion that the war is over. Any talk about the day after must include Hamas, because the day after is now, and Hamas is in control. And so adding that the great scenes from the handover process today confirm that our people and their resistance will remain supreme, and that the day after will be Palestinian only. So this today, you could see variety of messaging, whether it's this last statement or the posters on the stage saying that we are the day after, posting the banner total victory in Hebrew, with the image of Prime Minister Netanyahu's face in the notorious red triangle. All of these are messages aimed at Netanyahu and President Trump to signal to them that any discussion regarding the future of the Gaza Strip must include them. And so obviously the main focus is continuing with this ceasefire deal so that all hostages are returned, but we cannot forget that as this happens and moving forward, in the absence of an alternative to Hamas, which was not presented by Israel up until now, which is a strategic failure. I wouldn't say negating the military achievements up until now, but undermining them clearly. This is a diplomatic failure on the part of the Israeli government. And moving forward, serves as a reminder that until Israel shows its willingness to put in an alternative to Hamas in the Gaza Strip, which there is only one, and it is called the Palestinian Authority, Hamas will remain in power, and it's up to Israel to explain to the Israeli government, to explain to the people of Israel why it is accepting the continuation of Hamas as opposed to the Palestinian Authority.
The Palestinian Authority, this is the internationally recognized body that people want to see take over the Gaza Strip. But when we talk about the internationally recognized body, we're not all seeing all of the mediators on board now, because United States President Donald Trump is now stating that the Palestinian Authority, they can't get its act together in the West Bank. So who's to say that the PA should be the governing body of Gaza? So when we talk about the day after and who could replace Hamas, well, the previous administration, the Biden administration, said that it would be the Palestinian Authority. That's not the case with this current administration. And so how could that cause possibly some roadblocks as well, Balir?
Yes, exactly. And this new administration is more aligned with the Israeli government, because Netanyahu famously has said since the beginning of this war, no Hamas and no Abbas. Abbas, the president of the Palestinian Authority. And by the way, I don't think that Hamas is actually really threatened by the Palestinian Authority as an alternative to them, because after all, their ultimate goal is actually to take over this Palestinian Authority. So currently, they want to facilitate their way or pave their way to take over the Palestinian Authority, and they will be, of course, present in the West Bank as well, not only in Gaza. That's their ultimate goal, and apparently that's what the Americans and the Israelis, at least the current Israeli government, understands, and that's why they are trying to figure out something else other than the Palestinian Authority taking over Gaza. Because again, at some point in the future, with this popularity, with this quote-unquote victory that they are declaring, they will be in power in the Palestinian Authority, either in elections or, of course, by taking over by force, something that happened already in 2005 in the Gaza Strip. To my understanding, there is no way out of the resume of the war if Israel wants to disarm the Gaza Strip entirely and, of course, dismantle Hamas specifically, because they can actually ask in the second phase of the deal, the negotiations that should start any time in the coming days, for the complete disarmament of the Gaza Strip, and that Hamas's leaders be expelled outside of Gaza, and all of the demands that the Prime Minister of Israel has been talking about. But if they don't feel that there is a lot of threat, or if they don't fear actually the war being resumed, they will not actually accept that, and then we will see that the war resumes. And then if we keep on fighting in the same way, at least Israel keeps on fighting in the same way that it fought during this war, with no end in sight, with no strategy for taking over the Gaza Strip, actually military occupying the Gaza Strip, then nothing will change. Hamas will ultimately say, unless you agree to a deal that we are part of, we will not handle you the hostages. They know very, very well, and they're right about it, that the hostages are the weakest point of the Israeli society, and they're using that.
Ariel, we have a quick update as far as the movement of these released hostages.
Yeah, so now that they're in Israeli territory, Ohad, Or, and Eli have arrived at the initial reception point in Re'im. IDF forces as well as medical personnel are accompanying them, and they will undergo an initial medical assessment. They'll also be reunited with their immediate family. I wonder if Or Levi's son Almog is there or waiting for him at the hospital. But that is going to be one really heartwarming reunification once they undergo that initial assessment, that initial unification with the family. Then they will be taken in these helicopters that we're seeing on screen right now to hospitals in central Israel further examination.
And with these helicopters that we're looking at our screen right now, it's important for everyone to look at the different barriers that the military has put up as well, once again ensuring the privacy of these released hostages, in stark contrast to just an hour and a half ago as they were paraded through the streets of Gaza with cameras thrown in their faces. Now they are getting a little bit of humanity as they are welcomed back here to Israel. And so even as they are entering and exiting those helicopters, the different military and medical teams putting up some barriers to allow them the privacy that they desperately need as well, being met here in Israel with humanity after 16 months in the pits of hell, truly. We'll continue to monitor their updates as we do see any movement on our screen there in Re'im. But Doron, we're talking about the day after, and as Balir states, Hamas has no incentive, it seems, to give over every single hostage. This is their final card.
Yeah, it's a bit more complicated, I think. First of all, this is a dark scenario. I hope it won't facilitate itself. For sure, we can't allow Hamas takes over the West Bank, and Israel would puts all its forces right now to contain the Judah and Samaria. So this is one front that we have to be very assertive and make sure.
But this is Hamas's plan.
Of course, no question about that. I completely agree.
I'm pretty sure that Israel will have to deal with this plan, but that's their plan.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I'm just saying this is, since we know what their plan is, we know what our objective, what are the measures that we have to take. About Gaza. You have to understand, there is, of course, the possibility of resuming the war, losing our hostages, but this would mean really not just resuming a war. This would mean a takeover, a military occupation of Gaza.
Similar to what we see in the West Bank, or something separate?
Something much more dramatic. Israel was in command of Gaza, and then I think if Trump has his way, so Israel would fight, take over Gaza, and then the Saudis would bring the money and we'll give it to American territory. This scenario, of course, I think it's a little bit imaginary. So what can we do? I think the idea of an exile or expulsion of the Hamas leaders, right now it's not in the cards. They refuse to do it. They refuse, and it's true that there's no credible threat that would force them there. But I want to remind the audience that we did it in '82 with the PLO in Lebanon. Actually, I was there as a young officer, and we actually, the PLO, which was the major military organization of what was called in Hebrew Ashraf, was actually expelled and went into exile in Tunisia. This is a different story because Hamas it's in own territory in Gaza. It's not like PLO in Lebanon.
With the PLO in Lebanon, then the Hezbollah took power, and now we still have a military force there.
Yeah, then they took the Palestinian case, but Hezbollah are Shiites that live in Lebanon. The Iranian thing, it's a different story. But the PLO is an organization that really represented the cause of the Palestinian, which later became the Palestinian Authority, or the military power of the Palestinian Authority, was expelled, and this was a historical trajectory that led us to Oslo Accord and the story that we right now have. So I think this is not an option that is not possible, but there's another leverage that is very important, and the leverage is the investment to recover Gaza. And this would come, of course, from the Arab countries, Saudi Arabia. Trump wouldn't put a cent, and Israel is not that rich. So what kind of incentive the Saudis or the Emirates would have to recover Gaza when Gaza is commanded and controlled by Hamas? So this is an important leverage, and the question, which I don't know the answer to, maybe you know better, whether we can create a wedge for the recovery process between Gazan citizens and Hamas. This is really the main question, and Hamas military leadership, because some civilian leadership would find themselves, I don't know.
Because as long as Hamas is in power, these other, even Western powers, Arab states, they're not going to give them a cent to rebuilding Gaza. But
so this is, I think, an important leverage, recovery for demilitarizing Gaza. It looks like a little bit utopian.
But does Hamas care if they don't have, even if their civilians are living in rubble, they caused this destruction? Do they care about getting that money to rebuild?
In the end, I mean, every organization is a terrorist organization, whatever. It needs the support of its people, whatever. I mean, it's not like their power is endless. So, and it's hard also to estimate what's their power. Of course, these new recruitments that we see there of youngsters, like think of the many orphans there that now recruit themselves and have this sense of revenge to Hamas. Of course, this is a process we have to prevent. The only way to prevent it is the recovery of Gaza. It would have to do for this idea of the normalization of Saudi Arabia, the corridor, and so on. But then, of course, as everybody here on this panel knows, this would mean some kind of participation of the Palestinian Authority, some kind of a path towards with the Palestinian, which this government doesn't doesn't approve with. So to the audience, and we may say the geometry looks blocked, but who knows, maybe there would be a breakpoint.
Yeah, there always can be something unexpected. We witnessed that this week, actually, by President Trump when he puts something new on the table, which is the relocating of the Palestinians. That's something that could play a major role in the negotiations and could be a leverage that the Americans and the Israelis has. Maybe Ariel would give us more insight on how the Arab states see the issue of reconstructing Gaza while Hamas is in power, whether they are willing to even consider that or not. But from what I understand, from the way that I see the things, the Egyptians, for example, they're trying to put a committee together that includes officially at least it is a committee of experts, but of course those experts are appointed by Hamas, by the Palestinian Authority, and Hamas, with its popularity again, will have the upper hand here. And through this committee, they will reconstruct Gaza. In this case, I don't know. Again, maybe Ariel will give us more insight on that. But the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Qataris at least would be willing to hand over money to this committee that they would call a committee that would take, just charge of the civilian situation in Gaza. And 10 years from now, 5 years from now, we will find out that this was actually part of Hamas's plan.
Of course, this might be, but we have to put a finger. As long as we can put a wedge between the key military leaders and try to divert them outside of Gaza in some kind of fashion, this would be a different story. Of course, the scenario, there are so many scenarios, some of them are very dark, Absolutely. But some of them, we all the time have to think constructive, and the only constructive play on the playground is the normalization of Saudi Arabia. This is the play, this is where the prize is, the corridor, and this might help us.
We'll talk more about some of this reaction coming from our 8 neighboring Arab states in just a moment. We are going out for a quick break here on I-24 News. Gentlemen, stay with us here in studio. A reminder to our viewers, you're looking at these live images, split screen, Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, right next to Ra'im military facility in southern Israel, as they have received Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, the 3 male released hostages who are back here in Israeli territory. We're going out for a quick break in just 3 minutes. We'll be right back here on I-24 News.
It started on October 7th, but for many, the horror may never end. With homes destroyed, families displaced, hostages missing, soldiers fallen, and a country traumatized. In the first year alone, more than 17,000 Israelis have been wounded, and hundreds of thousands have experienced psychological trauma and need support now. Thankfully, for 112 years, Hadassah hospitals have been on the ground healing. At our expanding Gandel Rehabilitation Center, we're providing critical physical therapy and life-changing mental health services.
Hadassah is a great place.
Today I'm really thankful.
Now, some are back home, living their lives, but many more still need our help. Help your family and friends heal at Hadassah hospitals. Give today.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing I-24 News' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the I-24 News app today.
How do you get your news? How do you know what sources to trust? And to paint a clear picture of the entire story, you need a breakdown of the constant stream of events, top stories, expert analysts, and the best journalists bringing you real voices on the ground. We're breaking it all down on The Rundown. Get the facts, stay informed, and be a voice of reason for the Middle East. Welcome back to this special edition of I-24 News, as we're covering the release of the three recently released men, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, who are all finally back here in Israeli territory after 491 days in Hamas captivity. This right here, Hamas's final act of psychological torture and abuse as they paraded these three men on the stage in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza, forced them to thank their captors and address the public as well. But following this ceremony for abuse inside the Gaza Strip, they were handed over to the Red Cross, as you see there. And we now have update that they are back here in Israeli territory at an IDF facility in Raim. We actually have an image of some of the drawings that some of these family members have made for them. They're reuniting with their family after 16 months in hell. This right here, little 3-year-old Almog, Or Levy's son, his mother, Einav, Or's wife, was killed as the two were at the music festival, the Nova Music Festival in Kibbutz Raim. Well, here, right here, this picture that Almog drew for his father, Or. Hopefully an emotional reunion between those two right there. And it does speak to the reality that these three men are returning to. On the one hand, a father hugging his son who has been being kept for by his grandparents as his two parents, one killed, one captive. Now they're finally reuniting, but this is the grim reality and the harsh, complex situation here in Israel that these three men are returning to. Now, this is the scenes that we're seeing inside Israel right now. Hostages Square has been a different atmosphere than what we have seen in previous releases, as the three images of these men, their condition is much worse than some of the past releases. However, still, this is sparking a flame within the Israeli public, demanding that all of the hostages are released as soon as possible, as we see from the condition of these men that time is of the essence, and every single day inside Hamas captivity is another day in hell. So those are the images that you're seeing inside Israel right now, but we want to bring you the perspective inside Gaza and the West Bank as well, the Palestinian perspective. We are joined now by Mohammed Najib, a Palestinian security analyst joining us from Ramallah. Mohammed, following these images in this another round of releases inside the Gaza Strip, a much more organized release in Handover as well, but a much more staged one. Is this indicating that Hamas truly does have control over every aspect of the Gaza Strip? Because this was happening in central Gaza, and we have seen releases in the north, the center, and the south. And so this image that Hamas is trying to portray about controlling the Gaza Strip, is that the reality on the ground?
Yes, you are right, and it was clear on the sign that the banner that was behind the freed hostages that Hamas wrote in 3 languages, Arabic, English, and Hebrew. We are the next day, the day after. So Hamas want to enhance its control in Gaza, and the big show that it made. I think Hamas is deeply concerned about the seriousness of the Israeli Prime Minister to move to the second phase of negotiations after his meeting with Trump in Washington this week. So maybe by making this press conference, forcible press conference for the Israeli free hostages, they want to convey a message to Israeli public opinion about the necessity to end the war and to move to the second phase of negotiation. But also, I don't think it was a smart idea to accept the free of the hostages in groups like every week, which enable Hamas to have this opportunity to make this big show every week and to show its power in Gaza.
So Hamas is wary right now of Israel's commitment to phase 2 of the deal, but what type of a commitment does Hamas have to phase 2 of the deal? These hostages are unfortunately the only bargaining tactic that this terror group has. And so what incentive do they have to commit to phase 2 and release all of the hostages?
Yes, for Hamas, the Israeli hostages, and they know the importance of them for the Israeli public opinion, that Hamas, during the past 15 months of the war, conveyed many messages by their spokesperson to the Israeli public opinion to pressure the government to free. And also today, we heard what they said, the freed hostages in the forcible press conference, that the government should end the war and free the hostages. And also, they show them in this way that, now it's winter season in Gaza. So some hostages were detained on the ground in houses, some under the ground. There is shortage of food, shortage of medicine, so they appear in not a good health. So that also another message to the Israelis, that speed up and pressure and to free the rest of the prisoners, the Israeli hostages in Gaza, so the Hamas can achieve its goal by this. And this is the only strong play card in the hands of Hamas.
And right now, Hamas is, by default, the remaining military and governing body inside the Gaza Strip. Now, when we talk about the day after, phase 2 even, and the complete end to the hostilities inside Gaza, we've been hearing this week U.S. President Donald Trump continuing to float this idea of relocating some of these Gazans to different safe areas when we talk about the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. Some of our reporter, Ariel Osaran, has been speaking to some of these Gazans. Some of them are on board with this voluntary relocation, but the logistics of that, what type of backlash could they be met with also from Hamas that wants to keep as many of the civilians in there, as this is also their human shield?
On one hand, Hamas knows and aware clearly that the world will not pay $1 single to reconstruct Gaza as long as Hamas control Gaza Strip, because why they have to invest the money, then after a year another Sinwar come and launch war and destroy Gaza again. And on the other hand, the American president declaration wasn't a smart idea, so it denounced widely in the Arab world and in Gaza and everywhere. So that also strengthened Hamas' perspective that they were doing the right thing to the people. They don't want to relocate them in other country, in Egypt or in Jordan. So the people don't want to leave their homes. But also, Gaza is a damaged place. They have shortage of water, of food, they have no houses, so it is difficult to live, and they need to start the reconstruction of Gaza as soon as possible. Therefore, Hamas is pushing to go to the second phase, which include the reconstruction of Gaza issue.
And Mohammed, what about the reaction where you are in Ramallah, in the West Bank, as we're seeing more of these scenes inside the Gaza Strip? There's more and more reports that Hamas is also gaining popularity inside the Gaza Strip, especially as the Palestinian Authority continues to lose a threshold in there. And so the perspective following these different releases, as more of these hostages are released and more Palestinian prisoners are welcomed back to the West Bank, what is the reaction in Ramallah where you are?
As I said, it wasn't a smart idea to free the Israeli hostages in groups like every Saturday. That enabled Hamas to make this weekly huge show to the people that aired through the TVs, and the Palestinians here watch how Hamas is still strong. They have new fancy cars and uniforms, and making this stage and for the show and the press conferences. So that's an issue that week. The popularity of the Palestinian Authority was that is unable to do anything to the Palestinians, while Hamas still survive in Gaza. And also here, the people try to celebrate the free of the Palestinian prisoners after decades or long years in the Israeli jails. But also here, the Palestinians also unhappy by that the Israeli authorities. For example, today, the Israeli prisoners authorities forced the freed Palestinian prisoners to watch a 3-minute documentary movie about the damage that was in Gaza, and to wear a bracelet with the words that Israel people will pursue their enemies. So they said also this is not it is inhuman against the freed prisoners. But while they are happy with the free of the prisoners. For sure, this is even the freed prisoners, majority are from Fatah, not from Hamas, but also they are celebrating and think that is a good step to free the prisoners, even if some of them deported abroad through Egypt.
Palestinian security analyst Mohammed Najib, thank you for giving us the insight and the Palestinian perspective on all of these unfolding developments. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you.
Now, still, you're taking a look at some of these images from Ophel prison, as we are expected to see dozens of these Palestinian prisoners released as well. Ariel Osran, the status of the movement and the release of some of these Palestinian prisoners.
Yes, so the first bus carrying Palestinian prisoners has left Ophel prison and is making its way to Ramallah. To my understanding, it is very close to the Bitunia checkpoint. This is according to Hamas's prisoners media office. Now, today we're going to see the release of 183 Palestinian prisoners. 72 of them are considered security prisoners, 18 with life sentences for murdering Israelis, whether it be civilians or military personnel, directly or orchestrating these deadly attacks. 54 with prolonged sentences, and in addition to them, 111 Gazans who were apprehended following October 7th, a total 183. Now, they are going to be released all over into the West Bank, East Jerusalem, Gaza, and 7 of those 183 are going to be deported. We still don't know the final point where they will find themselves, but we know that the first point of the first destination of all those who are deported is Cairo, where there are still dozens of released Palestinian prisoners who have been deported and are waiting for their destination to be determined. This is something that has still ongoing in conversations between Hamas and other countries. Just want to talk on mention earlier we discussed the position of the various countries regarding the continuation of Hamas to remain in power in Gaza and the so-called day after that. I have to agree with Hamas. The moment the ceasefire came into effect, the day after is in effect. The proposal, the Egyptian proposal for joint committee of technocrats, Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. This is something that the Palestinian Authority has refused to. And so Hamas has agreed. The PA is saying anything short of full and complete responsibility over the Gaza Strip in the entirety of its aspects, anything short of that, they will refuse. We also know that the Emirati plan for post-war Gaza also focuses on the Palestinian Authority. In fact, we can say that all Arab countries engaged in these talks, whether officially as mediators or unofficially in presenting a united Arab stance, are putting their weight behind the Palestinian Authority. But, and this is a very important but, they have not made it clear what role Hamas will play in this Palestinian Authority controlled reality. And I think Trump's plan for taking over Gaza, emptying it of its population, and through that removing Hamas from power, this is a spark intended to encourage Arab leaders in the region to become more serious and more practical in their various plans that will remove Hamas from administering Gaza after the war is officially ended. We have not yet seen those plans. This plan by Egypt for this joint committee is not enough to put that forward. And also Israel hasn't officially approved that Egyptian position. So there is a lot of diplomatic work that needs to happen in these coming 2.5, 3 weeks until we reach the end of phase 1. There's a lot of diplomacy going on behind the scenes, and but as of yet, there is still no indication that there is a viable plan to remove Hamas from power moving forward.
This short timeline as well. Now, Doron, even though Israel does not want to see the Palestinian Authority inside Gaza, can we gain any insight about how the two organizations might work together if the PA has some sort of governing capabilities inside Gaza based on their relationship inside the West Bank? What could that look like?
Well, we want to see a new Palestinian Authority. Abbas is pretty old, and we know all the allegations about corruption and so on. The question is whether Israel would be willing, because, for Israel, we have an agreement. We are signed to the same agreement, to the Oslo Accords and the agreements that follow it. But still in the Israeli public and within this government, there's distrust, and also, in many respects, not a real will to create a new Palestinian Authority, because this would mean a path to some kind of Palestinian state or whatever. So I'm telling you, the geometry is a little bit blocked, and it's hard to see how we maneuver here and to go on those imaginary paths that Israel conquer Gaza, giving the keys to the U.S. and the Saudis bring the money, and this is Las Vegas. This is a little bit an AI production of the Middle East. So let's be concrete, let's be pragmatic, and let's try to create a plan that has its roots in the past, in the agreement that was signed in the past. And I think the only address in the end is the Palestinian Authority. I don't see any address, and the Palestinians don't go anywhere. And the Trump's plan, so-called, some people think about it like as a sort of a relocation of the Palestinian problem to somewhere else, but the Palestinian problem is here. We are here, and we have to sort it out, and we want Hamas out.
And there are some major roadblocks ahead as we continue to talk about, but some of this pressure coming from the Israeli public, especially following today's release, it could help or it could complicate that pressure and those roadblocks as well. Let's get an update on the ground now. Our I-24 News correspondent Joe Brown is still live at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, where he's been all morning following the release of these three men. Now, Joe, as far as the waiting, we are still waiting to see these men. They're back in here in Israeli territory. They are reuniting with their families. Hopefully, they're in the Re'im military facility, but then they'll make their way to those hospitals as well. The public right now waiting in Hostages Square, what is the feeling that we're seeing? As we do know, they are home, but their condition, that is still very unclear.
John, Nicole, I've actually never experienced an atmosphere like this, like we have in Hostages Square. The crowds haven't really dispersed. There's still a good handful of hundreds of people here in Hostages Square, and they seem to have almost like stayed in place since the release an hour or two ago. And that's because of the complete shock that they are in, seeing the conditions of the three hostages who were released. The screens on the Hostages Square, which is occasionally flickering in between Israeli news and videos of the hostages before October the 7th, and it's quite a contrast right now, and we are seeing on the big screens as well some of the pictures of the hostages both before and after their time in captivity, and you can really see the difference. I was in the bathroom earlier and I heard some grown men crying. This is completely bizarre. This is supposed to, in some ways, be a celebration of their life. Of course, we are all aware of the psychological propaganda that Hamas is doing by having these extravagant ceremonies of pomp to show their standing and to try and maintain the eyeballs of the world on them. But there is still a real guttural feeling as to how everybody is handling this right now. There's going to be the weekly protest at some point this evening, so soon enough these crowds will leave to go home. Many of them will return here later. They will probably be a lot more vocal, because right now, even though there's hundreds of people in the square behind me, you wouldn't be able to tell that. Most of the things that you can hear right now is the traffic to my right. There's some songs that have literally just started right now, just as I was saying this. But even then, this is kind of like a whisper. Like there's hardly anybody singing it, or it doesn't sound like there's anybody singing it, because people just too gobsmacked as to what they witnessed here.
It is this feeling of pins and needles and shock, truly a shock to the Israeli public, and unfortunately some images that we thought might be coming, but not necessarily that everyone was ready to see. Joe Brown with the latest at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Thank you for that update. Now still with us in studio, coming back here. Actually, I've just been told by our producer we have some new images as far as those family members, as we just heard our correspondent Joe Brown talking about the emotions that some of these Israeli public is feeling. This is actually some of the images as these family members saw for the first time a glimpse of their loved ones. You can see there's Raz Ben-Ami, who herself was a hostage inside Gaza, released during November 2023. You see them there with some of these military soldiers, some of these personnel waiting at the Re'im.
Yeah, this is at the Re'im Center, so these are the people who received the released hostages once they arrived there. Now, we have to know that this is when they saw Eli and Ohad being handed over to Israeli forces, not the ceremony in
good clarification.
In Dir el-Balach. I would imagine their initial reactions were of much more of shock and horror to see, obviously, to see them walking and alive and walking on their own is a source of hope. The fact that they survived, but these images are in Re'im when they saw Eli, Ohad, and Or being handed over to Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip by the Red Cross.
Finally, in safe hands for the first time. So a positive reaction coming there from those family members, and hopefully they are reuniting, or at least about to reunite with their loved ones at any moment now. They've reunited with their loved ones, 16 months long waiting a moment like this. Now, meanwhile, at the same time, the hospital is still preparing to receive these three men as well. Let's get an update from our I-24 News correspondent Robert Swift, who's at Sheba Medical Center in central Israel. Robert, we're still waiting, and we talked earlier, we're not exactly sure if Sheba Medical Center will be one of those hospitals that receives some of these men, depending on their condition. But still, what is the atmosphere? And talk us just through the medical preparations taking place right now.
That's right. Like you say, we're not 100% sure that the two hostages will be coming to this location until we hear otherwise. We assume that remains the case. Sheba has handled some of the more complex hostages that have returned here. Those that have been coming from a more traumatic background have been located here. So it may well be the case that Sheba once again takes in the hostages due to that fact. Now, as we've been discussing on the programme, the condition of the three men is very much taking up the focus. And the hospital will, of course, be standing by and putting on treatment to cater to those specific needs. The hospital is well aware of the psychological and physical requirements of hostages that are required as they immediately return. This would be the fifth batch of returnees coming from Gaza that the hospital has dealt with. So the medical staff here are well versed. With regard to the condition of the three men as they were seen on stage in Gaza, a little while ago the Prime Minister's office released a statement saying that it will not turn a blind eye to the condition that the three men were returned in, and that it will act accordingly. Now, we have seen on previous occasions when there have been upsets around the manner in which hostages were handed over by Hamas or by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that there was a delay put on the release of Palestinian prisoners from Ofer prison. That appears not to be the case currently, with some live images coming out of there appearing to show that prisoners are being handed over. For the time being, though, we wait to see in what way the government and wider society will react to this, because clearly it's something that Israeli society has taken to heart.
It certainly is when you see those images. These are 3 men of the 16 that have now been released during this phase 1 of the ceasefire, where we're set to see 33 released in total. As you're speaking right now, Robert, I just want to tell our viewers these are some of the images of these released Palestinian prisoners as well.
Yeah, this is from Ramallah, the first bus carrying 42 released prisoners. You can see the yellow Fatah flags. You will not see the green Hamas flags, and that is because you have Palestinian Authority security forces deployed there to secure the area, kind of as an alternative for Israeli forces who have prevented, and at least have vowed to prevent any widespread ceremony just glorifying these released prisoners. So the yellow Fatah flags indeed evident, Palestinian security forces deployed in the field, but we all know that the moment these released prisoners are hoisted on the shoulders, there will be chants praising Hamas, praising the killed leader of the Al-Qassam brigades, the military wing of Hamas, Mohammed Def. This happens in every release ceremony, and this is expected. This is what is going on right now, though, as we see in Ramallah right now. The first bus carrying 42 of the 183 Palestinian prisoners have made it to Ramallah.
Everything continuing to unfold. We are going out for a quick break, unfortunately, but I want to thank our guests in studio, Ariel Osran, Doron Avital, and Balir Sladin, breaking down those latest developments as we continue to see them unfold. But we want to end on this more of a positive note. These family members, as they saw for the first time their loved ones being handed over to the safe hands of the IDF, as they're finally back here in Israel, reuniting with their loved ones after 16 months held captive by terror organizations in the Gaza Strip. Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, they are finally back here in Israel. We are continuing to monitor all of these latest developments as they do make their way now to different medical facilities to continue to receive treatment. We are going out for a quick break here on I-24 News, but don't go anywhere as we continue to break down exactly what is happening right now here in Israel. Stay with us.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Copper, heat therapy, cold therapy, Thermalite warm-up, microcurrent tech, extension handle. This is the ProSage Thermo Copper, the latest percussion massage gun tech advancement available from Evertone. The ProSage Thermo Copper is the only 6-in-1 percussion massage gun with warm-up technology, hot and cold therapy, microcurrent, and now are you ready for this? The benefits of copper. Get deep muscle warm-up technology and a professional athlete-level massage for full body recovery and relief. Back in 2018, Evertone's invention of the ProSage created the craze in the market for advanced professional-level percussion massage. Featured on The Talk, Entertainment Tonight, CNN, and others, the ProSage Thermo Copper 6-in-1 is a powerful percussion massager with our patented Thermalite warm-up technology, advanced copper head therapy with unique copper benefits, our proprietary heat therapy head for deep muscle penetration, and the cold therapy head for soreness and inflammation, microcurrent tech for pain recovery and restoration, and it even comes with our newest extension handle, so you can reach anywhere on your body. This makes the cordless ProSage Thermo Copper 6-in-1 with 5 unique massage heads the most advanced professional-level massage gun available. The gold standard in massage guns is now the ProSage Thermo Copper with targeted pain relief.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing i24 News' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News app today.
Welcome back to this special edition of I24 News as we're covering the release of the three recently released men, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, who are all finally back here in Israeli territory after 491 days in Hamas captivity. This right here, Hamas's final act of psychological torture and abuse as they paraded these three men on the stage in Deir al-Balach in central Gaza, forced them to thank their captors and address the public as well. But following this ceremony for abuse inside the Gaza Strip, they were handed over to the Red Cross, as you see there. And we now have update that they are back here in Israeli territory at an IDF facility in Raim. We actually have an image of some of the drawings that some of these family members have made for them. They're reuniting with their family after 16 months in hell. This right here, little 3-year-old Almag, Or Levy's son, his mother, Einav, Or's wife, was killed as the two were at the music festival, the Nova Music Festival in Kibbutz Raim. Well, here, right here, this picture that Almog drew for his father, Or. Hopefully an emotional reunion between those two right there, and it does speak to the reality that these three men are returning to. On the one hand, a father hugging his son who has been being kept for by his grandparents as his two parents, one killed, one captive. Now they're finally reuniting, but this is the grim reality and the harsh, complex situation here in Israel that these three men are returning to. Now, this is the scenes that we're seeing inside Israel right now. Hostages Square has been a different atmosphere than what we have seen in previous releases, as the three images of these men, their condition is much worse than some of the past releases. However, still, this is sparking a flame within the Israeli public, demanding that all of the hostages are released as soon as possible, as we see from the condition of these men that time is of the essence, and every single day inside Hamas captivity is another day in hell. So those are the images that you're seeing inside Israel right now, but we want to bring you the perspective inside Gaza and the West Bank as well, the Palestinian perspective. We are joined now by Mohammed Najib, a Palestinian security analyst joining us from Ramallah. Mohammed, following these images in this another round of releases inside the Gaza Strip, a much more organized release in Handover as well, but a much more staged one. Is this indicating that Hamas truly does have control over every aspect of the Gaza Strip? Because this was happening in central Gaza, and we have seen releases in the north, the center, and the south. And so this image that Hamas is trying to portray about controlling the Gaza Strip, is that the reality on the ground?
Yes, you are right, and it was clear on the sign that the banner that was behind the freed hostages that Hamas wrote in 3 languages, Arabic, English, and Hebrew. we are the next the day after. So Hamas want to enhance its control in Gaza and the big show that it made. I think Hamas is deeply concerned about the seriousness of the Israeli Prime Minister to move to the second phase of negotiations after his meeting with Trump in Washington this week. So maybe by making this press conference, forcible press conference for the Israeli free hostages, they want to convey a message to Israeli public opinion about the necessity to end the war and to move to the second phase of negotiation. But also, I don't think it was a smart idea to accept the free of the hostages in groups like every week, which enable Hamas to have this opportunity to make this big show every week and to show its power in Gaza.
So Hamas is wary right now of Israel's commitment to phase 2 of the deal, but what type of a commitment does Hamas have to phase 2 of the deal? These hostages are unfortunately the only bargaining tactic that this terror group has. And so what incentive do they have to commit to phase 2 and release all of the hostages?
Yes, for Hamas, the Israeli hostages, and they know the importance of them for the Israeli public opinion, that Hamas, during the past 15 months of the war, conveyed many messages by their spokesperson to the Israeli public opinion to pressure the government to free. And also today, we heard what they said, the freed hostages in the forcible press conference, that the government should end the war and free the hostages. And also, they show them in this way that, now it's winter season in Gaza. So some hostages were detained on the ground in houses, some under the ground. There is shortage of food, shortage of medicine, so they appear in not a good health. So that also another message to the Israelis that speed up and pressure and to free the rest of the prisoners, the Israeli hostages in Gaza, so the Hamas can achieve its goal by this. And this is the only strong play card in the hands of Hamas.
And right now, Hamas is, by default, the remaining military and governing body inside the Gaza Strip. Now, when we talk about the day after, phase 2 even, and the complete end to the hostilities inside Gaza, we've been hearing this week U.S. President Donald Trump continuing to float this idea of relocating some of these Gazans to different safe areas when we talk about the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. Some of our reporter, Ariel Osaran, has been speaking to some of these Gazans. Some of them are on board with this voluntary relocation, but the logistics of that, what type of backlash could they be met with also from Hamas that wants to keep as many of the civilians in there as this is also their human shield?
On one hand, Hamas knows and aware clearly that the world will not pay $1 single to reconstruct Gaza as long as Hamas control Gaza Strip, because why they have to invest the money, then after a year another Sinwar come and launch war and destroy Gaza again. And on the other hand, the American president declaration wasn't a smart idea, so it denounced widely in the Arab world and in Gaza and everywhere. So that also strengthened Hamas' perspective that they were doing the right thing to the people. They don't want to relocate them in other country, in Egypt or in Jordan. So the people don't want to leave their homes. But also, Gaza is a damaged place. They have shortage of water, of food, they have no houses, so it's difficult to live, and they need to start the reconstruction of Gaza as soon as possible. Therefore, Hamas is pushing to go to the second phase, which include the reconstruction of Gaza issue.
And Mohammed, what about the reaction where you are in Ramallah, in the West Bank, as we're seeing more of these scenes inside the Gaza Strip? There's more and more reports that Hamas is also gaining popularity inside the Gaza Strip, especially as the Palestinian Authority continues to lose a threshold in there. And so the perspective following these different releases, as more of these hostages are released and more Palestinian prisoners are welcomed back to the West Bank, what is the reaction in Ramallah where you are?
As I said, it wasn't a smart idea to free the Israeli hostages in groups like every Saturday. That enabled Hamas to make this weekly huge show to the people that aired through the TVs, and the Palestinians here watch how Hamas is still strong. They have new fancy cars and uniforms and making this stage and for the show and the press conferences. So that's an issue that week. The popularity of the Palestinian Authority was that is unable to do anything to the Palestinians while Hamas still survive in Gaza. And also here, the people try to celebrate the free of the Palestinian prisoners after decades or long years in the Israeli jails. But also here, the Palestinians are also unhappy by that the Israeli authorities. For example, today, the Israeli prisoners authorities forced the freed Palestinian prisoners to watch a 3-minute documentary movie about the damage that caused in Gaza and to wear a bracelet with the words that Israel people will pursue their enemies. So they said also this is not it is inhuman against the freed prisoners, but while they are happy with the free of the prisoners. For sure, this is even the freed prisoners majority are from Fatah, not from Hamas, but also they are celebrating and think that is a good step to free the prisoners, even if some of them deported abroad through Egypt.
Palestinian security analyst Mohammed Najib, thank you for giving us the insight and the Palestinian perspective on all of these unfolding developments. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you.
Now, still, you're taking a look at some of these images from Ophel prison, as we are expected to see dozens of these Palestinian prisoners released as well. Ariel Osran, the status of the movement and the release of some of these Palestinian prisoners.
Yes, so the first bus carrying Palestinian prisoners has left Ophel prison and is making its way to Ramallah. To my understanding, it is very close to the Bitunia checkpoint. This is according to Hamas's prisoners media office. Now, today we're going to see the release of 183 Palestinian prisoners. 72 of them are considered security prisoners, 18 with life sentences for murdering Israelis, whether it be civilians or military personnel, directly or orchestrating these deadly attacks. 54 with prolonged sentences, and in addition to them, 111 Gazans who were apprehended following October 7th, a total 183. Now, they are going to be released all over into the West Bank, East Jerusalem, Gaza, and 7 of those 183 are going to be deported. We still don't know the final point where they will find themselves, but we know that the first point of the first destination of all those who are deported is Cairo, where there are still dozens of released Palestinian prisoners who have been deported and are waiting for their destination to be determined. This is something that has still ongoing in conversations between Hamas and other countries. Just want to talk on mention earlier we discussed the position of the various countries regarding the continuation of Hamas to remain in power in Gaza and the so-called day after that. I have to agree with Hamas. The moment the ceasefire came into effect, the day after is in effect. The proposal, the Egyptian proposal for a joint committee of technocrats, Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, this is something that the Palestinian Authority has refused to. And so Hamas has agreed. The PA is saying anything short of full and complete responsibility over the Gaza Strip in the entirety of its aspects, anything short of that, they will refuse. We also know that the Emirati plan for post-war Gaza also focuses on the Palestinian Authority. In fact, we can say that all Arab countries engaged in these talks, whether officially as mediators or unofficially in presenting a united Arab stance, are putting their weight behind the Palestinian Authority. But, and this is a very important but, they have not made it clear what role Hamas will play in this Palestinian Authority controlled reality. And I think Trump's plan for taking over Gaza, emptying it of its population, and through that removing Hamas from power, this is a spark intended to encourage Arab leaders in the region to become more serious and more practical in their various plans that will remove Hamas from administering Gaza after the war is officially ended. We have not yet seen those plans. This plan by Egypt for this joint committee is not enough to put that forward. And also Israel hasn't officially approved that Egyptian position. So there is a lot of diplomatic work that needs to happen in these coming 2.5, 3 weeks until we reach the end of phase 1. There's a lot of diplomacy going on behind the scenes, and but as of yet, there is still no indication that there is a viable plan to remove Hamas from power moving forward.
This short timeline as well. Now, Doron, even though Israel does not want to see the Palestinian Authority inside Gaza, can we gain any insight about how the two organizations might work together if the PA has some sort of governing capabilities inside Gaza based on their relationship inside the West Bank? What could that look like?
Well, we want to see a new Palestinian Authority. Abbas is pretty old, and we know all the allegations about corruption and so on. The question is whether Israel would be willing, because, you know, for Israel, we have an agreement. We are signed to the same agreement, to the Oslo Accords and the agreements that follow it. But still in the Israeli public and within this government, there's distrust, and also, in many respects, not a real will to create a new Palestinian Authority, because this would mean a path to some kind of Palestinian state or whatever. So I'm telling you, the geometry is a little bit blocked, and it's hard to see how we maneuver here and to go on those imaginary paths that Israel conquer Gaza, giving the keys to the U.S. and the Saudis bring the money, and this is Las Vegas. This is a little bit an AI production of the Middle East. So let's be concrete, let's be pragmatic, let's try to create a plan that has its roots in the past, in the agreement that was signed in the past. And I think the only address in the end is the Palestinian Authority. I don't see any address, and the Palestinians don't go anywhere. And the Trump's plan, so-called, some people think about it like as a sort of a relocation of the Palestinian problem to somewhere else, but the Palestinian problem is here. We are here, and we have to sort it out, and we want Hamas out.
And there are some major roadblocks ahead as we continue to talk about, but some of this pressure coming from the Israeli public, especially following today's release, it could help or it could complicate that pressure and those roadblocks as well. Let's get an update on the ground now. Our I-24 News correspondent Joe Brown is still live at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, where he's been all morning following the release of these 3 men. Now, Joe, as far as the waiting, we are still waiting to see these men. They're back in here in Israeli territory. They are reuniting with their families. Hopefully, they're in the Ra'im military facility, but then they'll make their way to those hospitals as well. The public right now waiting in Hostages Square, what is the feeling that we're seeing? As we do know, they are home, but their condition, that is still very unclear.
John, Nicole, I've actually never experienced an atmosphere like this, like we have in Hostages Square. The crowds haven't really dispersed. There's still a good handful of hundreds of people here in Hostages Square, and they seem to have almost like stayed in place since the release an hour or two ago. And that's because of the complete shock that they are in, seeing the conditions of the 3 hostages who were released. The screens on the Hostages Square, which is occasionally flickering in between Israeli news and videos of the hostages before October the 7th, and it's quite a contrast right now, and we are seeing on the big screens as well some of the pictures of the hostages both before and after their time in captivity, and you can really see the difference. I was in the bathroom earlier and I heard some grown men crying. This is completely bizarre. This is supposed to, in some ways, be a celebration of their life. Of course, we are all aware of the psychological propaganda that Hamas is doing by having these extravagant ceremonies of pomp to show their standing and to try and maintain the eyeballs of the world on them. But there is still a real guttural feeling as to how everybody is handling this right now. There's going to be the weekly protest at some point this evening, so soon enough these crowds will leave to go home. Many of them will return here later. They will probably be a lot more vocal, because right now Even though there's hundreds of people in the square behind me, you wouldn't be able to tell that. Most of the things that you can hear right now is the traffic to my right. There's some songs that have literally just started right now, just as I was saying this. But even then, this is kind of like a whisper. Like there's hardly anybody singing it, or it doesn't sound like there's anybody singing it, because people are just too gobsmacked as to what they witnessed here.
It is this feeling of pins and needles and shock, truly a shock to the Israeli public, and unfortunately some images that we thought might be coming, but not necessarily that everyone was ready to see. Joe Brown with the latest at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Thank you for that update. Now still with us in studio, coming back here. Actually, I've just been told by our producer we have some new images as far as those family members, as we just heard our correspondent Joe Brown talking about the emotions that some of these Israeli public is feeling. This is actually some of the images as these family members saw for the first time a glimpse of their loved ones. You can see there's Raz Ben-Ami, who herself was a hostage inside Gaza, released during November 2023. You see them there with some of these military soldiers, some of these personnel waiting at the Re'im.
Yeah, this is at the Re'im Center, so these are the people who received the released hostages once they arrived there. Now, we have to know that this is when they saw Eli and Ohad being handed over to Israeli forces, not the ceremony in
good clarification.
In Dir el-Balach. I would imagine their initial reactions were of much more of shock and horror to see, obviously, to see them walking and alive and walking on their own is a source of hope. The fact that they survived, but these images are in Re'im when they saw Eli, Ohad, and Or being handed over to Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip by the Red Cross.
Finally in safe hands for the first time. Yeah. So a positive reaction coming there from those family members, and hopefully they are reuniting, or at least about to reunite with their loved ones at any moment now. They've reunited with their loved ones, 16 months long waiting a moment like this. Now, meanwhile, at the same time, the hospital is still preparing to receive these three men as well. Let's get an update from our I-24 News correspondent Robert Swift, who's at Sheba Medical Center in central Israel. Robert, we're still waiting, and we talked earlier, we're not exactly sure if Sheba Medical Center will be one of those hospitals that receives some of these men, depending on their condition. But still, what is the atmosphere? And talk us just through the medical preparations taking place right now.
That's right. Like you say, we're not 100% sure that the two hostages will be coming to this location until we hear otherwise. We assume that remains the case. Sheba has handled some of the more complex hostages that have returned here. Those that have been coming from a more traumatic background have been located here. So it may well be the case that Sheba once again takes in the hostages due to that fact. Now, as we've been discussing on the programme, the condition of the three men is very much taking up the focus. And the hospital will, of course, be standing by and putting on treatment to cater to those specific needs. The hospital is well aware of the psychological and physical requirements of hostages that are required as they immediately return. This would be the fifth batch of returnees coming from Gaza that the hospital has dealt with. So the medical staff here are well versed. With regard to the condition of the three men as they were seen on stage in Gaza, a little while ago the Prime Minister's office released a statement saying that it will not turn a blind eye to the condition that the three men were returned in, and that it will act accordingly. Now, we have seen on previous occasions when there have been upsets around the manner in which hostages were handed over by Hamas or by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that there was a delay put on the release of Palestinian prisoners from Ofer prison. That appears not to be the case currently, with some live images coming out of there appearing to show that prisoners are being handed over. for the time being, though, we wait to see in what way the government and wider society will react to this, because clearly it's something that Israeli society has taken to heart.
It certainly is when you see those images. These are 3 men of the 16 that have now been released during this phase 1 of the ceasefire, where we're set to see 33 released in total. As you're speaking right now, Robert, I just want to tell our viewers these are some of the images of these released Palestinian prisoners as well.
Yeah, this is from Ramallah, the first bus carrying 42 released prisoners. You can see the yellow Fatah flags. You will not see the green Hamas flags, and that is because you have Palestinian Authority security forces deployed there to secure the area, kind of as an alternative for Israeli forces who have prevented, and at least have vowed to prevent any widespread ceremony just glorifying these released prisoners. So the yellow Fatah flags indeed evident, Palestinian security forces deployed in the field, but we all know that the moment these released prisoners are hoisted on the shoulders, there will be chants praising Hamas, praising the killed leader of the Al-Qassam brigades, the military wing of Hamas, Mohammed Def. This happens in every release ceremony, and this is expected. This is what is going on right now, though, as we see in Ramallah right now. The first bus carrying 42 of the 183 Palestinian prisoners have made it to Ramallah.
Everything continuing to unfold. We are going out for a quick break, unfortunately, but I want to thank our guests in studio, Ariel Osran, Doron Avital, and Balir Sladin, breaking down those latest developments as we continue to see them unfold. But we want to end on this more of a positive note. These family members, as they saw for the first time their loved ones being handed over to the safe hands of the IDF, as they're finally back here in Israel, reuniting with their loved ones after 16 months held captive by terror organizations in the Gaza Strip. Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, they are finally back here in Israel. We are continuing to monitor all of these latest developments as they do make their way now to different medical facilities to continue to receive treatment. We are going out for a quick break here on I-24 News, but don't go anywhere as we continue to break down exactly what is happening right now here in Israel. Stay with us.
It started on October 7th, but for many, the horror may never end. With homes destroyed, families displaced, hostages missing, soldiers fallen, and a country traumatized. In the first year alone, more than 17,000 Israelis have been wounded, and hundreds of thousands have experienced psychological trauma and need support now. Thankfully, for 112 years, Hadassah hospitals have been on the ground healing. At our expanding Gandel Rehabilitation Center, we're providing critical physical therapy and life-changing mental health services.
Hadassah is a great place.
Today I'm really thankful.
Now, some are back home, living their lives, but many more still need our help. Help your family and friends heal at Hadassah hospitals. Give today.
Shalom, ¿qué me trae por aquí? la necesidad impostergable de 600 millones de hispanoparlantes que ahora necesitan escuchar el mensaje judío e israelí en tiempos difíciles. ¿Cómo lograrlo? Cuento con ustedes para continuar llevando a lo más alto del mundo mediático una inquebrantable diplomacia pública al servicio de la verdad sin concesión alguna.
This is a special edition of I-24 News as Or Levy, Ohad Ben-Ami, and Eli Sharabi have all been released from captivity after 491 days in Gaza. These are the scenes from earlier in the day when they were paraded on the streets of Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. You can see their condition, very worrisome for the Israeli public as they see these men being released after 491 days, 16 months in terror captivity. In their last act of psychological torture, the terror group parading them on that stage and making them thank their captors as well. Still, now these three men are finally back home in Israel. They have reunited with their families. An emotional reunion one can only imagine. And difficult images that we have continued to broadcast throughout the day. We will continue to bring you the latest as these three men, as I mentioned, are at a military facility in Raim in southern Israel, and they're waiting to receive even more initial medical treatment before being transported to hospitals in central Israel to continue to receive military medical treatment. These are some live look at some of those images in Raim in southern Israel right now. You can see these helicopters and the security private barriers as well that the IDF puts up to give these men the privacy that they deserve. A little bit of humanity here, as well as love and respect that they did not receive, not only during their time in Hamas captivity, but even in those final moments in Hamas captivity as they were paraded in the streets of Gaza as well. Now, we'll continue to bring you all of those updates as we continue to see more of these reunions happening here. A difficult day, as I mentioned, inside Israel, continuing to watch these images. But to discuss it all, I want to introduce our guests in studio. We're joined by Colonel in Reserves Olivia Rafovich, the IDF spokesperson for the international media, as well as our I-24 News correspondent, Balia Sladin. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us as we talk about the developments that have unfolded today and will continue to unfold throughout the day. But it's a difficult day for the Israeli public. We've already heard from the Prime Minister's office that this will be met with a harsh response, not only the condition that these men have clearly been held in, but the final act of parading them on the streets as well before this handover. Olivier, what does a statement like that mean? What type of a harsh response could Israel have right now?
First of all, thank you very much for having me here in the studio. It's a very tough day today for Israeli people we are very happy to see them back home, but we cannot be outside what we saw today. Terrible pictures, look like 80 years ago when the Jews were released from death camps. And we can say today that Hamas organization is a Nazi organization. They are behaving like Nazis. The goal of Hamas is a genocidal goal to kill all the Jewish people. And today we have the proof when they released with this ceremony or kind of ceremonial that they want to also to humiliate the people they are releasing and also humiliate the state of Israel and the Jewish people altogether. It's a very tough day again because the pictures are the expression without any willingness to hide the truth of what they are. And we are bound by the ceasefire, by this agreement in order to get our hostages back home. But of course, the political level, like you just mentioned, gave some statement, and we have to wait about what the political level, at the highest level, will do. But we cannot just keep seeing these pictures without reaction. Again, I repeat, Hamas is a Nazi organization. They behave like Nazis. It could remind us when the Nazis were receiving in the death camps of Theresienstadt the Red Cross visiting the camp, and they were asking the Jews in the camp to play a kind of music band to show that they are happy in this camp. Today they were asking them to talk, to give a statement in Hebrew. They knew that all the world is watching with main channels being there. But again, what happened today is a proof, a clear proof of what they are. Hamas is a Nazi organization, and they want to kill all the Jews.
And how they have been treating these hostages as well. But Ladine, do you have any updates as far as where we stand right now?
Yes, just maybe a question that is on Israel, in every Israeli's mind is what exactly the Prime Minister means when he says that we want to take action. Now we have some initial reporting about this, according to Israeli media. They are considering, the Israeli authorities are considering to reduce the number of trucks that enter Gaza in terms of the aid that enters Gaza. That's one option that is being considered. I'm not sure whether that will work or not. I guess that will be a violation of the agreement. And from the Hamas's perspective, they would just say that this situation or this condition that these hostages are in is the result of the Israeli siege on the Gaza Strip, and that it's because of the Israelis banning of trucks to enter the areas in which they were holded in, and that's of course the reality that we are facing here now. We need to take a look also about the differences between the societies, between the Israeli society and the Palestinian society in this case, because after these images, the pressure now is not on Hamas because of what we have seen in terms of the condition of the hostages, actually on the Israeli government. We're getting statements from the head of the opposition, for example, Yair Lapid, telling the Prime Minister that you knew about this condition, you knew about the harsh conditions that they were living in captivity, you did nothing. Gadi Eisenkot, also a former member of the cabinet, is saying that it's because of the Israelis government delaying of agreeing to the ceasefire agreement. Something similar also we're hearing from the families of the hostages. We also have read the statement that the Forum of the Families of the Hostages had put out as well, all putting pressure on the Israeli government, not on Hamas, the one that is actually responsible. Same thing, by the way, we've seen after October 7th. The Palestinians, when they die in the Gaza Strip as a result of airstrikes or as a result of a war that Hamas started, they put the blame on the Israelis because they killed us. And when the Israelis got killed on October 7th, they put the pressure on the Israelis as well because we did nothing, or like the Israeli military or the Israeli government did nothing to prevent that prior to October 7th, during October 7th, after October 7th. So it's always this difference in societies, in values, and principles between the societies plays a role here, and Hamas knows that very, very well. And I would 100% be sure that what we've seen today is intentional, because of what we've heard in the summit in Washington. They want to tell the Israelis that you don't have time to think about evacuating Gazans. You don't have time about this. They want to tell the families of the hostages that you should put more pressure on the Israeli government.
This stark contrast that we see in these two societies, and you talk about the pressure that we could see from the family members of the remaining hostages still in Gaza. Let's get a live update now from Hostages Square. That's where our I-24 News correspondent Joe Brown has been live all morning following the release of these hostages. Joe, we're seeing a lot of the pressure coming from the Israeli public, but specifically those family members of the remaining hostages, because these grim images that we have seen today, the condition of these three men, it does bring about some strong emotions for the plight of the remaining hostages. What is the messaging that we're hearing from some of those family members?
Well, it often feels crass in many ways that people like to draw parallels between almost everything and the Holocaust. But in this case, I feel like there is some form of justification. We've heard this from several family members of the hostages who've been here today, that they have said that the conditions in which the three released hostages returned in was similar to those who were liberated from the concentration camps in the mid-1940s, and you can very much see it. They are thin, they look half the man that they were previously, both literally and metaphorically, and it's quite an uncomfortable situation all around here at Hostages Square, which has always been a very charged atmosphere. Often every day there's been protests, there have been chants, there have been songs, and right here, even though there's still a couple hundred people who have stayed here, still watching the news, they're largely waiting here right now for the helicopters to fly overhead, transporting the hostages to the hospitals. But apart from the occasional song and prayer, this has been completely silent. It's quite a sad and a gut-wrenching atmosphere. I'm seeing tears in the eyes of many people. This seems to have been a turning point in the hostage releases. There have been multiple so far, but this one seems to feel a bit different in the way that the returnees have come back looking so ill. It does seem like the tide is now turning and people are starting to realise the actual conditions that they are being held in. And as members of the Hostage Families Forum have said, there needs to be a comprehensive deal now, because there's still 76 hostages who remain in the Gaza Strip, dozens of whom are still alive. But the thing is, we don't actually know who is still alive in a lot of cases. Out of those who are going to be released in phase 2, most of them are soldiers, and from what we've heard, soldiers are being treated the worst, especially male soldiers. So if this is what we've seen for 3 men, 2 of whom are in their 50s and 1 who was kidnapped from the Nova Festival in his 30s, then there is a very strong and very real fear as to the fate and the condition of the hostages who are still in captivity.
And Joe, even as you're speaking, we're looking at these side-by-side images of those 3 men, pictures from before they were taken captive and pictures now from their release earlier, and you can just see the stark difference in their medical, their condition right now. Joe Brown, thank you for that update from Hostages Square. Now, speaking of the medical condition of these 3 men on your screen, there are hospitals in Israel preparing to receive them and give them the proper treatment that they desperately need after 491 days in terror captivity. We go live now to our I-24 News correspondent Robert Swift, who joins us live from Sheba Medical Center. Robert, anything else that we're learning as far as we're watching some of these live images still of these helicopters preparing to take some of these hostages, released hostages, these 3 men, to the different proper medical facilities? How is Sheba Medical Center preparing to take some of them in?
So as we understand it at the minute, preparations on the ground here do appear to be underway for reception of the 2 hostages, Or Levy and Eli Sharabi. Now, we understand that they are likely to be inbound to this location and arriving in the near future. With regards to the concrete preparations that are being taken, as we've seen with previous hostages, of course, medical teams are standing by to provide psychological and physical treatment when the hostages do make it here to the hospital and are reunited with their families. Now, specifically, I-24 News asked to speak with representatives of the hospital regarding the specific requirements that these hostages, or former hostages, would require due to the severity of the malnutrition, the hunger that they appear to have undergone. For the time being, the hospital refused to give any sort of additional information on that regard, but you can understand that this is at the forefront of the medics' minds as they take these men in. Now, it is likely, as we've been hearing, that going forward, the complexity of the medical conditions that the medical teams here are going to be handling, that is set to increase, and that is something else that the medical teams will likely be taking into account today, but also going forward as the hostage deal continues.
We truly are seeing just the horrible condition that after 491 days, these hostages have been kept in. So you are right, Robert, the complexities of treating them, reestablishing a different feeding pattern, reestablishing, even readjusting the eyes to seeing light for some of them for the first time in days after being kept in these terror tunnels for sometimes months on end. We're truly just finding out the very beginning of what some of these hostages have endured for 16 months. Robert Swift will thank you for that update from Sheba Medical Center. Now, coming back here in studio, we're still joined by Colonel in Reserves Olivia Rafovich. We're seeing these images, and we talked about how the pressure could continue to be put on both Israel and Hamas to make sure that Phase 2 does go to completion, because we see these images of these 3 men, and it's clear that every day inside terror captivity is a day too late. They need to come back as soon as possible, but on the other side of these images also enrage some, especially in Israel, stating that Israel also has an obligation to make sure that Hamas is no longer in the Gaza Strip following the lack of humanity and the terror that they have inflicted on Israeli society. And how does Israel combat these 2 goals? Because it seems like we're hitting a roadblock when it comes to Phase 2.
First of all, before answering you, there is no justification in any way to explain what happened today. And no tracks, no humanitarian assistance, nothing. Hamas, from the 7th of October 2023, launched a genocidal attack against the Israeli people, killing 1,200 people in one day. And today, what happened, what we saw, again, I repeat, it's very important to mention it all over the world. I repeat, no justification in any case. They just kept 3 innocent people, and we know about the other ones, in such a situation, such a condition that, again, reminds us, all of us, what happened 80 years ago. There is no justification. And today, the fact that they were parading, they were like, demonstrating like with pride, with happiness, humiliating, it is another issue that, again, we cannot not pay attention to. Concerning the next days, next developments, it is the prerogative of the political echelon to decide and to deal with. The Israeli army will implement what the decision when they will be taken by the government, and we will implement them. But of course, today we have to deal with the medical treatment, with the psychological treatment at the hospital, to be with them after what they just suffered. But personally, I can tell you that We are under shock, all of us in Israel, family members and just the population in Israel, and the world should be also under shock about these pictures, not only because of the pictures themselves, but about all of the preparation, I would say, kind of, how do you say in English? Like
the staging ceremony.
Exactly. Thank you. The staging ceremony in order to show the horror, to show the horror to all the world, and we are really facing a psychological terrorism from the very beginning. It continues. No reduction in this terror system, and in spite of the ceasefire, in spite of this agreement, Hamas continues to go more and more deeper and deeper into this horror movie, because it is an horror movie that we are living since the 7th of October. And when I hear, like all of us, justification coming from totally not connected issues, we just cannot accept that. I repeat, the State of Israel is respecting this agreement because we want all the hostages back home in Israel.
Israel is respecting the agreement, and in terms of that agreement, Balir, we are expecting tomorrow to see some of these IDF troops fully withdraw from the Netzarim corridor. Let's talk about where we are in phase one as far as the IDF movement on the ground and what we should expect even in the coming week.
Yes, so tomorrow is the last day that there could be any presence for the Israeli troops in the Netzarim corridor. Of course, they will still be holding this 700 to 1 kilometer from the border with Israel inside the Gaza Strip, all around the Gaza Strip, and also the Philadelphia corridor. Now, Israel needs to start at least withdrawing from the Philadelphia corridor in the 42nd day of this agreement, which is the last day of the agreement, but it has only 8 more days, so until the 50th day they can be present in the Philadelphia corridor as well, which means that on the 50th day they will have to leave completely also the Philadelphia corridor. That's again in case we actually go to the second phase of the deal, which is the complete withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, including from the perimeter all around the Gaza Strip, so lifting the so-called siege over the Gaza Strip. This is depends on what is going to happen between the sides in the coming negotiations, and as we've said before, in the coming days, apparently this could be even happening tomorrow. Delegation will fly to Qatar. In the past coverage, I said Cairo. I was mistaken. To Qatar, to Doha. But this delegation is not headed by any of the chief negotiators, not Ron Dermer, the chief of the the Minister of Strategic Affairs, or the head of the Mossad, the former chief of the negotiations. It's actually going to be only a working level delegation that will deal with the first phase of the deal, not the second phase of the deal, which means that there are still some concern that this phase even not going to be completed. So again, we're still in the early stages of the negotiations for the second stage.
But there is a timeline on the table right now, and we're rapidly approaching that timeline. And so the more that these talks are put off and the more that we see more of this faltering from all of the different sides, it is concerning because phase one is set to last 42 days. Whether it collapses sooner or whether it's extended, we are talking about a set timeline right now.
Yes, exactly, and that's why the families of the hostages are concerning, have concerns about this possibility, and they have all the right to do so. According to senior sources in the Israeli government, Netanyahu is insisting on several conditions regarding the second phase of the deal. The conditions are the complete disarmament of the entire Gaza Strip, the release of all hostages, the expulsion of Hamas leadership abroad, and Hamas's non-involvement in the process of rebuilding the Gaza Strip, reconstructing the Gaza Strip. I would say that Hamas will definitely not accept that, not easily, not without fight, not without resuming war. And if the Israeli political level will insist on these demands, then we will not see the second phase going through. Some people say that's a good thing because, after all, one of the aims of this war is actually completely dismantling Hamas. Otherwise, the people around the Gaza Strip will not go back to the Gaza Strip, and maybe there's a threat also to some others that live beside the West Bank because of the plan that Hamas has in their mind. Others would say that will seal the fate of the rest of the hostages. Pretty sure that the Israelis and the Americans know that, and they may be having or figuring out a plan that we're seeing a little bit of it in the past week or so. The evacuation of Gaza, the reconstruction of Gaza, and what Trump has said, not coherent, not clear, and we're again still in the early stages for the negotiations.
Now, Olivier, as far as any of the security concerns for some of these residents along the southern border with Gaza, if we do see IDF troops fully withdraw from the Gaza Strip, are we expected to see then more boosted forces on Israeli territory in some of these kibbutz communities that were rampaged on October 7th?
Yeah, first of all, the Israeli army is actually deployed where they have to be deployed in order to ensure security and defense for all the south communities in Israel. But of course, everything is going to be adapted to the new condition in case that there is a change of deployment of the Israeli forces. But again, I repeat, everything is connected to defense and to protection and to security for the communities, kibbutz in the south, of course.
So everything is making sure that they are protected, even if the troops do have to fully withdraw, because that's many of the concerns for some of those residents.
In case, I mean, according to the agreement, I'm not going to get into details for the redeployment or change of deployment of the Israeli forces, but everything is connected directly to security, to ensure security to the kibbutz, moshav, cities in the south. So this is a key point, is the central point for the Israeli army.
Certainly seems to be the case as we continue to see exactly what does unfold in these complex days ahead. And even
very
phase
sensitive.
1, it is a very sensitive time
Correct.
indeed.
Correct.
Colonel in Reserves Olivier Rafovich and our I-24 News correspondent Baler Skladin, thank you for your insight as we are watching these critical moments unfold today as well. Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, they are back home here in Israeli territory. You are still taking a look at those live images at the Ra'im military facility in southern Israel as they have reunited with their families but are waiting to enter some of those helicopters and be transported to a medical facility in central Israel to get the much needed medical treatment that they have desperately been needing after 491 days in terror captivity. We're going out for a quick break here on I-24 News, but we'll be right back with all of the latest as it continues to unfold right here in Israel. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us on I-24.
This innovative tool is the Fat Freezer Platinum, the first home-use fat reduction device that freezes away stubborn fat.
Like most people, I always believed that diet and exercise would be enough to reduce stubborn fat.
The Fat Freezer Platinum uses technology to freeze away stubborn fat from the comfort of your own home. To optimize results, the Fat Freezer Platinum uses TheraLight. The Fat Freezer Platinum will help you sculpt your body in exactly the way you want and keep it that way. It's safe, simple to use, and bottom line is, it really works. The Fat Freezer uses a medically known technology called cryolipolysis, used in high-end clinics all across the globe.
It started on October 7th, but for many, the horror may never end. With homes destroyed, families displaced, hostages missing, soldiers fallen, and a country traumatized. In the first year alone, more than 17,000 Israelis have been wounded, and hundreds of thousands have experienced psychological trauma and need support now. Thankfully, for 112 years, Hadassah hospitals have been on the ground, healing, At our expanding Gandel Rehabilitation Center, we're providing critical physical therapy and life-changing mental health services.
Hadassah is a great place.
Today I'm really thankful.
Now, some are back home, living their lives, but many more still need our help. Help your family and friends heal at Hadassah hospitals. Give today.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing i24 News' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News app today.
Welcome back to this special edition of I-24 News. I'm Nicole Zedek, live in Tel Aviv as we continue to monitor the release of these three men on your screen. Ohad Ben-Ami, Or Levy, and Eli Sharabi. These are side-by-side images. On the top, these are the three men before they were taken captive by the Hamas terror organization 491 days ago. On the bottom, 16 months later, this is how they look as they were released. A stark contrast between these two images, grim images to look at their condition. However, they are alive and they are back here in Israeli territory. They have reunited with their families after 16 months in Hamas captivity. You're taking a live look at those images from Ra'im military facility as these helicopters are also preparing to take some of these men to different medical facilities around central Israel and give them the proper treatment that they need. That's where we want to begin our broadcast. Our I-24 News correspondent Robert Swift is at Sheba Medical Center as they are preparing to receive at least two of these released men. Robert, is still a waiting game as we're watching these images. These men are finally back home, but it looks like the long journey to recovery, this is just the beginning of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Today is very much just a start for these three men who are making their way out of Gaza. Now, as they are in Israeli hands, but they are yet to arrive here at Sheba Medical Center. We are expecting two of the men to arrive here within the next hour or so. Now, we've just seen some images published by the Israeli Prime Minister's office, which showed the facilities at the reception center, a hint of what the hostages can first see as they arrive. Now, within those pictures, there were a room for the hostages to be in, as well as clothing. and shower facilities and items to clean themselves with this. And this gives you an idea of just the basic everyday things of life that these people have been without for so long. That will be some of the first items that they're given as they make their way back into Israeli society. Now, once they've been at the reception centre, had the first medical checks, they will make their way to this location here, Sheba Medical Center, where Or Levy and Eli Sharabi will be received by the medical teams here. Now, we've asked the medical teams here to give us a bit more detail on what specific medical treatment these individuals will need, given the malnourished appearance that the men have returned to Israel. And the hospital hasn't given us any updates yet. Generally speaking, in general, when the hostages have returned, but particularly here at Sheba Medical Center, the staff have prioritized the privacy and the care of the former hostages as they arrive to this location. But of course, they will be reunited with their families when they arrive here, and then the question of their ongoing treatment going forward begins. Now, we have, given the hostages that have been here in previous times, last week, for example, with Ofer Calderon and Jordan Bibas arriving here at Sheba, we've been given a bit of an insight into the process. You mentioned that it is a long process. In the case of Ofer Calderon, he was released just yesterday, so 6 days here at Sheba Medical Center. But in Bibas's case, he remains here at the hospital. And so for some individuals, a bit longer is needed. And of course, in particularly complex medical and traumatic events, that recovery time will be that much longer.
It is certainly a complex situation on the ground. You talk about that privacy, and that's also something we see on our screens. Even as these helicopters are preparing to airlift these men, there are different privacy barriers placed up so that they do get the privacy that they need, as this is treated in a delicate manner. As these men, you've already seen these initial images of them, but a stark contrast to how they were released from Hamas captivity with cameras pushed in their faces, paraded in central Gaza. Well, now they are given the privacy and respect that they need as they receive the much-needed medical treatment as well. Robert Swift with that live update from Sheba Medical Center. Thank you for your update on the ground. Now, for more analysis in studio, we are joined by Major General in Reserves Eitan Dangot, former military secretary to 3 ministers of defense and the former coordinator of government activities in the Palestinian territories, also known as COGAT, as well as our I-24 News correspondent, Valer Sladin. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us on I-24 News today as we continue to monitor all of these developments, even these live images right now out of Re'im. We're seeing one of these convoys, it seems, approaching some of those helicopters. We'll continue to keep our eyes there, but you did hear an update as far as the initial condition of these 3 men, and we'll continue to monitor exactly their whereabouts, but they're back here in Israel. It's a heavy but a deep sigh of relief, especially seeing the condition that they have been held in. Now, Eitan, we've already heard from the Prime Minister's office that following this staging ceremony in Deir al-Balach, that it will be met with a harsh response from Israel, that this is not how these handovers should and will continue to happen. Will Hamas be taking note of that? And what type of a harsh response could the Prime Minister's office mean?
Yeah, I think that first of all, I may say that is above all, it's a day that we are glad and give a big hug to those people who suffered so much. And it coming with a sad feeling inside, and it from emphasizing the fact that we have to do everything to cut the timetable to bring all of them back home as soon as possible. Of course, when you saw the pictures in Deir al-Balach about the release, first of all, you see that Hamas is moving from the beginning from a scenario of being like a, let's say, terror offensive movement to show all the demolished area, bring you to a clean area. Hamas is the second week trying to emphasize the fact that they control Gaza. Secondly, the way they held the hostages, I would like to hear today the Secretary General of the United Nations, the big humanitarian guy, which gave us a lot of lectures and lessons about Israel's way of handling this kind of war, what he will respond. And to his organization, the Red Cross, that I think it's only a driver logistic transportation organization that 1 year and a half are sitting and not brought any, even 1% of improving health situation of one of these hostages. Now to your question, the response of Prime Minister office give you the effect that we will respond in two ways, military or in the political life, let's say. I would say that the beginning, that the reaction I can assess that will be on the level of the political life. Why? We are already today complete the 4 from 7 releasing of 3 to 4 hostages every week, beside the last one that will be about 12 or 14 hostages that will come. I think we have to keep it in our hands with strongness, and I think that Israel will react in the diplomacy way. Secondly, about the military, it's not a secret that Israel put a goal to move Hamas from being the, let's say, the leadership or the entity in Gaza as a military or a civil organization. I cannot assess what Netanyahu will do today. I can assess that he has to combine these two goals, but putting the release of the hostages first and above all. Now, what will be the actions from Israel? I would like to say that, in my opinion, as a military officer, I was not impressed from Hamas what they did. I think it's a signal of frightened, what they would like to prove or to move themselves to say we are controlling, we are on the floor, we are acting, we are alive. It is something concerning the Trump idea about what's going. But I think that Israel will make some steps politically, you will hear about it, and Israel has to calculate very deep what's about the military activities, because in my opinion, with all the respect, first of all, our duty is to bring back the other people that are still in those tunnels, and after that we will calculate what to do, and we have to prepare it now, some options.
And you mentioned also just the humanitarian situation on the ground, something that these 3 men clearly did not get even a glimpse of any sort of the humanitarian aid, let alone a meeting with the International Red Cross to see any sort of their medicinal needs or anything like that. But Lear, that was one of the holdups that we saw as of yesterday, even with the release of the names of Ohad, Eli, and Or. Hamas claiming that Israel is violating the ceasefire by not allowing enough humanitarian aid. Yet still, the numbers from not only Kogat, but also from the United Nations state that that is not the case, but it's not necessarily the aid that Hamas wants to see.
Exactly. Hamas are demanding the caravans and the heavy equipment in order to reconstruct what they can reconstruct in these 42 days, and specifically the caravans to go to the north of the Gaza Strip, because they know that many of those who went back to the Gaza, to the north of the Strip, are now getting back to the south, because there's nothing there that can, there's nothing left actually of their homes, and they cannot live in that part of the Strip. That's why Hamas is demanding caravans in order to ensure that this tactical and even strategic actually step that they have gained in this deal would be actually completed and implemented in their favor. That's what they want, and this is the accusation currently. Now, I guess that when Israel and when the Prime Minister's office say that some steps will be taken against what we have seen today, in Hebrew, there is a saying that says threatening with an empty gun. There is no such a thing. I guess in English, you can correct me in here. But that's exactly it, because after all, any military action that Israel can take, or actions in terms of reducing the aids, for example, as we have reported according to Israeli media, that is something that is being considered right now, after all, will actually be that Hamas would say that I'll just not hand you the hostages. That's exactly the reason why Israel went for this deal, because there was a lot of pressure from inside in order to bring back the hostages, and also from the Trump administration. So how exactly Israel is going to deal with this, I'm not sure about that. I think this is, again, threatening with an empty gun. Nothing much to do unless there's an intention in Israel to actually go back to fighting and, quote-unquote, give up on the hostages that are left there.
With the humanitarian situation inside Gaza, Eitan, you're someone who worked with Kogat and knows Kogat very well. You also know the United Nations very well after their work inside the Gaza Strip. And so when we're talking about these humanitarian aid deliveries, the lack thereof, according to Hamas, the UN and Israel stating that we are absolutely fulfilling our terms of the ceasefire agreement. But is this use of leverage that Israel should be implementing on Hamas if there are any more violations of the ceasefire?
I think that Israel should do some steps in order to say if there is something that is not running well, as we see some of the scenario from the way of the releasing, Israel should take any kind of sanctions. And I'm telling you, did you see any face of Palestinian like the prisoners or the hostages that were brought under their life and how much food they got? And what is very clear, Israel made the great mistake. The great mistake, in my opinion, was that from the beginning, we had to make some way of change and to examine a new way of controlling, because we all the north part of Gaza. And we, in some areas, we could make, a closed area while we can change or making pilots for kind of civil way to handle and to bring someone else if it succeeds. Secondly, Israel should cut as soon as possible the way of the number of trucks, food, etc., that the UN organization are entering to Gaza. You know why? Because the money pocket that is going to Hamas because of this cargo, of food, is going first of all to Hamas. Hamas is selling them to the population and getting a lot of money, and that bring Hamas for their need of fuel for the future. And Israel should create kind of a new mechanism towards the second stage, and I want to pay your attention. We have started already the discussion for stage 2. I belong to those who demand and recommend to do this agreement fully, but we have to make it under changes, and you have to understand who have been today, Khalil El-Khaya, whom did he visit this morning? Khamenei. And it shows you the situation of Hamas. I think Hamas is very embarrassing because at the end, they sensitive to the atmosphere around them. The atmosphere that comes from Trump, there is impact on Egypt, Qatar, and other countries, and Hamas knows that at the end will be a change coming or sooner, and instead of giving them the initiative to make us stop or a break, it's very important that Israel will take it to its end and make some changes in this field, and it has to be start and humanitarian. Cannot be that we supply food, that Hamas getting money for the next round or giving salaries to young youth they are bringing to their organization, give them rifles and say you are now a member of Hamas.
What other types, besides the humanitarian aid trucks that go in, what other types of leverage does Israel have, especially in the northern part, if they don't want citizens to go back? We're talking about electricity, we're talking about the water irrigation. These are things that Israel could also control more.
This is the second part, because in my opinion, to rebuild again or to restructure again everything, it starts with the managing it, who is handling it. And the Israeli, first of all, condition should be Hamas is out from being there. Of course, that in these circumstances, I might admit that our situation as in Israel wants their people back, and this is the first duty, as I said, is first of all to be a little bit more, let's say, control ourselves, but we have to prepare it on another way, because after it will be the day after and the day after. And these are our conditions, not to start anything of rebuild Gaza, anything without some preconditions like Hamas is out, bringing a kind of way of controlling what is going to where, and that we have to do. The only other option is that Bibi Netanyahu said, I want to renew the military attack. And I said, the military attack now, after all the military achievements, without creating a new opportunity from the policy, from the political side, and things are changed. Trump declared a very new, let's say, a basic of law for the next stage, bring us opportunity to really to make a change. I'm not supporting immediately to go to the military field. We have some tools before it.
Valir, you have some updates?
Yeah, just no updates. I just want to add something on what Mr. Eitan is saying here. Israel is actually planning to demand in these negotiations the complete disarmament of the entire Gaza Strip, the release of all hostages, as we've said, the expulsion of Hamas's leadership abroad, outside of Gaza, and Hamas's non-involvement in the process of rebuilding or reconstructing Gaza. That's what they are planning to demand. Now, will Hamas accept that? I think not easily, I would say. Because after all, if Israel does not achieve this, or actually, if Israel wants to achieve this, then why would Hamas hand over the hostages? And as Mr. Eitan is saying here, that this is the most important thing. And I guess Hamas knows that for the Israeli society, this is the most important thing, which is more important than the complete disarmament of the Gaza Strip and the expulsion of Hamas's leadership outside of the Gaza Strip. Since the beginning, we knew that this dilemma is coming. Like it's not a surprise for the Israeli society that it's either you get out hostages or you take over Hamas, or you take out Hamas. So it's either or, unfortunately. Israel has tried throughout these months to either in military operations to release some hostages, others in a deal in November 2023, and this deal right now. But the dilemma continues, because if we go back to fighting, it means that Israel is giving up on the rest of the hostages, at least not in the safest way possible to bring them home, which is a deal, or we just accept Hamas's demands, keeping their presence in the Gaza Strip and continuing the threat against the Israeli society, and hand over the hostages, which will not, by the way, happen just like the Israelis think it will happen. It will not be in the 42 days coming. It will be in years coming. Bodies of hostages will not be back, according to this deal, for years, not before the full reconstruction of the Gaza Strip.
And that is not a reality that many of the Israelis are expecting, and they definitely don't want to see either. It's a complex reality on the ground, and these critical decisions that do lie ahead complicate every single phase of this deal that we're seeing. Meanwhile, just a reminder, these live images that you're looking at this screen, this helicopter just, it looks like about to take off any minute now. We did see the barriers, the privacy barriers, as the 3 hostages were likely put into one of these helicopters that will now be transported to a medical facility somewhere in central Israel. This is in Re'im, a military facility in southern Israel. So we're taking a live look at these images, at this feed as it is happening right now, and these men hopefully making their way to the hospital as they've already reunited with their family members. A much needed reunion, but once again a reminder of the grim reality that these men are facing, as many of them are reuniting with some family members, but after 16 months also left with the loss of other family members that were killed or taken on October 7th, 2023. And so this is the grim reality that these men are faced with, but a bright news that they are back here in Israel after everything that does lie ahead. We'll continue to watch, as it seems any moment now this helicopter is about to take off. I want to still bring back into the conversation Eitan Dangot. This pressure that we'll likely see from the Israeli public as well also doesn't complicate the efforts for the deal, but it definitely puts a lot of pressure on the Israeli government to make sure that this deal does not collapse. Because after seeing these images of these 3 men today, we're already hearing from the Hostage and Missing Families Forum that every day is critical. We need them all back as soon as possible.
Absolutely, but really I cannot calculate what is for the Prime Minister more important to keep his government. And I cannot understand how in such a day, you know what he used to. You see free on the end of the week, you see the power, on the way what is this nation is built on, the people on the street, the population, so unity together. And there is a part that is very silent. It's not the first week. You see that no word by the ministers of the government, not even after seeing the girls or not seeing after you see the pictures now. And all this kind of thing, what does it show? It shows of a weakness. It's something that it cannot be. That also, I have my own word that the Prime Minister should come back to Israel for this weekend, because a leader should be with his people. This is the first thing in the military life. You have to be with your people, with your fighters. He should be here, not in a very important hotel or a nice hotel in Washington and passing. He should be with his nation, with his people, and to return yesterday before this part. We are not a country that is controlled from outside. We are not a star of the United States that it should control us from there. And he should be with the people here to feel the atmosphere. It's damaging him at the end, and it is his duty.
So Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu set to return tonight. As Eitan just mentioned, he's not here as these three men are returning home, have returned home. But Netanyahu will be arriving after his big meeting in the White House this week. A lot happened over the course of this week. We've been covering so many different headlines. As far as how it all relates to the current deal, is this a positive meeting and a positive note that Netanyahu is returning from, as far as his view and how it could all play into not only his coalition, his government, but also the terms of this ceasefire?
Well, according to people that are close to Netanyahu, telling Israeli media over the past week, they have said that this meeting or this visit in general, it exceeded actually the expectations. Netanyahu thought about some positive things from this meeting, but it turned out to be very, very, very positive to him. President Trump shook the conversation entirely about this situation with the Gaza Strip, with the deal in general. We, again, still don't have all the information about Trump's plan and when it's going to happen and what's going to be first. Is it the deal? Is it the hostages? Is it the fighting of Hamas? It's not exactly clear. We will have more information maybe when the Prime Minister comes back to Israel and maybe speaks with our colleagues there also before heading back to Israel. That's something that needs to be looked into. For now, that's absolutely a shock to the negotiations. That's one more card that Israel can play, the evacuation of the Palestinians or the relocating of some of them voluntarily. Of course, that's a card that Israel can play right now. It did not have the green light from the Americans before. The Biden administration was saying that this is a red line since the beginning. Of course, the Egyptians said the same thing. The Jordanians said the same thing. Now this is back on the table, and this could play a major role as well.
Well, we talked about something earlier. Just a reminder, these live images, actually, one of these helicopters taking off right now, it seems, in a military facility in southern Israel. You're taking a live look at this helicopter, likely transporting some of those hostages, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy, as long as the family members that all met them at that military facility, a reunion after 16 months in captivity. Now they are being transported to a nearby medical facility to receive the much needed treatment that they have been lacking after 491 days in captivity. So you just watch that helicopter take off right there. And now is a good time to just remind our viewers. We're speaking about Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy. After you've seen these images of these three men that have now returned from Hamas captivity, let's get a better look at exactly who these men are.
On October the 7th, the Sharabi family was decimated by the Hamas onslaught. After entering their kibbutz Be'eri home and killing their dog, Eli Sharabi was taken into Gaza. His British-born wife Leanne and his two teenage daughters Noya and Yahel were assumed to have been abducted too, but their charred bodies were identified shortly after. Eli was kidnapped alongside his brother Yossi, who was killed in captivity by a likely IDF airstrike after saving his family from terrorists. Eli met his Bristol-born wife Leanne while she was volunteering on the kibbutz as a teenager. and the family would often visit the UK over Christmas, with Eli travelling up north to watch his beloved Manchester United play soccer. Whilst Eli's family awaits his return, they fear how to tell him about what has happened to his family.
First and foremost, I will let my 76-year-old mother embrace Eli after we've already lost 4 members of our family. When Eli returns, he will have to face the devastating truth that his wife and daughters were murdered on October 7th in their home. He will also have to learn that his brother Yossi, who was held captive right beside him, did not survive captivity either.
56-year-old Ohad Ben-Ami has spent his last 2 birthdays in captivity. He was taken in his underwear alongside his wife Raz from their home in Kibbutz Be'eri.
This place became the place where my dad was taken from, where my mom was taken from. I'm standing here now in these clothes, barefoot, because my dad was kidnapped from our home when he was in boxers and barefoot in his underwear. Because as you see here, it's a normal houses. We are in our kibbutz, our place. And he was in bed in the morning, and they just came into my home and took him.
Raz was released as part of the November 2023 hostage release deal. Ever since then, she and her daughters, who lived on Be'eri and nearby Nahal Oz, have been urging for Ohad's release.
Ohad is a man of great love, laughter, and joy. We miss him every day. Every day I spend without him feels like an eternity. Every day I can't express my life to him. It's a day without my forever Valentine.
The wine connoisseur Ohad also had German citizenship. His family says he had a wicked, cynical sense of humour and enjoys swimming and yoga.
My love, I hope you can hear me. I hope you can feel me. I'm here waiting for you.
Or Levy was hiding in a bomb shelter with his wife Einav near the Nova Festival on October the 7th. At 7:39 a.m, Or's mother texted him asking how they were doing, to which he responded, "Mum, you don't want to know." It was there that Or was taken hostage, and Einav's body was found several days later, murdered by terrorists who stormed southern Israel. The young couple left behind a son, Almog, who was only 2 years old at the time. Now 3 years old, he is being raised by his grandparents and asks when his parents are coming home. 16 months later, they can finally say Almog's father is returning.
Wow, it's, I can't even start to describe the emotions, the excitement, how happy we are that it's finally close to be over. And now we are waiting to hug him, waiting to see Almog hugging his father again.
Or and Einav met in high school and later married. Friends and family described them as a couple with a shared love for travel and festivals. They arrived at the Nova party just 9 minutes before the rocket barrages began.
I want the world to remember and to understand that this is not political in any way. This is a humanitarian story. This is about a 3-year-old boy who lost his mother and is finally getting his father back. But it's about a lot more kids that miss their dads, and a lot more wives who miss their husbands, and mothers and fathers who need their sons. And it's not about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's about human beings that need to come back home to their loved ones.
Those are the 3 men that are now back here in Israeli territory. And we're getting a first look from the IDF as far as this initial handover. You see here Ohad Ben-Ami and Or Levy exiting these international Red Cross vehicles, waving to the camera there, and getting into the safe hands, finally, of the IDF for the first time after 16 months in captivity. These are the first images that the IDF is releasing just now. And as we just covered also before, we got a look at who those 3 men are. A helicopter leaving the Reim military facility in southern Israel. Or Levy was said to be inside that helicopter now, making his way to a medical center, Sheba Hospital in central Israel. We want to go live now to our I-24 News correspondent Joe Brown, who's at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Many people waiting to see even a glimpse of that helicopter, Joe, as it does pass over the skies of Tel Aviv. People down there on the streets just showing their support for these 3 survivors.
Yes, the people here at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv are coming to terms with the images that they saw on the big screen of those 3 male hostages in what can only be described as a bad condition. They looked gaunt, they looked half of themselves, both literally and metaphorically. Some family members of the hostages have even compared them to looking like Holocaust survivors, as they looked just as they were released from the concentration camps in the mid-1940s. And these images weren't just broadcast here at Hostages Square or here in Israel. They were broadcast all around the world. And this includes some of the family members of Eli Sharabi, who might for the first time right now be finding out that his family was killed on October the 7th. They originally thought that they were abducted, but his wife Leanne and his 2 daughters Noya and Yahel were found in an embrace with their charred bodies at the site of their kibbutz Be'eri home. The family of Leanne Sharabi, the Brisley family in Bristol in southwest England, was most likely watching these images with mixed emotions. On the one hand, they are grateful to see Eli back, no matter what condition he is in, but they are still, it brings them back to that day, October the 7th, the fear of not knowing what's happened to their family, and then that day a couple weeks after that when the IDF confirmed that they were killed on that day. And we were talking in that package before me about the dual nationality of Ohad Ben-Ami, and a lot of the hostages do have a dual nationality, including some of the 76 who are in captivity right now, such as Sasha Trufanov, who has Russian citizenship, and Hamas said that his release was a priority. A lot of people in Israel were expecting him today. And there are several American-Israeli hostages, including Sagi Dekelchen, who will be released in Phase 1 of the deal, and a couple more who will be released in Phase 2 of the deal, such as Idan Alexander, the IDF soldier who was abducted on October the 7th. But further afield, there are still a lot of hostages who are not Israeli. We talk a lot about the Israeli hostages, but it's also important to put a spotlight on those who are not Israeli nationals. This includes Pinta Natapong, who is the Thai hostage who is believed to be alive. There are 2 others who were killed, and their bodies are still in captivity. But the family of Pinta Natapong were expecting his release last week alongside the other Thai hostages who, as of today, were released from hospital. They were discharged and they are heading back to Bangkok. And on top of that, there is still the body of Joshua Molel, a Tanzanian citizen, and Bipin Joshi, who is a Nepali, who is believed to be alive. And whilst we are talking about the Israeli hostages who are going to be released as part of Phase 1 or even Phase 2 of the deal, it's important to keep the memories of these foreign workers who were working in the agricultural sector on the Israeli kibbutzim on October the 7th when they were abducted. They have nothing to do with Israel. They're not Jewish. They don't have any strong Zionist feelings. They were just here to earn a wage to send back home. So it's important to keep their memory alive and hope that very soon they will be released from their hell.
Certainly it is important to remember not only the Israeli hostages, but all of the 76 hostages that are still in captivity being held in Gaza right now. Joe Brown with that live update from Hostages Square, where he's been reporting all throughout the day. Thank you so much for your coverage on the ground. Now, meanwhile, as you're still taking a look at some of these live images from Re'im, more movement as some of these other hostages, still released hostages, Ohad Ben Ami and Eli Sharabi, they are still at that military facility. We have seen Or Levy in the helicopter making his way towards Sheba Medical Center. But side by side with the release of these 3 hostages, there are dozens of Palestinian prisoners that were released today as well, some of them being released to the West Bank, others, though, several of them being deported outside of Israeli territory to Egypt, where we've already seen dozens of released high-level Palestinian security prisoners deported, where they are staying at least in Egypt until some of these other countries can take them. We are joined now by Egyptian scholar and senior fellow at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, Dalia Ziada. Dalia, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Now, Dalia, we've been covering the release of some of these Palestinian security prisoners and how Egypt has taken them in just for the time being. Egypt says they do not want to keep these prisoners, but over the past several weeks, we've seen a delay in them actually being deported. So far, just 15 confirmed being taken to Turkey, but these other countries don't want to, are not jumping at the idea, it seems, even though they might have been on board at first. And so what is the position that Egypt is taking right now when we're talking about the release of these high-level Palestinian security prisoners?
So, of course, Egypt is in a very tough situation right now, because at one moment there were several countries, including Algeria, including even Tunisia and some European countries and Turkey and others, they promised that they will take the Palestinian prisoners who, as we all know, are actually terrorists who belong to groups like Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, and some even belong to Fatah. And they are convicted with high sentence crimes, which means they are criminals. They are serious criminals. So they promised Egypt, these countries, or said publicly that we are willing to take them as soon as they just cross the border to the other way to Egypt. So Egypt accepted them. And the funny thing is that Egypt did not only accept them, actually the Egyptian government and the Egyptian people celebrated them as heroes of war, as people who are, celebrated them within this concept of supporting the Palestinian cause that has been the trend in Egypt over the past 15 months particularly. Of course, it has been there for years, but over the past 15 months particularly, and now Egypt feels in trouble because they know very well that these people could easily destabilize the national security of the country. And that is actually one of the reasons why Egypt is so desperate to convince President Trump that it cannot accept his offer to accept some Palestinian refugees.
Well, that's an interesting note, Dalia, because we've seen a lot of news with Egypt in the headlines just this week for multiple reasons. One of those being the idea that Donald Trump is floating as far as the relocation of Gazans. We have seen the Rafah border crossing open this week to allow some of those injured, sick civilians leave and get some medical help inside Egypt. But Trump wants some bigger ideas, not just people to leave and get this medical treatment, but the voluntary relocation of Gazans inside to Egypt, Jordan, or some of these other countries that might take them in as well. But so far, the reaction from Egypt, they don't seem to be on board with this idea.
Actually, it's not only the reaction of Egypt, but as we can see, most of the other Arab countries as well has joined Egypt in rejecting President Trump's proposal to open their borders for refugees. The number of the injured Palestinians or Gazans who got into Egypt just in the past few days, I think it was only a message just to show, okay, we are not against the idea of receiving people who need medical treatment or need refuge for a temporary period of time, but we are against the idea as a whole, which actually shows some kind of hypocrisy by Egypt and Arab countries. And I feel if everyone is pointing their fingers at Israel and saying, okay, Israel is the reason for the humanitarian misery in Gaza, but actually if we look closer, we will discover that Arab countries need to be held accountable as well, because they kind of trapped the Palestinians or the Gazans in particular inside Gaza. They trap them by refusing to open their doors for them so they can escape the hell of the war and seek refuge in any other country. Like any human being in a situation of a war has the right to do that. So Trump had to do this shocking statement we heard about in the past few days about US will take over Gaza. And I think this statement was only meant to give a shock to Arab leaders that the US is willing to take drastic action to make this plan happen, and Trump is not backing anytime soon. But actually, this also stirred some kind of even more shocking reaction from Arab leaders. Yesterday, there were reports about Arab leaders, the Arab League, deciding to make a statement allowing the Palestinians or the people of Gaza to use violent resistance as a form of resistance, or to allow them to resist, as they were saying at the beginning of all this hype, like by any means necessary, which I think they wanted maybe to respond with something too crazy, but they went too far, because this convicts them, this makes them accountable even more. So I think Arab countries in general, not only Egypt or Jordan, who are the immediate neighbors of the crisis, but Arab countries in general are just unable to think right about what they should do next.
The big questions on what could be taken next, and it seems like Donald Trump is waiting for some of those answers or other solutions, because as you mentioned, touting some pretty major ones, but wants to see exactly what some of these other Arab nations are willing to step up to the plate as well. Dalia Ziada, Egyptian scholar and senior fellow at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, thank you for giving us the insight into the Egyptian perspective right now as well.
Thank you so much.
Coming back here in studio, Major General in Reserves Eitan Dango, when we talk about the Rafah border crossing, this crossing between Egypt and Gaza, we've seen it open throughout the course of this week, not only allowing different humanitarian aid in, but some of these injured and wounded Gazans out to Egypt. But is there the concern right now, as far as Israel perspective, that as this border crossing is now opened again, there's going to be the smuggling, and Hamas is going to be allowed to rearm itself as a military group as well?
Yes, you're right. Even before the 7th of October, when everything, of course, the massacre that we faced that day, I think that Rafah crossing was the weak point of the Israeli security concept with Hamas on the level of, let's call it strategic, because what was going in, this is one of the main reasons what we find out in Gaza when we entered and maneuvering our forces. And as it is now, in my opinion, it gave like the beginning for the hostages, but there is a lot of weak points what's going now there, because you don't have a clear mechanism with checking, who is entering, what is in the other side from Egypt. And you have to remember that for Egypt, Hamas is considered as a threat. They're not forgetting what happened in 2013 when Morsi took and Hamas crossed Rafah very easily, and they become a threat to the national security, a strategic concept of Egypt. And I think that Egypt today is trying to balance the circumstances on one end to cooperate and to bring like Hamas humanitarian steps, but be sure that those who are entering to Egypt are on a very big eye from the Egyptians, even receiving the prisoners. It will not take long time before Egypt send them to other destinations in their trip, because Egypt is aware about the threat. And I think that today Egypt is also very, let's say, uneasily sitting in its chair after Trump statement about receiving and building an area for people who are coming from Gaza. This will be for Egypt a red line for the future. Sisi will do his main efforts not to see the Palestinians crossing. And if you're going to the history, why Egypt from 1967 closed the border and didn't give the Palestinians opportunity to come there? And it is because what we are just now facing now. Hamas is a threat for the interior Egyptians' security, strategic situation. The memory from 2013 are not moved very quick.
Well, this reaction that we're seeing not only from Egypt, but from these other Arab states, it has been interesting to say the least as they continue to tout their support for the Palestinian cause, yet refuse to actually take in any Palestinians. We're joined now as well by Joseph Broud, the president of Center for Peace Communications. Thank you so much for joining us, Joseph. Also, just a reminder to our viewers, we're still looking at these live images from Re'im as we're expecting to see another helicopter, perhaps with Eli Sharabi or Ohad Ben-Ami, taking off to a different medical facility inside central Israel. But we'll continue to monitor those images. And in the meantime, Joseph, we're talking about the reaction from these different Arab states, specifically Egypt and Jordan, after this major news this week that Trump wants to see both of those countries step up, accept some of these Gazans if they want to voluntarily leave the Gaza Strip. Yet none of the countries so far seem to be on board, and some people are pointing out possibly even the hypocrisy from these countries over the course of this war, stating that they care about the Palestinian cause, yet they can't actually accept the mass relocation of some of these large populations because it could uproot their own society.
Well, I think that the question that people should be asking, really the real question is, what do the Gazans themselves want? And by way of context, we sent our team in Gaza to ask that question, and we released a video of them speaking out and describing their own aspirations. The bottom line is that there is overwhelming demand on the part of Gazans to resettle in places that would be safe for them to live if they were granted that opportunity. On the eve of October 7th, that is before this war, and when there was still some semblance of continuity in daily life, Palestinian opinion polling showed about a third of the population even then wanted migration. And it is quite clear now that it is the majority of the population that shares that view.
So, Joseph, then if some of these Gazans, they do want to leave, it sounds like, in hopes of a better peace, actually, and a better living situation, can Trump's plan actually be implemented? How feasible is this solution, or is it just touting a big idea and seeing if any of the other Arab neighboring states have a better solution that could be more feasible?
Well, I think that any talk about a plan needs to be based in grounded in the reality on the ground. And so that's why I'm concerned to emphasize that there is a certain distortion about what Gazans actually want. In other words, there's an ideological impetus on the part of certain states in the region, on the part of Hamas, and so on, to paint a false picture of some insistence that under any circumstances and all circumstances they would never wish to migrate, when the reality is that they're like any population in a war environment when faced with the destruction, the loss of their homes, and so on, and realizing that there simply is not a viable future for them in the short term, in the medium term in Gaza, that they are open to alternatives. And so there are debates that are happening that really are kind of unnecessary about forced migration, because there is so much demand for migration within Gaza.
Joseph, as you're speaking, also those live images of that helicopter taking off from Re'im military facility in southern Israel, likely carrying either Eli Sharabi or Ohad Ben-Ami to one of these medical facilities in central Israel. You're taking a look at another one of those helicopters there at the military facility as well. So that just happening now. Meanwhile, Joseph, you talk about the reaction from those Gazans, and let's take a listen to some reaction from Gazans when it comes to Trump's plan.
Expected ways.
أنا من عندي هسافر لأنه هون ما ضلش حياة. هان الحياة انعدمت. يعني طلع أنت المنظر ما ضلش حياة هان بالمرة. أنا بطلب من ترامب نفسه يهجرنا زي ما طلب. وأنا هبقى أول واحد ههاجر.
غزة تحتاج إعمار لمدة طويلة من الزمن. هذه المدة الطويلة من الزمن أين سيذهب الشباب؟ لدينا أين سيذهب الجرحى؟ لدينا أكثر من 100,000 جريح. قبل الحرب الأخيرة كان يغادر غزة باستمرار عمال، طلاب، رجال أعمال. هذا المشهد كان قائم، الآن سيتضاعف هذا المشهد.
بالنسبة للشعب المصري الشقيق والشعب الأردني للملك عبد الله إنه يفتح المعابر للشباب الخريجين، للجرحى، للمرضى، لكبار السن اللي بيطلعوا يتعالجوا.
لا يوجد أمل لإعادة إعمار غزة، لا في سنة ولا 10 ولا 15. إن حماس خلقت كارثة غير مسبوقة وخلقت أزمة لم تكن تخطر على بال. يعني الضحية في كل الأحوال هو الفلسطينيين وأهل غزة. حماس التي تطلق النار والرصاص على أقدام الناس، بمعنى أنه تبتر الأقدام من نتيجة هذا الرصاص، لأنه خلاص انتهى الإنسان. وتبقى حماس في المشهد، سيبقى يتكرر كل يوم. سيكون عندنا عمليات قتل. يعني بعد كل معركة كانوا يقولون انتصرت غزة. ما هو الانتصار؟ نحن إذا لم يطرح قولا واحدا، إذا لم يطرح مسألة خروج حماس من المشهد السياسي، لا يمكن أن نتحدث عن شيء آخر. يعني بقية حماس سيهاجر الناس طوعي أو غير طوعي.
ساعتها الواحد خلص برضى بالأمر الواقع، برضى بالأمر الواقع. يعني هجرة لأنه بده يعيش، بده يعيش في بلد صونه.
Meanwhile, right now, as we're speaking, the helicopter carrying Or Levy is landing right now at Sheba Medical Center. This is a look at that helicopter touching down for Or Levy to receive more medical treatment at the Sheba Medical Center in central Israel. That is happening right now. As we also saw moments ago, helicopters likely carrying either Eli Sharabi or Had Ben Ami leaving from the Re'im military facility to go to some of these other hospitals as well to continue that medical treatment as well. We'll continue to monitor some of these live images as it does continue to unfold. I want to come back to Joseph Brown, though. This is exactly what you're stating. Listen to these Gazans themselves. Many of them want to leave, but will Egypt allow them to leave, even if not accepting them themselves, giving them the platform to at least leave through one of these borders to then let possibly some of these European countries, as we've seen with the Syrian refugees, them seeking refuge in Europe? Could this be a reality for the Gazans as well?
Well, that is why it's so important to give a voice, give a chance for these Gazans to be heard, to express their aspiration to find a place where they can live, whether it be temporary, medium term, it's unclear, but the simple human aspiration to find safe haven. And that is what really I think needs to be emphasized here. Will Egyptian, Jordanian, and other countries accede to the same humanitarian impulse that saw so many Syrians, for example, during the Syrian civil war, migrate to many countries around the world? Now, quite a few of them are coming back in changed conditions. But I think that the more we recognize that Gazans are like any other population, they want safe haven, the easier it becomes to have a reasoned discussion with the Egyptian, Jordanian, and other authorities.
Certainly could be a different changing of the tides, perhaps, and a different reality inside Gaza. Joseph Brown, president at the Center for Peace Communications, thank you for bringing us your insight and analysis. Now, once again, our viewers are taking a live look at that helicopter that just touched down at Sheba Medical Center carrying Or Levy. We want to go live now to our I-24 News correspondent, Robert Swift, who's at Sheba Medical Center right now. Robert, the helicopter has touched down or should be entering that hospital at any minute now. What updates do you have?
That's right. We can actually just see the vehicles approaching the rear of the helicopter for or to depart from that chopper. What's likely to happen now, as has been the case in previous occasions when hostages have arrived here at the hospital, is a screen is placed blocking the media's view, blocking the rear ramp of the helicopter so that the passengers on board can depart, get into the vans, and then they are driven a short distance from the helicopter pad to the location where we are filming from, inside the hospital, where they will begin their medical treatment. Now, it's worth bearing in mind, given this the physical appearance of the hostages today, a lot of emphasis has been put on their conditions, the malnutrition that they've been going through, and of course the medical staff here will be ready to give them the appropriate physical, medical treatment and care when they arrive here. But just as importantly, for these hostages in particular, is the psychological care that will come with it. Now, Or's young son, Almog, 3, is going to be reunited here with his father. Of course, the person that won't be reuniting with him is Einav, Or's wife, who was killed on October the 7th. Or was part of the group of Israelis who were held up inside a bunker when Hamas threw grenades inside it.